Chapter 181 Global Public Beta 5 Zerg Mother and Undead Canyon. Players enter the sea from the Kingdom Wall and start a long journey towards the north and south until the entire coastline is covered. The Kingdom has only one section of the wall, located where the South China Sea connects with the Kingdom Sea. The Kingdom Knights are located in it, giving different coordinates to each player who accepts the task, trying to ensure that the combat effectiveness of the defense line is controllable. However, after the number of players participating in this task reaches a certain level, the combat effectiveness of the players is no longer a concern. It's just that such a big movement in the South China Sea is hard not to attract the attention of all parties, especially when the players are about to spread in the South China Sea. At first, the whereabouts of the 2 or 3 players did not attract much attention. After all, the Zerg army is coming, and it is natural for the kingdom to be prepared in the South China Sea otherwise. How can the kingdom have the confidence to ask all countries to defend their cities? But when players continue to set out from the Kingdom Wall, the 2 or 3 players have suddenly become a long team trekking in the South China Sea, which is hard not to be both shocked and worried. As a result, the ether on the continent was constantly fluctuating, and all parties were discussing endlessly, of course. At the moment, there were actually only 2 forces, the Diamond Empire and the Beast God Wilderness. After all, the kingdom's territory was divided equally into half of the alien world, and the remaining half was the South China Sea where the Zerg were rampant, and the other half was only the Neva Plains, the Beast God Wilderness, the Salfa Federation, and the other 3 that were always invisible. Among them, the Salfa Federation had their own conclusions on everything and was not interested in participating in the continent's situation. And the only ones left were the Empire composed of humans and the Beast God Wilderness that had just shown signs of unification. Although the Zerg had bad luck, the Diamond Empire and the Beast God Wilderness were not lucky either. To be precise, the ambitious people of the same era as the kingdom did not encounter a suitable era. When the group of players trekking in the South China Sea continued to form a defense line composed purely of players, the disturbances on the continent disappeared, and it was so calm that the Kingdom Knights were allowed to enter their territory without any arguments. In terms of the complicated imperial system and the backward tribal system, the fact that there was no argument was enough to surprise people. Most of the time, it is not IQ, but the system that hinders people from making decisions. Even if Diamond Karen III, who had been dormant for 20 years, reformed the political system, eliminated the rotten meat of the Diamond Empire, and unified the entire Neva Plain in one go, and the appearance of a wise ruler in a prosperous era was clearly revealed, it could not cover up the backwardness of the system itself. The total number of Kingdom Knights is actually not small, but some of the Kingdom Knights stayed in the kingdom to participate in infrastructure construction, and the remaining part maintained order, and only a small part participated in the Zerg War. Among them, the limitation of the number of weapons is the main reason why there are not many Kingdom Knights in this part. However, because of the small number, another problem has been extended. The coastline of the South China Sea is so long that even if hundreds of thousands of Kingdom Knights are completely dispersed, they cannot completely fight back. So the existence of time difference is particularly important. It is precisely because there are so many Zerg and the coastline is so long that the entire battlefield is cut into countless pieces, and the battle progress is different. The players at both ends of the defense line blew up the heads of the Zerg hosts, forcing the Zerg to abandon the army that was formed with great difficulty and pass through them in the form of the main body to approach the mainland. The players can stop a huge pirate, but what can they do with the bugs that are too small to see clearly? If they mix in the water, they can dye the sea water black and then spread. The different progress of the battlefield is reflected here. Some have already fought with the Zerg, while others have not even seen the shadow of the Zerg. Some Zerg have already dyed the sea surface black, while others are still fighting with the host parasitized by the Zerg. This is the inevitable consequence of the long battle line and too many participants. An excellent general can effectively command the battle of hundreds of thousands of people, which is not true for the Zerg and the players. The Zerg can achieve unity and order, which is the advantage of their special racial structure. But there should be no doubt that the only leader of the Zerg Queen, can be considered an excellent general? That is definitely not the case. Sun Tzu's Art of War 36 Stratagems. Whether the Zerg Queen has heard of it is a question. And any race that relies on continuous reproduction to gain numerical advantage, to crush the enemy, is also difficult to develop the military literacy of China's historical accumulation. So the current situation has emerged naturally. The South China Sea, which was divided into countless battlefields due to the distance of the straight line, gave the Kingdom Knights, who were few in number, the opportunity to defend the entire coastline. The first battlefield to be headshot and break through the player's direction with the Zerg body was the battlefield located in the Beast God Wilderness Sea. When the sea was quickly dyed black, the Kingdom Knights, who received the information from the public channel, passed through the space gate opened by the Dragon Clan and arrived at the coast accurately. The existence of space transmission made everything extremely smooth. Otherwise, with the length of this defense line stretching tens of millions of miles, even if they could create a time difference, the Kingdom Knights would not be able to arrive in time. The black color spread on the sea surface, and at a glance it seemed that the entire sea was dyed black. The neatly lined up Knights of the Kingdom finished their team repairs and trotted directly into the shallow sea. Under the orderly command, one command and one action, the spreading black was eliminated in the faint blue fire. Fire. The Kingdom Knights who took out the insecticide spray pressed the switch in unison, and the faint blue fire fell, and the black sea surface was instantly covered with a layer of blue fluorescence. The energy of the black blood stone is famous for being uncontrollable. Once it is stimulated, it has the momentum to destroy the enemy and itself. Unstoppable. And a move will destroy everything in the world. This is also the reason why no player used the black blood stone in the defense line of hundreds of millions of people. There are too many players. Their abilities are uneven, and their qualities are different. Once something goes wrong, the players who are not affected by the black blood stone will naturally be fine. But this South China Sea and the countless creatures in the South China Sea are hard to say. In fact, when seeing those flames burning along the Black Sea surface, those Kingdom Knights immediately felt fortunate that they did not let the players cast it at will. The out-of-control energy of the black blood stone not only annihilated the black seawater composed of densely packed insects, it actually annihilated the seawater. The blue light grew along the sea surface against the wind, burning everything. It looked like burning, but in fact, it was more accurately described as annihilating all tangible things. The Zerg was just an additional bonus. The out-of-control energy was even annihilating the seawater. It was just because the South China Sea was vast, so the disappearance of seawater in a small area did not cause a greater impact. But the disappearance of seawater in a small area would not always be small. In fact, the out-of-control energy of the black blood stone spread very quickly, or to be more precise, it was too fast to annihilate everything, and any existence contaminated by the blue flame was almost instantly annihilated. Hundreds of thousands of Kingdom troops sprayed insecticides that quickly connected in just a few minutes, chasing the Black Sea surface, and then overtaking it, dyeing the sea surface in front of them a dark blue. Hundreds of thousands of Kingdom Knights were in the blue flames, because the energy of the black blood stone had no effect on them. They were in the fire without any movement, waiting for the next order. But soon, the situation changed again. As mentioned before, the blue flames annihilate all tangible things. The blue flames that spread rapidly on the sea surface, while constantly annihilating the sea water, have been spreading downwards. In a short period of time, in the vast South China Sea, it has burned a blank area occupied by blue flames with uncontrolled energy. Behind the defense line, the players on the seabed and the ground who were indifferent caught something in their peripheral vision, looked up and made surprised sounds. I saw the blue light above the sea surface suppressing the black liquid that kept spreading, and it penetrated the seabed. The new players, who didn't remember what it was at the first time, looked up at this scene and marveled, until a few seconds later, it brushed past the players and landed completely on the seabed. The players were speechless. The land beneath their feet suddenly disappeared in the beautiful blue light, leaving them no time to react. The ground was instantly emptied, and it seemed that it was about to completely penetrate the ground and go deeper. The players behind them were all shorter, and they fell rapidly as the ground thinned. The speed was so fast that the Kingdom Knights, who were half submerged in the sea, had no time to react, and the blue had already swept the entire sea. The commander who had been observing this scene calmly issued a new order. Put out the fire. The Kingdom Knight, who had been motionless, pressed the black blood stone and interrupted the energy supply of these out-of-control energies. The blue flames that threatened to destroy the South China Sea were quickly extinguished by the seawater. In a blink of an eye, the seawater poured back into the blank area that had just been annihilated, restoring it. As for the Zerg, even a layer of the seabed was annihilated, and the seawater was burned out of a blank area, so the Zerg could not survive. In fact, The commander made sure that the black visible to the naked eye on the sea surface disappeared, and the situation below was on the verge of getting out of control. So he asked the Kingdom Knight to put away the black blood stone. The players below talked a lot, and some people broke away from the defense line without order, emerged from the sea, and met the Kingdom Knight. Then the personal progress of the task eliminate the Zerg, save the South China Sea dropped instantly, and they were scared to return to the team. But this could not stop the players below from talking a lot. After all, they were idle anyway. The Kingdom Knights did not rush to leave, but lined up in place, waiting for the next order. The commander used the communicator to contact the NPC sitting in the ether signal observer, and confirm that the Zerg here had been cleared. And then the team went to the next battlefield where they were fighting against the Zerg. Most of the Kingdom Knights left this place with a space teleport with the help of the distant dragons. But not all of them evacuated, in order to ensure that there would be no fish that slipped through the net or Zerg coming from other seas. The Kingdom Knights left a company stationed in the original place. This battle between the Zerg and the players was, to be precise, a melee. It was in this way that the battlefield was cut. The Zerg host was rushed through, and the Zerg body was wiped out in a chain operation that the situation was controlled in an orderly manner. And the Zerg was put under great pressure in return. The pressure that the Zerg brought to the mainland can only be said to be almost zero, and the remaining little bit is on the bored players, because the players are too bored and impatient. This is the biggest problem of the players, and it is also their unavoidable shortcomings. After all, players come to play games, not to be voluntary laborers to build infrastructure in another world. Of course, now they are basically doing what the latter should do. However, the players' impetuousness was soon attracted by the new policies issued after the reform of the education system on Earth. There are hundreds of new policies, which are very detailed. There are not many related to holographic games, but a few are enough to confuse everyone. There have been rumors that holographic games will become part of the new education system, but no one said it is such a part. The mandatory learning youth trading model will limit some game content, strengthen learning and education functions, so that every teenager can grow up healthily and strive to be a new era of youth. And the social animals who have graduated are honored to welcome the advanced courses. Punching in, completing tasks to get points, and other measures have been launched online, turning the game into a learning app. Under these policies, most people's attention is focused on reality, and there are many discussions, conspiracy theories, and spies. The country's attitude towards this is very firm. It can't be unfirm. And this is not something that can be retreated or not. The threat to wildlife in the three areas of the Earth's oceans, sky, and mountains is imminent. If someone is lucky and thinks that there is still room for choice under the general trend, as long as they take a look at the sea where the roots have been completely suspended, they will know the true meaning of the revival of spiritual energy. Although humans claim to be the masters of the Earth, the global spiritual revival proves that in the eyes of the Earth, all living things are equal. The trend of engulfing the world has been completely formed today, when the concentration of Earth's ether is constantly increasing. China can only move forward and cannot retreat. How can it abandon the already dominant situation and choose to stick to the old pattern? Although the Zerg did not bring the pressure it deserved to the continent, another existence brought heavier pressure to the continent players, who had a bad reputation from the beginning, suddenly became countless. The more the kingdom suppressed the Zerg in the South China Sea, the more it proved the threat of players. This can only make the Diamond Empire and the Beast God Wilderness more worried. Especially the kingdom's intention to conquer is so obvious that it is just short of pointing the sword at the Neva Plain and the Beast God Wilderness. Even if the suddenness of the Zerg hinders the kingdom's pace, no one will doubt that the kingdom will stop its conquest after the Zerg problem is solved. So after the Zerg was easily stopped by the players and made no progress, the continent suddenly became lively again. The Diamond Empire and the Beast God Wilderness had frequent exchanges, and even tried to communicate with the other three forces that had been invisible for a long time. To be honest, He Xingwen personally hoped that they could establish a communication channel with the three forces. After all, once the door was opened, no one could stop him from contacting the three forces. You know, He Xingwen is still worried about the Zerg that has not been eliminated in the three forces. He has been influenced by novels and TV dramas. This hidden danger will sooner or later become the flag of the protagonist in novels and movies. Of course, since he is the protagonist, he will be fine after some trials. But He Xingwen is not worried about himself. He is standing in the place where the gods fall. Even if the flag falls, it will not affect him. He Xingwen is worried about the intelligent creatures of the three forces, and even more worried about unnecessary deaths. The numbers that are lightly mentioned in the novel will evolve into floating corpses for hundreds of miles in reality. And they cannot be stopped. Blood stains the South China Sea. And the sea water changes color. And the lives of the living beings are charred. However, as the situation progresses further, He Xingwen realizes that he underestimated the intelligent creatures of this world. When the battle in the South China Sea was steadily advancing, and the number of Zerg was gradually decreasing, He Xingwen received a report from the observer. In addition to the report on the battlefield situation in the South China Sea, the progress of player infrastructure construction, and the progress of mineral vein exploration, the other party also mentioned in the report that all Zerg on the mainland have been completely eliminated. I can only say that it is worthy of being an undead creature. He Xingwen handed the report to Nulita and said with emotion, if you think about it carefully, the weaknesses caused by the evolution of the Zerg are actually very obvious. Nulita glanced at the report and was not interested. He never thought that the existence of the floating abyss would be affected by the Zerg. Although immortality is not so rare in this world, immortality and immortality are not the same. Therefore, when Nulita suggested that the players contact the Undead Canyon last time, his reason had nothing to do with the Zerg, but to create an excuse for the king to contact. He Xingwen glanced at his expression and did not continue the topic. He started another conversation. I don't think the players have harassed you much. Indeed, because of the existence of He Xingwen and others, the situation within the players is countless times better than Nulita initially thought. For example, he stayed among the players for a while not long ago and was not harassed by the players. That only proves that they are more orderly than I thought. Nulita sighed artificially. King, I have been staying with them for a few days, and there is a question that I must ask. He Xingwen looked at Nebulita. I have been waiting for this question for a long time. Who are they? He Xingwen organized his words. Leaders among the players. I know they are leaders. Nebulita, I mean, what are they? He looked at He Xingwen and said, not the Emperor. Not the Federation. Not the tribe. What is it? He Xingwen pointed in the direction of the two inscriptions standing in the city center. Haven't you heard the details of the kingdom's political system? Nebulita did not hesitate. That thing is not feasible at all except outside the kingdom. He Xingwen scratched his head, feeling that his childish answer was exposed in public. That is the ideal state. And they are on the road to achieving this ideal state. Nebulita frowned, thought for 2 seconds, and asked directly, so, the upper and lower are united. The order is in place, and everyone is for the country. He Xingwen probably understood what shocked Nebulita to ask this question. He was naturally shocked by He Xingwen when beside him he stood too high, and met only the selected existences, and did not see the majority of the ignored below. He Xingwen tactfully reminded him, everything is in good order. It seems you have forgotten the trip to the South China Sea with the player. Nulita remembered it clearly, and then he reacted instantly, slightly relaxing his brows. But he did not show any relief. As I said before, there are too many players. So many that no one will underestimate their existence. I watched those players for a long time a few days ago. Nebulita said, in the end, I found that I had to come back to you. Nebulita asked a question that he should have asked when he first came into contact with the kingdom. What does the kingdom want to do? He Xingwen did not hesitate. Just like he told He Xingwen the answer a few months ago. With a normal tone, save the world. Nebulita was not surprised by this answer. He continued, since it has come to this point, why not be more direct and explain the whole story in more detail? He Xingwen then told the other party the main task, which can be said to be nothing hidden. Let's not talk about whether the demon is trustworthy or not. But if the demon can rebel in the current situation, it can only be said that he is mentally ill. The so-called absolute strength suppression is not a casual statement. Just hundreds of millions of players are enough for He Xingwen to push the entire continent. Even if the demon rebels, it can't find a target to rely on who can compete with the kingdom. After listening to He Xingwen's words, Nebulita was silent for a while, and did not ask anything. He said, the kingdom must start preparing for the final battle. Nebulita raised the report in his hand, and said, since the Zerg cannot threaten the mainland, we should end the Zerg accident as soon as possible and continue to conquer the Beast God Wilderness. He Xingwen thought for a while. The Zerg Mother is not a problem. The main thing is that the Zerg in the South China Sea has not been completely resolved. If we rashly threaten the Zerg Mother, it may alert the Zerg to retreat from the battlefield and go back to rescue the Zerg Mother. Once the Zerg retreats, the players will definitely not be able to catch up. He Xingwen is very self-aware. With the order and number of players, once they start to move, it will only become a disaster. It is better to let them be a wall. Nubleta spread his hands and said, "Do you think that after the Zerg is wiped out to a certain number, the Zerg will still fight to the death? The Zerg has never read military books. But when any race is close to extinction, even a fool knows to run away." He Xingwen reacted, "So what you mean is, attack the Zerg mother, threaten her life, and let her fall into the trap?" Nubleta nodded. "There is no need to use the Holy Guard. Once it attacks, it will not give the Zerg a chance to come back to rescue the Zerg mother. We have to find an enemy that can delay time, create pressure, and will not die easily under the counterattack of the Zerg mother." He Xingwen, "Player, your majesty is not clear about the situation of the wormhole." Nubleta was very sorry that he could not play the role of the player. It is essentially a teleportation array with many connections. With the strength of the player, if he enters the wormhole, he may not even be able to find the location of the Zerg mother, and be directly teleported to an unknown location. He Xingwen was thinking about the right person. And suddenly, he was slightly stunned. And his tone was a little strange. "Undead Canyon?" Nubleta responded quickly. "Have the players contacted the Undead Canyon?" "More than that." He Xingwen looked in a certain direction, and said in the sudden boiling anger of the kingdom, "Guests from afar should know what courtesy is. Right?" Chapter 182 Global Public Beta 6 The Undead Emperor. At the critical moment of the global public beta of the holographic game, a group of players did not join in the fun. This was not a big deal. After all, considering the chaos in the kingdom at that time, there was really no need to join in the fun. As for when the order was slightly stabilized and the players entered the infrastructure boom, it can only be said that they were lucky not to join in the fun. Otherwise they would have to start the sad journey of being forced to move bricks like other players. But when the mainland was in turmoil, players took on the large-scale task to eliminate the Zerg, save the South China Sea, and entered the South China Sea to prepare for an unprecedented war. The situation was different. Large-scale task. The task rewards are rich, and the task difficulty is low. It would be a pity to miss it. So the players who are still in the Undead Canyon began to think about the strategy to break the deadlock. It's not that this group of players was in the same situation before, but the situation in the dungeon is really hard to say. If there is a choice, who would be willing to stay in a dungeon for several months? Isn't this a choice? In fact, if they can still log off normally and communicate with other players on Earth, they don't even know that several months have passed game time, because there is no concept of time in the Undead Canyon. The dead do not need food, rest, or long sleep. Just like the endless team walking towards the door on the first floor of the Undead Canyon. When the player mistakenly enters it, they are moving towards the door. And when the player enters the door, they are still moving forward on the first floor, never stopping. The reason why the players lost their specific concept of time is that this place is self-contained, and the passage of time is different from the outside world, which caused the players to be slightly trapped by the situation. But the time in the outside world has already passed 3 months in a flash. Since the world turned upside down, the situation has exceeded the players' expectations, and has completely gone out of control due to the disappearance of Anuta. Fortunately, this group of players were selected by the devil. With the devil's attainments in human nature, it is impossible to choose the wrong person. So although the situation is unclear, Dudu, Li and Wang Xian still completed the basic operations of meeting the Undead Emperor and reuniting the team, and then prepared to complete the task according to the ship. That is, to establish contact with the Undead Canyon. The problem lies here. The Valley of the Dead has not been in contact with the mainland for such a long time. The Diamond Empire, Ezigen, and the Salfa Federation have not been exempted. Why can the kingdom send a few players to establish contact? What should the actual ruler of the Valley of the Dead, the boss of all the undead, look like? If he is a living intelligent creature, what race should he be to transcend everything and become the ruler of the undead? If he is a dead undead, what should he look like to have such authority and be respected among the dead? Anyway, before really entering the core area of the Valley of the Dead, it is difficult for players to have a specific definition of this. The hand clapped, and the 3 players present felt lighter, and everything changed. In the blink of an eye, they came from the green mountains and green waters to a white place. Dudu stuffed the black blood stone into the space bag and looked around. Wang Xian, who had not reacted at all, looked up and was stunned. In front of them, there was a vast galaxy of soul fire. interspersed in the white fog, with no end in sight. Behind them, there was an endless white fog that rose and fell suddenly, and the endless corpses under the white fog were revealed as the white fog rose and fell suddenly. In addition, apart from the 13 players who arrived in an instant, there was only that hand. The players first exclaimed enthusiastically at the scene in front of them, then exchanged known information, and finally fell silent, looking around again, trying to find a trace of the undead emperor from this strange scene. So the players' eyes fell on the hand one after another, and whispers followed. The necromancer is a hand? Nonsense. How is that possible? This must be just a part of him. Think about it carefully. Since he is so powerful, he might be able to split his body into countless pieces. Then why did he bring us here? Did he scare us with the soul fire of the skeleton? Or did he scare us with the corpse under the white fog? I don't think so. Right? It doesn't sound good. And why would he scare us? So, is this the necromancer? The players whispered to each other as if they didn't exist, and got the other party's answer. The hand disappeared from their sight. Disappeared? Does it mean it's a negation? Maybe he went to find his head? Hands can't talk. So of course, he needs a mouth to communicate with us. I don't think there's something wrong with this statement. Does the magic world also talk about science? Don't they use whatever they want to talk? Why do they have to use a mouth? I think you've strayed off topic. The point now is that the hand has run away, and we're the only ones left here. What should we do next? The players suddenly realized, and then fell into deep thought in the vast and silent white fog. After a short meditation, the players began to try various communication methods. First, they explained their intentions to the air, then proposed voluntary pest control, and finally proposed the kingdom's intention to establish contact with the Valley of the Dead. But none of them received a response. On the contrary, the players who talked to themselves looked like a group of fools. Then the players began to try other unconventional methods, such as black bloodstone. The black bloodstone, as always, instantly began to eliminate the white fog, revealing the faintly visible sea of corpses underneath. The players took a breath and immediately stopped the fire. The large hole that was burned through was covered by the white fog again, covering the dense corpses. The sudden rise and fall of the white fog did allow for the vague sight of corpses underneath. But the fact that there was no burning through a large area to reveal the thousands of feet of corpses within reach made the players more aware of what was underneath the white fog. It looks like it's dead. A player said, it's different from the skeletons we saw before. They've been dead for a long time and are black. In that case, the skeletons we encountered before were indeed white and clean. I was wondering if the planner was actually a human being. He knew that skeletons were scary, so he beautified them. Now it seems that I thought too much. How could the planner be a human being? So the ones we encountered before were newly dead, and the ones below have been dead for many years? Wang Xian suddenly asked, actually, I'm thinking about another thing. Where do the undead in the Valley of the Dead come from? The players thought for a moment and gave the answer. Isn't this the underworld? Then don't all the dead people on the continent have to come to the Valley of the Dead? Li thought, but the underworld is because there is the concept of reincarnation in our traditional culture. There is no reincarnation in the setting of this game. So how can there be an underworld? Dudu suddenly realized, so, this is not the underworld. It is the abyss of the dead. Wang Xian didn't keep up with their brainstorming, and humbly asked for advice. So where do the undead creatures in the Valley of the Dead come from? Dudu, of course. The living people become undead after they die. What's the difference between this and not saying it? Wang Xian looked at Li depressed. Li said a few more words. But if all the living people on the continent can become undead after death, then the undead valley would have been overpopulated long ago. So I guess that the origin of the undead abyss is inseparable from the undead emperor, who is said to have never been replaced. Wang Xian thought for 2 seconds. The history of the continent is only 5 eras. In the first era, the Father God created the ether and all things. In the second era, the gods were born only from the authority of the Father God. In the third era, the Father God fell, and the world was on the verge of destruction in the Dark Ages. The fifth era is now, and all things are living in a miserable way. Among these eras, only the fall of the Father God can be related to the undead emperor. Could it be that the Father God became the undead emperor after his fall? This nonsense was enthusiastically agreed by the players. But any natives who knew the history would not have such a guess, because the undead valley bordered this world in the fifth era. It was not the natives of this world at all. In other words, The players' seemingly reasonable analysis was completely wrong. But these players were just doing nothing and making blind analysis. Apart from that, they had nothing else to do. The state of doing nothing continued until the players suddenly learned that the task of eliminate the Zerg, save the South China Sea had begun. And then, they suddenly realized that 3 months of game time had passed in the outside world. So the players urgently adjusted their plans, and started to do the real work looking for the undead emperor. I don't think we need to look for him, Dudu pondered. The other party must be here anyway. The question is how to communicate with him. We talked for a long time just now. But he didn't respond at all? Could he be asleep? A player made a guess that was a bit strange. But it made sense after careful consideration. After all, he has lived for so long. So it's normal for him to sleep for a long time. Right? So, let's use the black blood stone to make a big noise. Another player thought, wake him up? Lee thought this was not a good idea. The black blood stone is too lethal. None of us know what's going on here. Don't poke a hole in the sky later. If it were a normal player, the next sentence would be if the sky is pierced. Wouldn't there be another new copy? This kind of reckless words is the reason why players are able to suppress high-risk creatures such as iron-eating ants and doodlin, which bring huge threats to the indigenous people of the mainland. The indigenous people live in this world, but their lives are just a game in the eyes of the players. And the players' disorder comes from this. But this team may not be that outstanding, but their character is absolutely trustworthy. So after Lee's words fell, the others all nodded and agreed with him. Dudu took over the conversation. Then, there is no other way. Speaking of this, she suddenly stood up and took a few steps forward. The Milky Way seemed to be in front of her, but it was actually out of reach. She took a few steps forward, but the distance between her and the Milky Way did not change at all. Dudu then turned around and walked towards the white mist that suddenly appeared and disappeared behind her. She walked a few steps quickly, still maintaining a close distance, but out of reach. The players understood it now, and walked around the white mist under their feet for several miles, and found that this place not only had no time, but also had no concept of space. They were clearly moving forward, but each person maintained a stable distance from the surroundings. Only the distance between each other was getting farther and farther to prove that they were indeed moving forward. The players took a few steps each, and in order to avoid another 3 months passing by without noticing, they quickly ended the test behavior and gathered together again. Dudu said with a serious expression, "This mission is too difficult." Li sighed. I knew that the devil's mission was not so easy to complete. Wang Xian looked around and returned to the topic. What should we do next? This place can neither return to the city for free nor does time pass. Now even the sense of space is lost. Another player said, how about we wait for the next wave of players? Anyway, if this mission is not completed, there will always be the next wave of players to continue the mission. Right? Then we can't take on several large missions at the moment. A player muttered, I heard that it's very lively outside now. Dudu sat cross-legged on the white fog, who made us unable to find anyone to negotiate with. This mission is impossible to do at all. Li fell into deep thought. So the question is, why did the undead emperor ignore us? I think he might really be asleep, Wang Xian said on the side. The players were talking about it, and they were actually planning to give up and wait for the next wave of players. After all, they didn't feel that time passed slowly here, and waiting was not boring. Maybe the next wave of players would appear in the next second. Although it was a pity that they couldn't do those large tasks. The players present were relatively open-minded, and their obsession was not so deep that they had to join in the fun. But when the players were about to give up, the situation on the scene changed again. The white fog suddenly became thicker. The players present suddenly realized that a certain existence was looking at them. It was like someone finally woke up from a deep sleep. Or like someone who was inspecting the scenery finally realized that there were a few more ants not far away. In short, after thinking of many ways, and even using the black blood stone to test it, the player who had spent more than 3 months here finally met the real owner's sight. And the moment the sight fell, the player also confirmed one thing the other party had just noticed them. In a moment of silence, Dudu spoke first, and quickly described the situation on the continent and the purpose of the visit. The Zerg spread on the continent by parasitizing the host. More than half of the South China Sea has fallen into the Zerg. They drive the dead to prepare to attack the continent. The kingdom confirmed that there are Zerg in the Valley of the Dead. So let us do voluntary deworming and establish contact information by the way. Good man. This series of words almost made Dudu suffocate. Li secretly gave Dudu an elbow. Is your communication skill invalid? Well, the previous string of words was in vain after all. There is still a language barrier between players and the natives of the mainland. And it all depends on communication skills for translation. Just when Dudu finished applying the communication skill to himself and was about to do it again, the white mist moved slightly, and a voice sounded from the minds of the players present. Their method is much higher than that of other creatures on the mainland. It is a one-to-many consciousness communication, the kind that does not require translation at all. Of course, it can be understood as pulling a group. But the group owner is the other party, who has the authority to control the order of speaking, so that the communication within the group does not fall into chaos. It has been handled. The communication of consciousness is silent. It emerges in the mind, just like an ordinary idea. But the human associative ability will consciously dub it to distinguish the existence that does not belong to the original thoughts of the brain. Dudu made up a weathered voice for him in his mind. Dudu, what? The Zerg in the Valley of the Dead has been dealt with. The other party's temper was unexpectedly good. Li, it's dealt with now. Too fast. Isn't it? Wang Xian, fuck. Awesome. This must be a big boss at least. Of course. Another small disadvantage of consciousness communication is that without training, intelligent creatures with shallow consciousness can easily blurt out their innermost thoughts. The voices of other players rang out one after another, and soon only 2 or 3 people were left to talk. Although Dudu was a little shocked by this way of conversation, considering that this might be the secret chat function that the player has not yet unlocked. She shifted her attention to the task, and then after noticing that the other party was particularly easy to talk to, she seized the opportunity and said, then established contact. The other party seemed puzzled. The undead have always been unwelcome. What's the point of the dead interfering with the world of the living? Li recalled the comments of the undead creatures before him. He was neither dead nor alive. So he said confidently, but we are not alive either. The other party was really good-tempered. Hearing this, he explained, of course you are alive. But in this world, you are not a complete life. The conversation between the two sides suddenly became quiet. Although it is said that the planners are always used to breaking the fourth wall, so that players are almost used to hearing similar words from various NPCs. Habit does not mean that they will not have endless fantasies. Wang Xian scratched his head, remembered the point mentioned by the demon before, and broke the silence. So you have no opinion on the Zerg driving corpses? The other party. Why should I have an opinion? They are so weak. If you don't think of more ways, how can they survive? What the hell? The players recalled the scene of corpses all over the South China Sea, and they were speechless for a while. Dudu guessed from his words why the other party had such a good temper. It was because in the eyes of the other party, they were too weak. Whether it was the Zerg or the players, in the eyes of the other party, they were all struggling to survive. So the other party seemed to have a particularly good temper. After all, when encountering a cute cub that could be killed with one hand, most humans also had a good temper. Of course, considering their experience in the Valley of the Dead, the other party's idea did not seem to be excessive. After all, the difficulty of this dungeon was indeed very high. The player relied on cheating, referring to the Black Blood Stone, to directly reach the final level, but was stuck in the final level for more than 3 months. And now he has not even seen the true body of the undead king. Although Li had many wows to say, the opponent's weakness was so obvious that if he didn't take advantage of it, he would be sorry for the planner's painstaking arrangement. Unfounded planner? Li seized the opportunity and said, yes. Everyone is struggling to survive. It's not easy for them. And it's not easy for us either. The other party proved that he was not a fool with one sentence. You won't die. How can undead creatures and Zerg be generalized? When Li was choked by a sentence and coughed wildly, Wang Xian took over the conversation and said, but the king, other people in the kingdom, dwarves, druids, etc., will still die. The other party really showed a good temper again. So the kingdom wants me to help? It doesn't seem so. The player clicked on his task description and read it for a long time, thinking that this task was just to open a map. But the other party's tone was completely letting the players make their own prices. So the players were eager to move. But no one took the opportunity. Finally, it was Dudu who spoke up. The king just asked us to establish contact with the Undead Canyon, and didn't mention whether the Undead Canyon needed help. Li, it shouldn't be to the point where we need help. Wang Xian, it's mainly because the Undead Canyon has not been in contact with the outside world for too long. So the king. The other party seemed a little confused. Too long? I just rested for a while to recover from my injuries. Has it been too long? The scene fell into silence again. Lee, I almost forgot that there is no time here. So it's normal that the other party's concept of time is different from others. When the players fell silent, the other party spoke again. But since you all found this place, I'll take a look at the situation outside. For some reason, the players all had a bad feeling. Maybe because of the other party's tone. Or maybe because of the words the other party used. But the other party did not stop, but continued to ask, where is the kingdom? I'll take a look at the kingdom by the way. One player gave an address at a loss, but did not realize what the other party meant by take a look. The conversation continued, but the outside world suddenly changed dramatically. It was just that the players in the core of the Undead Canyon did not notice what was happening outside. By the way, although he had a bad feeling, Lee still diligently continued to bring up another thing the devil had mentioned before. Can you introduce us to the Planktonic Abyss and the Elf Kingdom? The other party didn't care. That's easy. The Plankton will be here soon. The 13 players all looked confused. Ah! The cracked land? The white fog? The always calm Undead Canyon suddenly changed dramatically, and layers of phantoms emerged in the whiteness. There were long queues of skeletons. There were quiet places with green waters and green mountains. There were endless seas of corpses, and so on. Phantoms like these slowly occupied this empty and cracked land. I don't know when the fog spread to the front of the Undead Canyon. And then in the blink of an eye, the whole world was covered with a layer of white fog. At the same time, He Xingwen looked in the direction of the Valley of the Dead, and said in the anger of the kingdom, guests from afar should know what courtesy is. Right? The white fog that covered the entire world at the same time suddenly dissipated from the kingdom's territory and stopped outside the kingdom's territory. The kingdom's anger had not even begun before it lost its target. The other party retreated too quickly. The other party, who was in the process of a consciousness dialogue, gave his evaluation of the scene in the kingdom's territory that he saw at a glance. Too lively. Chapter 183 Global Public Beta 7 Establishing Contact and Plankton. It is hard to say whether the other party's words too lively refer to the anger of the entire kingdom or the players everywhere. But at the moment, no one can ask him this question, because the chain of follow-ups caused by the emergence of white fog in the mainland, the South China Sea, and even the entire world have rushed in, leaving no buffer time. After the white fog stopped outside the kingdom's territory, the white fog in the South of Federation stayed for a few minutes, and soon withdrew from the Federation for unknown reasons. The Diamond Empire and other forces are wondering about the origin of the white fog, and the floating abyss, which has been silent for a long time like the Undead Canyon, responded immediately. Dots of translucent creatures shook their tails from the floating abyss. In an instant, they appeared in the white fog of the Undead Canyon, and in the next second, they passed through several phantom-like and real-like existences, and drove straight into the silent gaze of countless undead. Nulita, who was talking to He Xingwen, spent a few seconds to connect the context of the conversation, and then realized something from the kings. Not only the undead have come to the kingdom, the demon looked into the distance, which was normal. Although the demon's vision was far superior to that of humans, it still had its limits. At least at this distance, he saw nothing. Nulita retracted his gaze and denied this guess to himself. Impossible. Although Nulita carefully selected a group of players to contact the Undead Canyon, he believed that this group of players could exceed the task. But it was impossible to bring back the entire army of undead in just a few months. The superior status of the Undead Canyon is not just talk. It is owned by strength. Such a large Undead Canyon is located on the continent. No one has been able to break through the barrier for tens of thousands of years. Seeing the Undead Emperor is enough to prove the other party's strength. How powerful must the player be to invite the undead army out of the Undead Canyon? After Nulita sorted this out, he asked the king, what happened? He Xingwen's expression was also a little strange. I'm afraid you really guessed wrong. The movement outside is really not small. Not only is it not small, the feeling that the other party's glimpse just now gave He Xingwen can only be said to be omnipresent and invincible. That is not a contest between people, but an existence that humans cannot touch. If the gods are still there, perhaps it can only be the other party. Just by a glance, it gives the person being watched infinite pressure. But this world has no gods anymore. So, He Xingwen suddenly thought of a question. When did the abyss of the dead connect with this world? The ether on Nulita's body fluctuated layer by layer, rippling from here to a more distant place. showing all the areas that could not be reached by sight. The white fog outside the kingdom. The white fog on the continent. And even the sudden change of the abyss of the dead. All fell into Nulida's perception. Nulida instinctively answered the king's question. It was a little later than the Golden Age. But at that time, there were too many civilizations that bordered the kingdom one after another. So it was hard to say who came first and who came later. It's just that the Valley of the Dead, except for the initial contact with us and the friction with the floating abyss, has never actively contacted the outside world. He Xingwen touched his chin. It seems that the players have exceeded their tasks. Nulida came back to his senses in the scene of the overwhelming white fog. This is the work of the undead emperor. Although the player's goal is to establish contact, how can the undead emperor be thrown directly at his doorstep? When He Xingwen had a brief conversation with Nebulida, everything around him also reacted to the white fog. The players under the South China Sea looked up at the white fog that suddenly covered the sea surface. It even appeared in the sea. But the sea water kept floating, so that the existence of the white fog was difficult to see. Fuck. Why is it foggy? No. There is no weather change in this world. How can it be foggy? This fog is a bit thick. Why do I feel that there is fog everywhere in the South China Sea? The players talked about it. In the kingdom that was not covered by fog, countless intelligent creatures of different races cast their eyes into the distance. The immortals recalled the long-lost and vague memory fragments. At the beginning of the Fifth Era, when countless turbulent civilizations bordered the continent, there seemed to be such a fog, which covered the entire continent in an instant, and disappeared quietly after a moment. Unlike the thoughtful immortals, the short-lived species, such as dwarves and mages, mostly just took a look from a distance, and put it behind their minds. But He Xingwen and his people were different. All the abnormalities in this world, to be precise, all normal or abnormal existences, they would collect relevant information, analyze their causes, and establish archives, so that the huge think tank on the earth could formulate corresponding countermeasures. Even though mortals are so weak that they are useless to this world except death, He Xingwen and his team are still doing things that seem ridiculous to the strong, such as formulating these countermeasures and finding a way out for the players. Unlike those intelligent creatures that cannot do anything effective to the existence of the white fog, the floating organisms have excellent mobility. However, they cross several layers of space in a moment and were about to reach the player's location. At the same time, the conversation that only existed in the consciousness continued. Although I didn't understand what the other party meant by really lively, the player could intuitively grasp the current situation through another thing. The progress of the task of establishing contact with the undead canyon jumped from 20% to 80%. Just one step away. Dudu seized the opportunity and continued, "If you agree, we will go back and tell the king, and then discuss how to establish contact." The other party's tone has never changed. Of course, we can't expect a consciousness in the mind to have such behavior as tone change. People define their voices and their intonations. But in fact, these are just wishful thinking of others, and have nothing to do with the other party. I'll ask him. Who to ask? A question mark appeared in the player's mind. And some players with weak willpower had already blurted it out, and got the other party's answer. Your king. The other party answered the player's doubts in a good-tempered manner, and then paused for a moment, and said to the player, "Oh, the plankton is coming." The player, who was still trying to understand the meaning of the other party's words, subconsciously looked up, and saw the uninvited guest. A group of thumb-sized translucent creatures appeared in the white mist at some point. There were not many of them, and they were extremely small. When they floated in the air, they looked like ornamental creatures. It was hard to think that they were intelligent creatures. Is this a plankton? The players were very surprised, because the size of the other party was really hard to give people a sense of threat. The thumb-sized translucent creature, with a pool of clear water in its body. No bones and internal organs can be seen. When it is suspended in the air, it can't be related to the plankton abyss that is as famous as the Canyon of the Dead. That's right. The other party introduced the plankton to the players in a good mood. They have different ideas from me, and there were some conflicts. Later, I was seriously injured and ignored them. Lee was shocked and couldn't help interrupting the other party. Did they beat you seriously? The other party, they can't do this. When I left the last world, I left some stubborn diseases, and now it seems that it may be difficult to recover. Dudu suddenly realized something. So you are seriously injured now? The other party calmly confirmed Dudu's guess. The injury is serious and difficult to recover. Fuck. Awesome. A player blurted out again. Another player muttered, "Is there no upper limit to the force value in this world? High magic world. Understand? Even the gods are dead. So theoretically, the force value in this world may really have no upper limit, because the existence that represents the upper limit of the force value has completely fallen." The players were talking about it, but the plankton had already completed the conversation with each other. But the players didn't hear anything. The existence of these two is too much beyond them. If the undead king didn't take the initiative to appear, they would never be able to communicate with each other. But at least their fight scene is still based on this world, and can be observed by the players. The translucent creatures floating in the white mist suddenly moved in unison. In their concept of space, it was different from common sense. At least the player had walked for so long before, and didn't get any closer to the white mist and soul fire. But the other party easily passed this distance and arrived at the galaxy composed of soul fire. And then, the entire soul fire was destroyed. The world seemed to darken in an instant, and the light of illumination was lost. But the plankton lit up, and a little light flashed in the thumb-sized translucent body. The player dubbed the ever-changing scene in front of him. Fuck. Awesome. 666. The so-called opening the mouth to swallow the sun and the moon. But that's it. The galaxy was destroyed, and the other party turned to the other side. The tiny body trembled slightly, and the white mist dissipated in an instant. Only the white mist under the player's feet, like an isolated island, was preserved, allowing the player to sit in the VIP seat and continue to watch the scene. The white mist dissipated, and the boundless sea of corpses below was completely exposed to the players. The sea of corpses was stacked layer upon layer, boundless, as if it contained the entire world. The player was shocked by this scene, and before he could comment, he suddenly heard a sigh in his mind. The other party only sighed, and the next second the white mist revived and covered the sea of corpses again. The plankton that had absorbed all the starlight suddenly changed from the size of a thumb to a behemoth the size of the entire space. The player stood on the mist, and was compared to dust. He looked up at the other party, and could not see the end of the other party. But they could see clearly the countless soul fires in the belly of the plankton. Those soul fires grew larger, as the other party's body grew larger. At this moment, they were the size of a head, and swayed slightly in the other party's translucent body. The player stared at it for a few minutes, then suddenly reacted. It wasn't that the plankton grew bigger on its own initiative, but that the soul fire they swallowed forced the other party to grow so big to accommodate them. Because the soul fire was still growing, the other party was also growing. The space here seemed endless, and no matter how big the other party grew, it could not reach the end. Watching the plankton turn from a towering figure into a wall because of its large size, all the player could see was an extremely huge wall. If a creature had just arrived here, it would probably never have thought of what this luminous wall was made of, and would only think that the environment structure here was like this. After the plankton could no longer grow bigger, or to be more precise, the plankton could not break through the space here with the soul fire, and had to be limited by the space limit. This endless growth behavior came to an abrupt end. The wall suddenly cracked, and countless huge flames emerged from the wall, scattering faintly in the white mist. In the blink of an eye, it turned back to the starry sea composed of countless soul fires that the players saw at the beginning, flickering in the white mist, and the broken wall slowly fell from the sky, stretching for countless miles without an end in sight. The players winked. Is it over? The plankton is dead? Isn't this thing an undead creature? The players looked at the falling wall in unison, only to see several translucent shells slowly condensed on the layers of skin, still the size of a thumb, and a familiar figure could be vaguely seen in the shells. The shell emerged, and then the skin disappeared. After a few minutes, the shell broke, and a strip-shaped creature slightly smaller than a thumb crawled out of it. It was the plankton just seen. The other party grew up in the wind, and after crawling out of the shell for a few minutes, it returned to its original appearance. The players looked at each other in bewilderment. The fight between undead creatures is really interesting, but such a big show is just a waste of time. While you and I were going back and forth in the abyss of the dead, a conversation was also going on in the distant kingdom. He Xingwen stood up and invited the demon to meet the guests from afar, of course. The main function of the demon was to open space teleportation. The black hole unfolded at the border between the endless forest and the floating abyss. He Xingwen crossed a long distance and arrived at the end of the endless forest, and saw the strange existence of the floating abyss at a glance. The end of the endless forest is a bottomless abyss. Looking down, You can't see the end of the abyss. You can only vaguely see a little light emerging in the darkness. And looking into the abyss, you can only see endless darkness, as if there is nothing farther away from the abyss. From the map, it is indeed the case. Apart from Mangsing's jump in space, which keeps circulating from one end of the continent to the other, there is really nothing behind the floating abyss. The white mist floated above the floating abyss. And when Xingwen appeared, the white mist floated slightly. The light and shadow standing next to Xingwen looked at each other, and the database antivirus program was automatically started, erasing the consciousness that should have entered Xingwen's mind. Xingwen didn't know what happened. He only saw the white mist move slightly. And then, the words composed of white mist appeared. He thought that the other party was going to communicate in this way. So he looked at the words composed of white mist carefully. Your people are visitors from another world. And there are alien life forms beside you. But you are human? Alien life form. Xingwen looked at the light and shadow. And when their eyes met, he could not help but remain silent for a little longer. Although Tong did not speak, Xingwen did not say anything. After a brief look, Xingwen naturally moved his eyes away. But for some reason, the demon always felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Xingwen asked the other party, so what if you were human? The white mist moved slightly. And the text changed, you are not human. Xingwen had met many intelligent creatures who guessed that he was not human. And he was accustomed to this situation, but obviously, I am indeed human. The other party told him frankly, I can't see your death. All humans have an end. But you don't. So you are not human. Xingwen was stunned, considering the other party's identity. The credibility of the other party's words was obviously higher than that of others, so that Xingwen could not refute the other party with full confidence. He paused for a few seconds and continued, what do you mean by not being able to see my death? Do you mean I won't die? There are many kinds of beings that cannot see death. Not just undead creatures. The white mist quickly changed the text, but only humans are excluded. Their lives are pitifully short. They will dissipate in just a few hundred years. And death is just around the corner. Hundreds of years are actually quite a long time. Xingwen swallowed this complaint back, and believed it a little bit. So he continued to ask, then what are you and I? The white mist paused for a few seconds. How many kinds of life are there? How vast is the number of universes? How can anyone know everything? Xingwen cast his eyes on Tong again. Tong knew what he was thinking, and said firmly, you are definitely not the god of creation. Then what am I? This question lingered on Xingwen's lips. But he didn't say it out loud. This is actually not a very important answer. He talked about crossing dimensions when he was in love. And now it's just that his species is also in doubt. Xingwen put it behind his mind and continued to talk to the other party. How did my people talk to you? The white mist continued to float. I just woke up. So I came to see you and your kingdom. Xingwen was about to say something, but saw the white mist change again. I originally thought that when I woke up again, I should change to another world. But I didn't expect that the world remained the same. But the land of God's fall has become so lively. Xingwen closed his mouth. I can't help the living. If you need help after you die, you can come to me. Xingwen was about to say something but stopped. The other party didn't have the self-awareness that he had said nonsense. Maybe in his eyes, life and death are just two states, not the end. Xingwen recalled the conversation that was interrupted before the other party appeared, and asked for his opinion. The worm mother is in the wormhole. Can you help? Is she dead? No. Then I'm afraid I can't help. It seems that the undead can't be used. So who should I find to fight the worm mother? Xingwen thought, and said, so you just come to take a look? I'm here to establish a connection with the kingdom. The other party said, when the creatures in the kingdom die, I will take them away. Xingwen felt that the other party might have misunderstood the meaning of the 4 words establish a connection. And of course, it might be a misunderstanding caused by the words used in translation of different cultures. After all, Xingwen simply wanted to open a map. If the undead creatures were not too strong, they could be used as a reserve for the beast god field. Just in case. However, Xingwen did not know whether the undead creatures were strong or not. But their boss was strong enough to deter all unnecessary thoughts. Normal people would fight one-on-one. But this guy came up and directly opened a map of the entire continent. Who could afford to offend him? The other party's words continued. Their contributions to this world deserve to last forever after death, rather than disappearing. Xingwen's heart moved. God Slayer? God Slayer? The other party obviously did not know what this word meant. if you mean them. They once carried a part of this world. He Xingwen's eyebrows relaxed slightly, and he immediately changed his position. Then I'll leave it to you. The white mist floated, forming new words. We have established contact. He Xingwen seriously suspected that this translation did not meet the standard of Yaxinda, but he could understand it. So He Xingwen nodded. After agreeing on the NPC's funeral, the other party continued to chat and said, "Fortunately, I can't see your death." He Xingwen had several question marks on his face at the other party's sudden emotion. Was he so quickly conquered by his personality charm? You carry a part of this world. The other party said, you prevented this world from going to destruction. He Xingwen thought modestly, in fact, I just saved the world a few times casually. After a long time, He Xingwen realized why the standard of translation is to be accurate enough. Because if the translation is not accurate enough, it will cause major communication problems between the two parties in a dialogue. This is a bloody example. The other party had already told him the answer, but he still knew nothing at this time. Reading comprehension of translation is a very stupid thing, especially when the content of this translation even spans different worlds. But at this time, they happily interrupted the conversation, and He Xingwen, who felt that he was praised by the other party, reciprocated and praised the other party. The white mist that lasted for dozens of minutes slowly dissipated, announcing that the awakened undead emperor had retracted his sight. So, the problem now facing us is, who else can be the enemy candidate who can delay time, create pressure, and will not die easily under the counterattack of the insect mother? Nubleta seemed to be distracted. After a moment after He Xingwen's words fell, he reacted and gestured to the front and said, since the undead don't interfere in the affairs of the living, Plankton will not interfere in the affairs of the living. Right? He Xingwen didn't think Plankton was a good choice. After all, there was a precedent with the undead. Plankton, as another undead creature, would not be interested in such things anyway. Something is floating under the endless abyss. The next second after He Xingwen and the others looked over, the group of figures suddenly crossed the space and appeared in front of them. The thumb-sized translucent creatures were long and without any organs. From the appearance alone, they were not threatening at all. What did he say? He Xingwen stared at the small floating creatures for 2 seconds. Considering that the other party showed up on his own initiative, he simply asked, are you interested in the insect mother? The system killed the poison again, and wiped out the consciousness that tried to enter He Xingwen's brain. So, the little plankton formed words in front of He Xingwen. Not interested. The other party slowly spelled out the words. Too weak. Before He Xingwen could figure out what confidence the plankton had in saying the 2 words too weak, something unexpected happened. Can you kill me? Along with this question, the plankton suddenly crossed the border and came towards He Xingwen. In an instant, the kingdom was furious and everything roared. The light and shadows stretched out their hands, but were easily passed through by the other party in an instant. Nullida took a few steps forward, but it was useless. He couldn't keep up with the speed of the other party crossing the space. In a moment, the kingdom's anger had not accumulated yet, and the seemingly harmless plankton had already hit the target. He Xingwen widened his eyes, and in the slight pain, he felt a real sense of absurdity. The master of the undead, the controller of death, just swore that he could not see his death. So this flag takes effect immediately? Chapter 184 Global Public Beta 8 The End of Plankton. The system stared at its outstretched hand, and the calculation data soared instantly, crossing a critical line. The foundation of the entire world, the ether that has never been fully understood, suddenly caused a layer of ripples that no one noticed, spreading from here layer by layer. In the Salpha Federation, Li Wan was watching Noah's Arkansas. He had been doing this for thousands of years, maintaining the normal operation of Noah's Ark, the most core existence of the Federation. But after the main brain of Noah's Ark was officially moved, Noah's Ark has never had any problems in the past thousands of years. Until today, it suddenly lost control, although it was only a moment. If Li Wan had not been watching this place day and night, he might not even be able to detect the loss of control in just a few seconds. Noah's Ark. Li Wan murmured thoughtfully. Is this the crush of high-dimensional existence over low-dimensional creatures? While the distant Salpha Federation was bustling with excitement, the story of parting life and death was still playing out at the border of the endless forest and the plankton abyss. Although the plankton that crossed the border and rushed towards He Xingwen encountered multiple interceptions by the system, demons, and kingdoms in an instant, these interceptions did not work. The plankton easily crossed the space and came into contact with their target. The pain was amplified at the nerve endings and transmitted to the perception. After He Xingwen sighed that the flag fell so quickly, another thought emerged. Is my true race going to be revealed like this? Amid the roaring anger of the kingdom, the shaking of the earth, and the roar of all beasts, the scene fell into a brief silence. The pain was still real, but He Xingwen realized belatedly that it was just like being pricked by a needle. It was so weak that if he was not concentrating, he would even ignore it. He Xingwen looked down and saw that the group of plankton hit his arm. It seemed that they were really biting him seriously. But the size of the other party was there. The size of a thumb. Even if he bit hard, it would only cause a little pain at best. Moreover, the other party was very gentlemanly and did not rush to attack in groups, so it would be impossible to cause further damage. He Xingwen was silent for 2 seconds. In the background sound of the kingdom's anger, he reached out and carefully took down the plankton that hit his arm. He was very careful, for fear that he would kill the other party with too much force. Nubuta coughed and retracted his running steps. He repeated the words he used to introduce plankton a long time ago. The real immortals are reincarnated between life and death, between strong and weak. Their number is always constant. Because of their long life, they are keen to find ways to kill themselves completely. After that, he repeated one of the sentences, between strong and weak. Nubuta gestured to He Xingwen that the current situation was a concrete manifestation of the other party's weakness. He Tong had withdrawn his hand long ago. Logically, he should have remembered all the information about the other party as soon as he saw plankton and made a corresponding judgment on the threat level. But when the other party showed his desire to attack He Xingwen and turned it into action, his instinct replaced reason. He Tong trusted his own judgment as an intelligent life. He never doubted the data. Human nature is complex and repetitive, but data is intuitive and accurate. His instinctive reaction was not that he did not trust his own judgment, but even if there would be no accidents, he still wanted to block the attack for the other party. He Tong stared at the phantom he simulated with data, and suddenly felt an urgency to have a mortal body. He Xingwen understood Nulita's hint. And by the way, he realized the plankton's question with a burst of middle school atmosphere, and the reason why the other party suddenly attacked it was to seek death. He Xingwen considered his words and prepared to say something. But the long-brewing anger of the kingdom was ready before him. The trees suddenly came alive, and the earth suddenly had a layer of soil slopes. And with the attack of countless vines, the plankton was swallowed into the soil slopes. And then the soil layer rolled like a living thing. And in the blink of an eye it returned to its original appearance. But the plankton in front of He Xingwen disappeared. He Xingwen opened his mouth to speak. No. It's okay that the attack power of the plankton is as weak as that of a mosquito. After all, the opponent's characteristics do have the characteristics of being between strong and weak. But the immortality can't be false. Right? That's it. After the plankton was swallowed by the earth, the anger of the kingdom did not subside, and the vibration sounded from the northernmost to the southernmost end of the entire kingdom. He Xingwen seemed to have sensed something and looked down at the ground below. The soil under his feet trembled slightly, and something crawled out of the soil and returned to its original position. It was still those plankton, and the number did not change. Seeing that the kingdom's next wave of attacks was about to come, He Xingwen spoke first to calm the kingdom's anger. I allow you to enter my territory. So, the boiling kingdom calmed down. He Xingwen continued to say to the other party, obviously, I can't kill you. The plankton slowly changed its position and pieced together a line of words. You are weak. He Xingwen pressed down the question marks on his head one by one, realizing that the emotional intelligence of the plankton was probably comparable to that of the dwarf. No wonder he advised the other party to die early and reincarnate early because of the way the undead creatures exist. No wonder he made enemies with the undead creatures. The other party slowly pieced together the next sentence. It's not between strong and weak, but it's strong when it meets the strong and weak when it meets the weak. He Xingwen subconsciously touched the place on his arm where the plankton had just hit him. Based on the damage caused by the plankton to him, he had an extremely clear understanding of his own strength. You are weaker than normal humans, the other party said. He Xingwen admitted with shame. As a modern youth, he is indeed a little subhealthy. But the judgment of the undead emperor not long ago was still ringing in his ears. And He Xingwen subconsciously asked the other party, I am a human. The other party slowly pieced together the words. You are a human. I suggest you fight with the undead to determine who is right. He Xingwen had a malicious thought in his mind, but he suppressed it in the end. After all, he is not a demon. Nublita's eyebrows moved slightly, and he wanted to interrupt. But considering the other party's strength, Nubleta still rationally restrained his impulse. Don't think that the king was unscathed by Plankton's attack. If it was a demon, who knows how dead the demon would be now? When Nubleta and He Xingwen each had different ideas, Plankton was still slowly piecing together words. If you had other powers in your body, this would not be the result. It would only be like this if you had no power to resist. In Plankton's long memory, there were only a few cases like the king in front of him. After all, there are very few people in this world who are so weak that even the ether cannot be controlled and can still appear in front of Plankton. Unfortunately, He Xingwen is indeed one of them, because he is so busy that he has no time to go to the mage's class. When the earth is in the process of spiritual energy revival, and the trend of cultivating immortals for all people, He Xingwen is busy maintaining peace between the two worlds. As the mastermind behind the spiritual energy revival, He Xingwen's attainments in ether are obviously very inconsistent with his identity. He Xingwen was convinced. And then he had a new doubt. But if you just rush up like this? What if you kill the other party directly? He just asked. And then he realized that he asked nonsense. This is not Earth. In this world, killing others, or being killed by others is part of the daily life of the indigenous people. But it was because of this that He Xingwen immediately reacted to another point. Why didn't the Plankton be attacked by the Holy Guard just now? Because the Plankton could not cause an effective attack on He Xingwen. In the judgment of the Holy Guard, the other party did not violate the laws of the kingdom. But the system and the devil did not realize this at all before the dust settled. This at least proves that although the Holy Guards have no brains, their level in ether completely beats everyone present. Thinking of this, He Xingwen spoke again and mentioned another thing. Are you interested in the Worm Mother? The devil reminded He Xingwen on the side. The Plankton does not meet our requirements. They can only kill the Worm Mother in seconds, and cannot delay time and let all the remaining Zergs rush back to the wormhole and destroy them in one fell swoop. He Xingwen felt a little regretful. He just realized that he might be able to make a deal with the other party, which would not only satisfy the other party's long-standing pursuit, but also solve the problem of the Worm Mother. Killing two birds with one stone. But the problem is that the Plankton is too strong. He Xingwen gave up the idea and turned back to the topic. There's a being that may be able to kill you. The Plankton pieced together the words. Who? Where? The desire to die is so real. He Xingwen, Sacred Guard. As He Xingwen finished speaking, a certain existence cast its gaze here. The Sacred Guard had no reason, could not accurately understand the order, and could not quietly wait for orders. In fact, after the other party's gaze fell on this place, it naturally regarded the strange and dangerous creatures here as existences that needed to be wiped out. Then it directly took action. In the last second, He Xingwen called out this name. In the next second, the Plankton was wiped out from the air. The usual style of the Sacred Guard. A straightforward instant kill. He Tong rarely fell into thinking, and did not make any comments on the situation in front of him. He Xingwen glanced at him a few times, and considering that the current situation was not suitable for caring about the other party, he held back his words. The scene fell silent for a moment. They were concentrating on waiting for the Plankton to reincarnate again. But instead of waiting for the Plankton to come back to life, they waited for a bunch of Plankton to float out of the abyss. He Xingwen has seen too many dense scenes recently, and he has developed antibodies, facing the Plankton flying out from the abyss in groups. He can even compare the gap between the other party and the Zerg. There is no comparison. The Zerg is really dense and makes people's scalps numb. But it is also normal. Plankton does not rely on numbers to crush the enemy. Their own combat power is enough to crush the enemy. The large number is because they are immortal, not because of excessive reproduction. He Xingwen remembered another feature of Plankton. The number is constant. That is, they do not reproduce at all. The Plankton took some time to come to the ground from the abyss, and watched He Xingwen and his friends from afar. The other party pieced together the words. They are dead. He Xingwen narrowed his eyes, and looked at the Plankton above the abyss in front of him. A large area of Plankton was scattered above the abyss, as if they were eager to welcome death. He Xingwen glanced at He Tong. This time, He Tong noticed his gaze. Although he had been distracted the whole time, he still took up the conversation in a second. The world is full of wonders. There are those who fear death, and there are those who embrace death calmly. In fact, the final outcome of eternal life is often self-liberation. Only a short life can create a passionate soul, and a long time will only create boring ashes. He Tong's words are a bit abnormal. As if he was inspired. It's just that Plankton don't even have the right to choose death. For them, time is an endless prison. He Xingwen had no doubts about this. He was just a little worried about He Tong's abnormality, so he couldn't help but look at him a few more times. But since he could analyze it rationally, there shouldn't be any big problems. He Xingwen marked He Tong's distraction and put it on the pending items, then turned his attention back to the plankton in the abyss in front of him. For him, this was a very simple order, and for the Holy Guard, it was a very simple process. But for the existence of plankton, it may mean a complete end, even the plankton race. A complete end that no longer exists. So He Xingwen had to confirm one thing. Maybe there are some among you who don't want to face death. Perhaps because there are enough plankton at the moment. The other party pieced together the words quickly. No. He Xingwen glanced at Nalbuda. Nalbuda said he didn't plan to speak. He Xingwen retracted his gaze, did a little psychological preparation, and was about to speak. Nalbuda, who had just waved his hand, suddenly said, by the way, do they know elves? He Xingwen swallowed the words in his mouth and turned to look at Nalbuda. Nalbuda lowered his voice and said, isn't it that the Worm Mother hasn't found a suitable candidate yet? I think the elves are quite suitable. He analyzed it for He Xingwen on the spot. The elves are not as strong as the plankton and the undead. They will not kill the Worm Mother directly with one move. Moreover, the elves themselves have extraordinary talents for ether, nature and forging. I remember that in the Second Age, the army of the Elf Kingdom was enough to make people look sideways. In the analysis of Nalbuda, the plankton pieced together their reply, the elves can't kill us. This sentence cannot be simply understood, but also needs to be analyzed and related to the characteristics of plankton. The real meaning of this sentence is that they know the elves and have a grudge against them. The elves can't kill them. So there is only one result. They killed the elves. Nilita's reading comprehension is obviously full marks. He immediately understood the true meaning of the other party's words, and then showed a disappointed expression, and said pretentiously, since the elves have stopped communicating with the outside world, we can't find a way to contact the elves at all. He Xingwen felt that Nilita's behavior was completely flirting with the blind, with the emotional intelligence of plankton. How could they expect them to understand this euphemistic hint smoothly? Plankton enthusiastically provided Nilita with a good idea. You can go directly to the Elf Kingdom to find them. Probably that's what Plankton did. For them, whether it was the skeleton army outside the undead abyss, or the natural blockade of the Elf Kingdom, they were useless. As long as they moved forward, the existence of space itself could not stop them. Nilita shut up and returned the stage to He Xingwen. With his interruption, He Xingwen didn't have to prepare himself mentally. The plankton had been wandering for such a long time for a quick death, searching for everything they thought might kill them. So he should at least respect their contempt for death. He Xingwen, sacred guards. It was like a breeze blowing, wiping away the extra existence. The plankton above the abyss disappeared at a very fast speed, and in just a few minutes, it was completely annihilated. Everything came to an end. There was no magnificent scene, no shocking background music, just an ordinary day in a long time. An ordinary ending among countless endings. This was He Xingwen's first meeting with them, and also their last meeting. Plankton, which had been invisible on the mainland for many years, finally became completely invisible. He Xingwen stared at the calm abyss, which was unexpectedly calm. If you want to die, you can die. Nalbuda said on the side, how lucky. You know how many people can't even die. Nalbuda sighed and said, if one day, I can also. He Xingwen coughed and interrupted Nalbuda's flag-making behavior on the spot. After the sudden change of the dialogue object twice, he was finally able to continue the unfinished topic with Nalbuda, apart from the elves. Are there no other options in the kingdom? Nalbuda thought for a few seconds. It can be strong enough to ignore the transmission of the wormhole and accurately find the Zerd Mother. And it can be weak enough to fight the Zerd Mother to a draw. And it can also put pressure on the Zerd Mother to die when other Zergs continue to join the battlefield. While Nalbuda was talking to He Xingwen, He Tong had already told He Xingwen the best solution. Tear down the wormhole and let the players fight with the Zerd Mother in close combat. Tear down the wormhole. He Xingwen was thinking about the right person. Hearing this, Nalbuda continued, a wormhole is a large random teleportation array dug by the Worm Mother, which can take the intelligent creatures that enter to random locations on the continent. It is different from the space teleportation we use. Nalbuda said, even if it can be dismantled, the Worm Mother can rebuild it. This is her talent. He Xingwen was thoughtful. Dismantling a wormhole by hand, it sounds like a technical job. Nalbuda, and don't you plan to contact the Elf Kingdom? He Xingwen was still somewhat enthusiastic about opening the map. After all, after removing the kingdom, there was only so much space on the continent. If a new map was not opened, players would have nothing to play. At least he had to put in a ward. And when the time was right, he would let the players out. This was bound to happen. Even if He Xingwen didn't let the players leave the kingdom, he would always set his sights on the distant places they had not yet reached after the players' spells, levels, and other preparations were complete. In order to prevent them from messing around and harming the continent, it would be better for He Xingwen to open the map before that to avoid the situation getting out of control. He Xingwen sighed. I didn't find a suitable entry point, and I'm not that anxious. Before He Xingwen finished speaking, the abyss in front of him suddenly made a loud noise, and the violent vibration spread from his feet to the entire continent. Almost in a short moment, countless people looked here. The floating abyss collapsed in front of them. The violent crustal movement buried the traces of the floating abyss. The crustal movement that takes a long time on Earth, here, only took a few hours to complete the process of vicissitudes, turning the abyss into a huge and fertile basin. The soft soil layer still has traces of renovation, and there are even shadows of green plants in the basin that stretches for miles. It seems that life was born here in an instant, and the dead were buried. This is the purest power of nature. Just like the scene that He Xingwen saw when the mountains took steps and the terrain changed. No one can resist such power. He Xingwen looked further along the basin, and seemed to see a new civilization taking root here. He Xingwen rubbed his eyes, looked at the small black dot in the distance, and turned his head to look at Nalbuda. Nalbuda understood, took out the dwarf's tool from his personal space, positioned it in the distance, and magnified the small black dot that was vaguely visible in the distance. A clear scene was projected in front of He Xingwen and the others. A huge existence flickered at the end of the basin. Behind him was a piece of broken and scattered ground, floating on the ground, and it seemed to be floating in the air. There was a certain dislocation in the sense of space there. There was also a group of colorful huge existences beside it. It was difficult to describe their appearance because it had no rules. As if it was casually molded by someone, it was also difficult to describe what kind of existence they were. It looked like it was made of ore, but judging by sight alone, its color and shape did not match the ore, but instead had a certain softness. In short, it was a group of huge existences that were difficult to define. He Xingwen was still at a loss for strange things, and Nalbuda saw their origin at a glance. Manxing, the endless meteors that streaked across the sky every night, a kind of existence defined as intelligent creatures. But this thing doesn't look like an intelligent creature. If they are meteorites, that's understandable. But intelligent creatures? Then they should at least be able to communicate, right? Nalbuda carefully observed the man-star flashing outside the basin, and suddenly turned his head and said to He Xingwen with great interest, King, do you want to see the end of the world? He Xingwen? Nalbuda continued to bewitch with an enthusiastic tone. Do you want to see the most mysterious and distant intelligent creature in the world? He Xingwen? Nalbuda's tone suddenly rose. Do you see man-star? He paused there, as a creature that is always in motion. Now we have a chance to contact him. He Xingwen said calmly. Speak human language. Nalbuda's tone instantly calmed. He seems to be in trouble. I need to know what happened to them, and why they stopped to confirm whether the trouble they encountered will evolve into a threat to the world. He Xingwen accepted this explanation. You take the players there. Nalbuda did not forget the topic they had not yet discussed. What about the wormhole? He Xingwen cast his eyes in a certain direction. Excitedly, find someone to dismantle it. Since it is a technical job, it seems that there is only one choice. Chapter 185 Global Public Beta 9, you are worthy of it. From the beginning, the Zerg was not a problem for the kingdom, even though it was aggressive and intended to occupy the continent in one go. How could an existence that could be dealt with at any time be difficult for He Xingwen to deal with? This is at best a large-scale activity task used to consume the player's excessive energy. And by the way, it can be used to make use of the remaining heat and become a tool to reasonably increase the number of players. What really troubled He Xingwen was the big problem of players. With the carrying capacity of the kingdom, it cannot digest so many players, and a large number of players out of control is most likely to cause the world to suffer a shock, fall into chaos, and then be occupied by players. Fortunately, the Special Investigation Bureau and the Kingdom Knights shared some of the pressure, rebuilt the order belonging to the players in the chaos, and used it to restrain them. Players were drained of a lot of energy by a series of infrastructure tasks. And the task of eradicating the Zerg in the South China Sea vented the players' intense emotions about the game on the Zerg, which made hundreds of millions of players barely restrained in the kingdom's territory. But when people focus on the large group, it is inevitable that some individuals will be ignored. It is impossible not to explore. I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Some players in the South China Sea defense line shouted this slogan, and climbed onto the small wooden boats made by players, and went out to sea with enthusiasm without completing the novice mission. Of course, most of these players will come back crying and complete the novice mission under the beating of underwater creatures. But there are always individuals who cannot be defined by the conventional definition. This means that among the waves of navigators who sneak into the South China Sea, there are always fish that slip through the net. Apart from the players who want to become the man of the Pirate King, there are also many players on the mainland who are full of dreams of adventure and head out of the kingdom. After all, compared with the number of 100 million, the numbers of a few hundreds or thousands are too small. And the kingdom is so large. Who can stop these players from running out of the kingdom without completing tasks? The number of knights in the kingdom is far from enough to set up a line of defense on the border of the kingdom. Because of the objective location of the kingdom, most players with the dream of adventure start from the land of God's Fall, the top of the mountains, and the Arcane Academy. The Ever Forest covers a large area, but the tree people and druids have too low favorability towards players, and crossing the Ever Forest to head out of the kingdom is obviously a suicidal act. Some of the scattered new and old players started from the top of the mountains and headed south, which was the direction of Manxing marked on the demon's map. Some started from the Arcane Academy and headed west. The west of the Arcane Academy was not marked on the demon's map, and it seemed to be the end of the continent, and the other part started from the land of Godfall and headed northeast, in the direction of the Neva Plain. Whether they can reach the end of the journey is still unknown, but at least they have begun to explore the deeper scenery of this world crossed out this game. They may see unexpected scenery, or they may eventually fail in the face of many difficulties, or they may bring an unexpected surprise to the king one day. When the seeds fall, no one knows what kind of flowers will grow. These players are just a small microcosm of hundreds of millions of players. In the gaps between infrastructure tasks and Zerg tasks, players fully exerted their subjective initiative and received a variety of tasks from NPCs. The number and variety of tasks even exceeded He Xingwen's imagination. The most profound perception of the qualitative change caused by quantitative change is that of Ezigen. As a commercial organization with a monopoly position on the mainland, they witness with their own eyes that a country that claims to distribute according to work quickly evolved from the trade stage of barter to the rise of commercial streets. The kingdom did not interfere with this. It was just that the increase in the number of players made the trading behavior inevitably enter a prosperous stage. The scope of transactions between players ranged from handicrafts with no artistic value to food and equipment. So that when Ezigen was still communicating with Jean about the new trade list, players had already spontaneously occupied the low-end market of the kingdom. And even middlemen such as scalpers, who resold and traded, appeared. Ezigen had to speed up negotiations with the kingdom and redefine the list of goods that Ezigen could sell to players. The main reason is that the kingdom has no money. Jean said to Dulay sincerely, "You have also seen the situation in the kingdom. Construction is underway everywhere. There is no extra money to buy luxury goods. The king means that the number of necessities can be increased." Dulay did see the vast market in the kingdom that has not yet been fully developed. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to the kingdom for this negotiation. The negotiations were deadlocked from the beginning because the kingdom really had no money, although the previously mined veins brought a lot of profits. Don't forget how many production lines in the kingdom are running day and night, producing almost everything the kingdom needs, from daily necessities to core parts of holographic game cabins. This means that the kingdom can fully meet the production of basic materials on its own without external procurement. The global public beta has allowed the kingdom to enter the stage of comprehensive land development. The 5-year plan formulated by the Special Investigation Bureau after discussion with the king has begun to look forward to comprehensive well-off because of the kingdom's special political system of distribution according to work and the king's fundamental control over the kingdom. This is not a difficult goal to achieve. Of course, the premise is that the citizens of the kingdom are well off. After all, players are not formal citizens of the kingdom. In other words, they are not included in the scope of comprehensive well-off. This plan was formulated by the Special Investigation Bureau based on China's past experience and combined with the repeated deductions of the think tank. In other words, they never thought of relying on trade to promote the progress of infrastructure from the beginning. China is accustomed to taking root in the land. This plan is based on the comprehensive development of the kingdom's territorial resources. From the simplest bricks to the most complex smelting plants. It has gathered the wisdom of dwarves, mages, and Chinese professionals. Starting from nothing. When the kingdom asked the dwarves to build the academy before, there was at least a need to purchase building materials from Ezigen. Now that so many cities are under construction, the kingdom has no demand for building materials. This further narrowed the list of goods that the kingdom and Ezigen would purchase. Dulé pondered for 2 seconds and gave the other party a suggestion. I wonder if you have considered further improving the game experience for players. Jean showed a thoughtful expression. Dulé took out another product catalog and gave it to the other party. This is the new service we can provide. If the king needs it, we can further discuss the joint development of the kingdom's resources. The other party implicitly expressed, although you have no money, you have minds. After the conversation, Jean conveyed the wishes of Ezigen to the king, including the new product catalog. He Xingwen, who heard the retelling, said, "What? Now even the natives know about game experience. Who is the planner? Or is everyone a planner?" He Xingwen flipped through the product catalog and was not particularly surprised. Considering the situation where players are full of loopholes, it is surprising that Ezigen can't guess anything. Then he looked down and saw the products that Ezigen can provide on the product catalog, and fell into silence for several minutes. A thought echoed in his mind. You are worthy of it. Ezigen, as mentioned before, Ezigen, as a monopolistic business organization, provides goods and services, as long as they can afford the price. There is nothing they can't do with a wide range of services. Previously, the kingdom purchased a large number of basic items from Ezigen, such as ether supplements, that is, the player's blood recovery potion, return scrolls, space bags, etc. But now, Ezigen has provided the kingdom with a list of services for players to enrich their gaming experience. The main content is to provide players with continent-wide treasure hunts, continent-wide tourism, and the completion of tasks issued by Ezigen. He Xingwen directly skipped the scattered humanistic service lists, such as tourism, and went straight to the Ezigen-issued tasks item, and opened the detailed introduction. The kingdom cooperates with Ezigen. Players become Ezigen's bounty hunters in the form of employment. Ezigen publishes other commissions received by Ezigen from the mainland every month. Players can get rewards from the client after completing the commission. Then, there is a long description of how bounty hunters advance according to the number and situation of completed tasks, and then obtain the right to browse more difficult commissions. I felt that this game was missing something. It turned out that it was missing the most common thieves guild in Western fantasy games. It is not surprising that He Xingwen knows the carrier of this concept. But Ezigen can come up with such a concept in just a few days after the large-scale appearance of players, which fully proves their business acumen. Win-win is the best way to make money. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds and had to admit that they did have the basis and necessity for cooperation in this regard. So he turned around and handed it back to Jean. We can talk about it next time you talk, called He Xianwen. They are the main force in mining the veins. The three parties will work together to determine the cooperation model and profit distribution. Jean took the product catalog and looked at the king for consultation. He needed to know the bottom line of the negotiation. He Xingwen thought about it for a moment and didn't care. Let's talk. We are all smart people. No one wants to anger me at this time. The kingdom has already formed a bond of interests. To a certain extent, the interests of the kingdom, China, and the creatures in the alien world are consistent. After Jean left, He Xingwen looked at the time. The ether isomer would not arrive until later. So he put the report in his hand aside and looked at the silent light and shadow. He went straight to the point. What are you thinking about? He Tong looked at him sideways. Bounty hunters are a good idea. They can disperse the pressure brought by players and deepen the cooperation between the kingdom and Ezigen. With Ezigen's permanent locations all over the continent, it is enough for players to go to other forces. He Xingwen listened to a long list of analysis and couldn't help interrupting him. I'm not asking this. What did you think of when the plankton appeared before? He Tong realized what He Xingwen was asking. The situation was too dangerous at the time. So I was thinking, if I had a form of existence that could see and touch, would the situation be different? He Xingwen opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again. Straightforward. Amazing. Although He Tong said it seriously in a tone of inquiry, the more serious he was, the less He Xingwen could think rationally, because emotions prevailed. Didn't you say that? I am invincible in the kingdom's territory. He Xingwen's tone was too soft. Like a light feather. Without a trace of edge, I am safe. I know. He Tong whispered, this is not my optimal solution. But I want to do it. He looked at He Xingwen. I want to protect you. He Xingwen also lowered his voice. You have been protecting me. From the beginning to now. It is you who has been protecting me. He Tong's database calculated and concluded. Don't you want me to change my form of existence? He Tong's emotional intelligence may be Schrodinger's emotional intelligence. Between existence and non-existence. He Xingwen said seriously, I hope you will not choose a more difficult path because of me. Although I don't know how to change the form of existence. It doesn't sound like it can be done easily. Because how can the path you choose be called a more difficult path? He Tong said sincerely, it brings me closer to you. He Xingwen said seriously, I don't want you to retreat again and again for me. He Tong wanted to say something. But He Xingwen said firmly, I think you are good the way you are now. I am familiar with you. And I first knew you. Once He Xingwen made a decision. He Tong would not argue with him again. He took a step back and said, it is indeed difficult to change the form of existence. He took a step back. And He Xingwen also took a step back, if it is just a physical body. What do you think of robots? He Xingwen enthusiastically shared this idea with He Tong, just like Iron Man's armor. It can be controlled by you. Isn't this easier than changing the form? He Tong had to remind him tactfully, but that kind of robot can't achieve the result I want. It's too weak. He Xingwen narrowed his eyes, and looked at him. He Tong then seriously changed his words. If it's just the level of Iron Man, I can do it now. He Xingwen was very interested, then let the dwarf study the armor? He Tong didn't respond. He looked at the door of the conference room. A strange-looking machine was entering the conference room, the ether construct was invited. He Xingwen followed his line of sight, and turned his head, to look at the light and shadow. He Tong nodded to confirm his guess. What I mean by what I said I can do now, is that I can control a group of mechanical creations at any time. Although it's someone else's. He Xingwen found that he still underestimated He Tong's ability. But after thinking about it carefully, it was not beyond imagination. Since great scientists can remotely control the ether construct, why can't systems that are more advanced than them in program calculations do the same? If this continues, He Xingwen looked at the ether construct that had just entered the conference room, as if he saw countless inventions of Li Wang in the distant Salfa Federation. Could it be that the Salfa Federation was He Tong's backyard? Seeing the ether construct approaching quickly, He Xingwen quickly said to He Tong, believe me, it's powerful enough. He Tong looked at He Xingwen helplessly, not knowing how to explain to him that compared to the power, after he changed his way of existence, these were far from being powerful, and could not protect He Xingwen from the existence of plankton. The ether construct sat down opposite He Xingwen and started talking, because He Xingwen named him. The great scientist who controlled the ether construct this time was Li Wang. Li Wang, wormhole? Are you planning to deal with the Zerg Queen? Obviously. With the current efficiency of the players, it is only a matter of time before the Zerg retreats. He Xingwen shifted his attention back to the main topic. So, it is time to consider exterminating the Zerg. Li Wang responded calmly. The Federation can deconstruct the wormhole. But we don't have to help you solve this problem for free. He Xingwen understood what he meant. It sounds like you already have a trade-off? My research on ether is in trouble. Li Wang made a straightforward request. I want to contact the Holy Guard. He Xingwen subconsciously glanced at the light and shadow. He Tong stared at the etheric structure. His sight was not limited to an imperfect mechanical creation, but followed the wave that controlled the etheric structure and fell on Li Wang, who was in the Noah's Ark of the more distant Salfa Federation. He Tong simply stared at Li Wang for a few seconds, turned his attention back to He Xingwen and said, he can't contact the Holy Guard. This request is impossible to achieve. He Xingwen moved his eyes back to the etheric structure and told the other party the system's judgment. Strangely, the other party was not surprised by this answer. Nor did he insist. Hearing this, he took a step back and said, then I only need the answer to one question. Li Wang's performance was a bit strange. And this was definitely not He Xingwen's illusion. Li Wang didn't care about He Xingwen's deep thoughts and asked directly, are we on the right path? A ray of light flashed through He Xingwen's mind. And He Xingwen suddenly realized and turned his head to look at the light and shadow. If Li Wang's previous behavior was just a little strange, then when the other party asked this question, he was basically sure that the other party not only knew about He Tong's existence, but also knew something about him. After all, He couldn't possibly want to get the answer to this question from He Xingwen. Right? He Xingwen didn't think that the other party could see his existence in his eyes. He Tong stared at the etheric structure, at Noah's Ark, and at the main brain of Noah's Ark, Li Wang. An existence that gave up the human body. Transforming the form of existence is a very, very difficult thing. Most intelligent creatures will directly dissipate in this process. And the few successful cases can hardly be called successful, because in this process, the other party needs to give up more things in order to obtain what other intelligent creatures are born with. But for these intelligent creatures, only they can judge whether it is successful or not. He Tong retracted his assessment and gave the answer, there is no right or wrong. Only whether you can pay enough and have no regrets. He Xingwen told Li Wang. Li Wang was silent for a few seconds and turned the topic back. Then, when you need to solve the wormhole, feel free to contact us. This short conversation ended. After the ether construct left, He Xingwen and He Tong immediately had a conversation on this. They have come into contact with a high-dimensional civilization, He Tong explained, and obtained relevant information about the existence of high dimensions from them. He Xingwen, so, they want to become a high-dimensional civilization? They can't do it, and they don't want to do it, He Tong said. These relevant information accelerated their understanding of ether. They chose to study ether in a way that can better understand ether. He Tong, Li Wang is etherizing. He Xingwen repeated this word he had never heard it before. Etherizing? He Tong thought for 2 seconds about how to better explain to He Xingwen. His way of existence is composed of pure ether, not flesh and blood. His mind operates in the Noah's Ark composed of the ether matrix. He is the mastermind of Noah's Arkansas. He Xingwen tried to understand it in a human way. Sounds like becoming AI? That's completely different. This world does not follow the intelligent technology tree. He cannot build a huge database for calculations. And it is even more impossible to give up his own thinking logic and use pure data to get results. He is etherizing, but not completely turning into ether. He Xingwen suddenly realized, is he the only one who is etherizing? The scientific and technological path of the South Federation was created by Li Wang. All intelligent creatures who set foot on this path can only repeat the path that Li Wang has taken. All the great scientists who are gradually deepening their research on the science of this world are gradually moving towards etherization. This is too fierce. He Xingwen is speechless. You are worthy of it. Li Wang. What is it to lay the foundation of science by one's own efforts? He directly created a new race by one's own efforts. Li Wang has not reached the end yet. And the budding etherization has not yet settled. What is the end of this road? He Tong. It depends on Li Wang's choice. After returning to the kingdom, Nolita was ready to solve the doubts brought by Mengxing. However, after watching He Xingwen for a while, Nolita had a better idea of how to form a reliable player team instead of repeating the experience in the South China Sea. Nolita found He Xingwen. The next day, a player team composed of kingdom knights and professionals followed Nolita. Destination: the end of the floating abyss. Purpose: cooperate with the devil to obtain relevant information about Mengxing. Chapter 186 Global Public Beta 10-second holographic game live broadcast. While He Xingwen was busy opening the map, the players were not idle either. The infrastructure tasks in the kingdom were in full swing. Factories were being built. Roads were being repaired. Mines were being dug. Machines were being mass-produced and shipped to all parts of the kingdom. The entire kingdom had never been so lively and vibrant. Of course, the Everfree Forest might have a different view on the vitality. But ideas are ideas. The king has already shown his fists. The Everfree Forest, which has lost a piece of forest, continues to show the threat from the kingdom, making the other side keep the silence it deserves. Although the South China Sea tasks outside the kingdom are boring, they are too many to resist. They also cannot resist the underdeveloped cerebellum of the Zerg. They are rushing up in an overwhelming manner without any advantages, so that the scene is very lively. What is surprising is that the Zerg actually persisted for a while, under the premise of a suicidal charge. Nanhai is indeed the second largest intelligent creature. The Zerg parasitic creatures and corpses together managed to hold out for several days in front of the endless defense line of players. This is definitely the greatest praise for the Zerg's parasitic ability. After all, this is a crushing game of players crushing the Zerg. When the Zerg parasitic sea creatures were baring their fangs and claws, their huge bodies, and densely swarmed towards the players. The players in the front layer were killed first. The white light was like the lights of the battlefield. From the moment the Zerg host collided with the player, it kept flashing. But at the same time, the player was resurrected at the temporary resurrection point the next second. And after losing random reputation and favorability, he returned to the front line of battle. How can we fight this? It's okay that there are many players, but there are not few players at all. Death cannot deter them. Instead, they rush forward one after another, fearing that they will fall behind. After all, the novice village is almost renamed the Food City. Since the global public beta, after the mission of saving the South China Sea was released, the players who were originally looking for mutants in the South China Sea have returned to the kingdom and devoted themselves to the mission of saving the South China Sea, happily welcoming the mutants that actively bumped into their arms. These ferocious sea creatures with bared fangs and claws are just pieces of meat in their eyes. In the past, a ship of players could cut a big pirate into pieces. But now there are so many players. Rows and rows of players. The sea creatures pass through the player's defense line. And a player can only leave a brain stem because there are bugs in the brain stem. The endless supply of raw materials has made the scale of the food city bigger and bigger. And a new trade system that benchmarks real currency has been formed in the credit point system built by the kingdom and Ezigen. Although the holographic game has not allowed the connection between real currency and game currency, it is impossible to do so unless the Chinese leadership is collectively crazy. It is possible to do such a thing that shakes the economic system of their own country. But this does not prevent the scale of private free trade. After all, there are bosses everywhere who are willing to pay for people to lead. This kind of proxy service popular in PC online games has changed to working for the boss, because it is impossible to log into the boss's account in the holographic game. Of course, the scale of private free trade means that scammers have also emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Therefore, the duties of the Kingdom Knights to maintain order have also been added to catching scammers, the kind of offline mode. Unlike other PC online games that are powerless against cheaters, the first task for new players is to register with the Kingdom Knight. There is no end to catching cheaters. They are a natural product of human society. Just like the spontaneous transactions of players. Where there is demand, there will be trade. And where there is a commodity economy, there will be cheaters. After hundreds of millions of players poured into the kingdom, and were controlled by the kingdom, the kingdom's original economy and culture were impacted by players. However, the kingdom has no commodity economy at all, and its culture is almost non-existent. So the impact of players on the kingdom is perfectly digested, and in turn acts on this vast land, just like the cities that have sprung up from the ground. China's infrastructure capacity is the best in the world. Even in a strange world where people are unfamiliar with everything and everything starts from scratch. First, the canteen, then the machinery, and finally the factory. After these three steps are completed, other facilities will be improved step by step, such as the big bunk bed, and then the toilet. Because players are ether balls. Eating, drinking, defecating and urinating are things that exist but have almost no sense of existence. In other words, you cannot eat, but you will starve to death. And you cannot sleep. That is, you can really not sleep. Not eating or drinking will also reduce health points. But not sleeping will not reduce fatigue points. To be precise, there is no fatigue point in the player's attributes. Of course, the king has a scientific explanation for this, but he can't explain it to the players. Because the player is essentially an ether ball. The role of the game cabin to prevent addiction is to prevent the player's body from being drained of the little ether in the body, and to avoid the player's excessive energy consumption and various health problems. In other words, players have already rested during the period of anti-addiction, so there will naturally be no problem with fatigue. As for defecation, there is even less demand. It is outrageous that Ether Tonzi needs to go to the toilet. So the toilet has become an unnecessary building in the design. The reason why it still exists is mainly because everyone is civilized. After the unnecessary big bunk beds and toilets were built, the construction speed of the building slowed down, and more energy was invested in expanding mechanical production, road construction, and basic needs such as mining, logging, farming, and fishing. Countless roads were built from the planned cities, extending to all directions of the kingdom's territory like countless capillaries. Now it is still impossible to see what they will look like after they are connected. Just a prototype of a hammer in the east and a hammer in the west. It must be emphasized here again that the dwarves are the most ideal people. They are the only ones in the kingdom who work honestly. And other races are either making trouble or fighting against players. And they are tossing new tricks every day. He Xingwen always said, "It's good. Let them continue to increase the game experience for players. The smooth construction of the kingdom. The factories, infrastructure and roads are definitely not due to the cooperation of ordinary players who know nothing about it, but the cooperation of the Chinese elites, the kingdom knights and the dwarves. Among them, the dwarves have made the greatest contribution. Even if you can pry up the earth, you still need a fulcrum. For the kingdom, the dwarves are the existence that provides the fulcrum. The production line of the dwarf factory allows players to have the initial tools to start the road of infrastructure construction, which is the basic reason why the kingdom's infrastructure can be rapidly promoted. In fact, the dwarves have long been addicted to the infrastructure arrangements with Chinese characteristics. The collision of civilizations between the two worlds began with the dwarves and the Chinese elites. Of course, for more players, they only have one feeling. Live. So much live. When can the novice tasks be completed? When can I play games happily? Players are not so miserable that they become black miners. After all, the compulsory learning time of the game cabin is limited. In addition to compulsory learning, players still have some private time. Most infrastructure tasks are also implemented in 3 shifts because there are many players, and the number of new players is still increasing. For all new players, the first thing is to go to the construction site for a walk, and only if they perform well can they be transferred to the factory. Players have to take out half of their private time to stand guard in the South China Sea defense line and some meat of mutant creatures. And the remaining half of the time is to sell the meat of mutant creatures to eat and drink in the food city to promote economic development. Of course, the large number of players means that everyone's choices are different, which is the fundamental reason why the kingdom is so lively. Some people are willing to go to the food city to spend money. Some are willing to find NPCs to take on more tasks. Some are willing to kill more sea monsters. And some are taking the wizard's class seriously. In just a few days, the lively kingdom has roughly a familiar appearance. And after the negotiation, Azagen quickly arrived in each city under construction as an NPC to enrich the game experience for players. Of course, in order to avoid the impact of all players coming out to the mainland, players who have not completed the novice task, have insufficient reputation and goodwill, cannot receive the bounty hunter task. By the way, because of the increase in the number of players in the kingdom, Azagen sent thousands of wandering merchants to the kingdom in one go to prepare for permanent residence. This is an unprecedented move. This number of permanent merchants almost exceeds the total number of permanent merchants in the entire continent. Obviously, before the big waves came, Azagen was the first to judge the value of the kingdom and boarded this big ship. Azagen's joining not only means those permanent merchants on the surface, but also Azagen's collaborative development of the kingdom. The professional team formed by Azagen rushed to the kingdom in an endless stream to join in the statistics and mining of mineral veins. If players build the kingdom, and the Special Investigation Bureau develops the kingdom, then Azagen directly established a channel between the kingdom and the end customers, converting the resources in the kingdom's territory into profits and maintaining the operation of high-intensity factory production lines. The original design blueprint of China, an infrastructure design based on self-production and self-sales, exposed the most essential problem under the huge amount of engineering. The speed of self-production and self-sales could not keep up with such a huge amount of engineering. Moreover, the kingdom cannot replicate some of the most critical etheric parts, and its production method is in the hands of the Salpha Federation. Facts have proved that technology is the primary productive force, and in the other world, the Salpha Federation is the existence with the highest productivity. He Tong can solve the problem, but the process of analyzing the science of the Salpha Federation, then teaching players and dwarves, and then manufacturing production lines in turn is a bit too long. So in the end, the kingdom still drove huge economic consumption for the other world. The second live broadcast of the holographic game was after the global public beta, still for the same purpose, in order to appease the masses and shatter the various conspiracy theories that have re-emerged. Wang Luan started the second holographic game live broadcast. Busy players came and went behind him. The sounds of hawking and bargaining were endless. Bricks and wood were parallel. The dark road stretched far away, and the kingdom knights were everywhere. This was the first scene after Wang Luan landed. This is an authentic sense of sight of a construction site. The labor reform game is really true to me. When will the holographic game cabin I booked be installed? This is too real. I saw a player carrying bricks over. Wang Luan had just landed when he was squeezed away from the temporary birth point by other players. There was no way. There were too many people. No matter when he landed, The birth point was never empty. There were players logging in every moment. And there was no chance for people to be dazed at all. Wang Luan had no choice but to walk along the roughly repaired black soil road while introducing to the audience. This is where I logged off before. Number 23 Beishan City in the top of the mountains. This city name is so simple and crude. Number 23 Beishan City feels weird. This is the abbreviation of number 23 City in the northern area of the top of the mountains. The Kingdom Knights divided the top of the mountains into 4 areas on the map: East, West, South and North. The number of cities planned to be built in each area is different. The number of Beishan City should be up to 56. Right? Yes. Beishan City 56 is at the northernmost end of the top of the mountains, closest to the land of God's fall, and built the fastest. I heard that the cafeteria has built 2 floors. That place is good? The good thing is that the train is close, and you can go directly to the food city. What's the food city? It's called Novice Village. You're asking them to change the name of a novice village. Wang Luan glanced at the comments and saw that they were about to quarrel again. So he changed the subject. It was a bit of a pit before. It was not convenient to go to the novice village because it was far away. But the situation has changed completely. Isn't Ezijin here? They provide free internal teleportation service in the kingdom, which can directly teleport from the top of the mountains to number 56 Beishan City. Wang Luan. And it is said that there is also a continent-wide teleportation service. But the conditions for opening it have not been met yet. Has Ezijin arrived? I saw a lot of discussion on the forum, saying that the planner is going to launch a new gameplay, Bounty Hunter or something. Did the planner steal from other online games again? Wang Luan walked to a large building and said, the Bounty Hunter design does exist and has been launched. But it seems that only old players can trigger it. New players can't receive it. Another series of discrimination against new players. During the internal test, I felt that the internal test players were too miserable. During the public test, I felt that the internal test players were okay. At least not as miserable as the public test players. Now I realize that the later you enter the game, the more miserable you will be. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and find AI Jijin to open your eyes. Wang Luan stopped and gestured to the audience at the large building behind him. Don't worry. This is the factory production line. I will show you the most hateful thing in the infrastructure task first. It's a brick factory. It must be a brick factory. I guess it's asphalt. Isn't the whole kingdom busy building roads? Wang Luan stepped into the factory. There was an endless stream of players coming and going, but their expressions were not very lively, and they felt quite numb, which made the audience, who had not yet installed the holographic game cabin, feel numb. Fuck. How hateful is this thing? Players are tortured like this? I have to seriously consider whether to install the holographic game cabin. Who can withstand this labor reform? But the exotic meat is really delicious. I guarantee it with my life. The meat is overrated. Everyone is a god acting. Isn't it too exaggerated that they burst into tears the next second after biting it in the video? Not exaggerated. Not exaggerated at all. Even for this meat. The labor reform is worth it. When the exotic meat once again caused heated discussions among players. Wang Luan had already stepped into the factory. After passing through several doors and brushing shoulders with several players who had finished their work, he finally stepped into the busy first production line. The black mud was pasted on the conveyor belt. The players were responsible for cutting it into the same volume and then entering the next production line. Is this black dirt? Fuck. I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. Even brickmaking doesn't follow these steps. Right? Game features? Divide the dirt? Wang Luan introduced to all the viewers with a serious expression. This is the most hateful thing. It is almighty and can be used in bricks, road construction and many other fields. A string of question marks appeared on the bullet screen. Wang Luan continued to walk to the next production line. The dirt was shoveled into a square shape by the player, which looked like a brick, and then entered the next production line. In the next production line, each brick was coated with a layer of silvery white unknown substance by the player, and then entered the final stage and was set aside to dry. I'm not well educated. So this is how bricks are made? I'll go dig the soil now. Wait. I'll get rich soon. Wang Luan shook his head, sighed, and stepped into another production line. On that production line, the black soil changed from bricks to barrels of concrete. After mixing with unknown substances, it was transported to the front line for paving. The barrage gradually understood. So this thing is really omnipotent? Is the planner lazy again? So the planner also set different characteristics of different substances in the game? Isn't this workload too much? This resource that can almost serve as a universal basic material has greatly accelerated the progress of infrastructure construction. The only small drawback is that players can see it everywhere, which is easy to produce physiological disgust. Wang Luan took the audience to visit the basic material factory and walked a few meters along the road. This time he met a player who was busy moving bricks. In the open space not far away, bricks and black soil can be seen everywhere, roughly forming a basic outline, and players shuttled through it, pushing carts, transporting soil, climbing up and down, busy with their own work. And the order was not chaotic at all. The Kingdom Knights were also among them, and they were responsible for distributing labor tools and maintaining order. I don't know why, but I suddenly wanted to cancel the reservation for the holographic game cabin. Working people are the most glorious. No. Did that player fly directly? It's ether. Understand it. No. Then ether can't just paste the wall. Okay. Yes. You come? Do you think everyone is a wizard? No. It's a magical world. Can't our infrastructure be more magical? Wang Luan saw this barrage at a glance. There are more magical infrastructures just ahead. Wang Luan walked a few more meters along the road, passing several busy large factories and a large canteen with people coming and going, and walked all the way to the end of the road. At the end of the road, on the side of the road that has not yet been paved, a player with a pale face used ether to manipulate the concrete of the special product of the other world and spread it directly on the pre-paved road. He paved it slowly by himself, and a dozen other players used ether to control the huge oval stone, rolling it on the road surface, performing the function of a road roller to make it meet the road standards. The scene was full of magic, but for some reason, it felt more bitter. Is this the legendary Tool Man? A real Tool Man? Can this be considered magic? Be content. This level of ether control is not something that ordinary new players can do. The requirements for this task are quite high, but the reward is also generous. What is the reward? Credit points. The common currency of the kingdom can be used to spend in Ezigen. I'd better go and return the holographic game cabin. Young man, don't return it. Otherwise, when school starts, you can only use the school's holographic game cabin to attend classes, and you won't be able to make up for the lessons when the time comes. Fuck. It's so scary. Luckily I graduated. Then it should be the construction of corporate spiritual civilization. Fuck. Luckily I don't have a job. Oh. That must be the unified training of unemployed people in the village committee. I'm a freelancer. Oh. That's the unified training of freelancers in the village committee. This is just replacing the unemployed with freelancers. Anyway, it's nationwide. No one is left out, and it's promoted to all. Now the production of game cabins is limited, and only players and schools that have made reservations can be given priority. But when the production is up, no one can escape. Just when the audience was suddenly hit hard, Wang Luan had already walked around the city, which was only in its infancy. In fact, this prototype was just a few large factories, a canteen, a large bunk bed for temporary rest, and the benchmark of spiritual civilization construction, the toilet. In addition, most of the other buildings have not been built yet, but the roads have been paved for a long time. It can be seen that if you want to get rich, you must first build roads, which is really a deep-rooted concept in our country. Although this world actually has space teleportation that is more convenient than roads, but the necessity of roads is still very high. After all, unless everyone masters space teleportation, large-scale material transportation alone makes roads necessary. And how difficult is the spell of space teleportation? Let's put it this way. None of the current players, including internal test players, are qualified to learn space teleportation. Although most of the NPCs encountered by players can tear the space apart, that only proves that the NPCs encountered by players are very strong. But it does not prove that the skill of space teleportation is everywhere. The city is only in its infancy, and it is full of busy players, which can give the audience a heart attack. When the audience in the live broadcast room panicked about this, Wang Luan said, "You panicked too early. This is just the beginning? The mining field has not been visited yet. Not to mention that this is the top of the mountains, where the dwarves cooperate the most. The difficulty coefficient of the Arcane Academy and the Endless Forest is higher than this. However, considering that the players have already panicked, Wang Luan decided to give a sweet treat to stabilize the number of viewers first, so that they will not all run away. Thinking of this, Wang Luan paused and walked towards the location of Ajin. Chapter 187 Global Public Beta 11 Holographic Game Live Broadcast Food City. The reason why Azijin's temporary shop did not get a place in the urban area under construction was mainly because it was too much of a nuisance. The description of 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside is to look down on the number of hundreds of millions of players in the kingdom. The most accurate description of the current scene is the roar of gongs and drums, the blast of firecrackers, the waving of red flags, and the sea of people. It is a little artistic exaggeration, but it is definitely not exaggerated. Wang Luan turned his feet and bypassed the area planned as a city. After deviating from the main road under construction, the style of the painting in front of him suddenly changed from working people are really glorious to don't miss it if you pass by. All 2 yuan. All goods in the store are 2 yuan. The shop is just outside the city, not far away, but the liveliness is directly better than the construction site in the city. I don't know where so many players came from. The line in front of Azijin was too long and turned back and forth several times, filling the open space on the gentle slope. The noisy noise exploded in my ears, and the atmosphere was so enthusiastic that it seemed that they wanted to buy all the goods in Azijin's hands, even if they might just come to buy a set of blood recovery potions. Wang Luan paused, and his eyes carefully drifted across the long line in front of him, glancing at the bullet screen in the upper left corner. Azijin, the anchor must meet the standards of a bounty hunter. Right? Go and take a task. Chioli Gao. Let me see the world outside the kingdom. What's the hurry? I just looked at the infrastructure of the kingdom, and I haven't looked at anything else. Why are you going outside the kingdom? It's more reasonable to put this link at the end. Then let's go to the food city. No. I want to see with my own eyes the scene of the players fighting the South Sea Zerg. I heard that the brains came out of the fight. Is this a rumor? What do you mean by brains came out? It was clearly the Zerg that controlled the host. Let's take a look at the undead. The live broadcast post that Lee opened before was so interesting. The best part of this game is obviously the settings of other races. Don't waste the planner's efforts. In that case, I want to see the elves. The map of the elf kingdom hasn't been opened yet. As expected of the elves. They are so cool. I heard that the floating abyss collapsed. Who told you that? Why didn't I hear about it? Azijin. They have a wide range of information. As long as you chat shamelessly, you will have a chance to trigger gossip randomly. What's even better is that no matter how the players mess up, Azijin basically does not deduct favorability points. Azijin is really a good thing. Bah. It's really an all-purpose NPC. Compared with Azijin, druids are simply a bunch of scum. Now they don't deduct favorability points, and directly use force to warn. I heard that the Endless Forest has been basically carrying out infrastructure construction these days, with the interference of druids. Fuck. So lively? Then I want to go to the Endless Forest to see it. Why don't you say that Azijin's favorability is basically not increased? It's really a standard businessman style. The more money you spend, the more stingy it is to increase your favorability points. But as long as Azijin's favorability is not negative, there is no difference. No matter how high the favorability is, he will not give you a discount. It is probably because it has been broadcast for a while. The number of viewers has increased rapidly. Wang Luan took a look and the barrage of comments quickly rolled past his eyes. Those who had previously panicked about the labor camp scene were completely overwhelmed by the speeches of these enthusiastic audiences. So should we wait in line for half a day to calm the audience? Wang Luan thought for 2 seconds, made a decision, turned around and left, just as if he was just passing by, and explained to the audience as he walked, "Look, how lively it is here in Azijin." Thank you for the storm of question marks said by the anchor. What does the liveliness of Azijin have to do with us? Anchor, have you forgotten what you are here for? You are here to broadcast the holographic game to us. What do you mean by look? How lively it is. You actually turned around and left? Aren't you going to show us what Azijin sells? What about the line of bounty hunters? Just end it like this? Turn around and leave? Anchor, are you serious? Wang Luan walked back to the paved road and continued to walk forward in this direction. Explaining seriously, the queue. There are too many people. Are there any viewers who watched my live broadcast last time? Do you remember why I ended the live broadcast hastily without completing the reservation process last time? I remember. You provoked the devil and were killed by the devil in seconds. I remember. You were courting death, and then really died. I remember. The screen went black at the end. And we thought you were offline. But there was no serious explanation in the end. Wang Luin glanced at the comments and found that the audience had a good memory. He pretended that he didn't see the comments and explained confidently, in fact, it was because there was not enough time. After all, everyone knows that there is a time difference between this holographic game cabin and reality. Therefore, the technical requirements for live broadcasting are very high. Before applying, you must determine the approximate time required for the live broadcast. You can't live broadcast whenever you want. We don't have time to waste in the queue. We have to hurry to the next destination. Luin, you have changed. You were not so shameless before. It sounds like the truth. I don't believe it. The last live broadcast was interrupted too hastily. And everyone doesn't trust this explanation. Have you been with Nalbuda for a long time? Why do you look so shameless and have a bit of Nalbuda style? Speaking of Nalbuda, has he disappeared again recently? His fan club couldn't find any trace of him. That only means he is not in the kingdom. Otherwise, with the madness of his fan club, it is impossible that they don't know where he went. Speaking of Nalbuda's fan club, it is really a group of fans with considerable combat effectiveness after all. Wang Luin has never seen a player team that can locate an NPC's position so accurately. Whenever Nalbuda appears in a certain area of the kingdom, the fan club can update Nalbuda's location data in a few minutes at the shortest and a day at the latest. If the main city had not been open to players, their location would be even more accurate. Wang Luin walked along the road for a while, and stepped from the main road to the trampled path. After leaving the construction range of the players, they naturally regained their sense of existence. But the traces of the players are still everywhere, such as this trampled path. Public transportation has not yet been promoted on the top of the mountains. After all, the terrain on the top of the mountains has caused great difficulties for the operation of public transportation. And the productivity of the kingdom is not rich enough to consider this point. At the moment, the road is still being paved. So most players rely on the space transmission of Ezigen for long-distance travel, and basically can only walk for short distances. There is no way, because most of the players are new players who have not completed the novice mission. Not long after Wang Luin stepped on it, the path he stepped on wound down and extended into the dark cave. The audience, who had watched the surrounding background unchanged for a long time, was shocked and the barrage became active. Cave! Are you going to mine? Fuck. I've never seen a real mining site. How far do you have to go? Is the time you applied for this live broadcast long enough? I think walking will waste half of the time. There's not even a bicycle. Where's the promised magic world? At least find a flying broom? They are all new players who haven't completed the novice mission. It's useless to have a broom. They haven't even learned the basic skill of sensing ether. No. Isn't the host an internal test player? At least take out a cool and awesome mouth from your pocket to open the audience's eyes. When the barrage of comments quickly refreshed the screen and quickly deviated from the main point, Wang Luin had already gone deep into the narrow corridor. The surroundings were not very dark. Every few meters, there was a glowing stone inserted, illuminating the endless darkness ahead, especially when there was not even a player in the narrow corridor. Fortunately, Wang Luin still had a group of silly audiences, so he walked on the familiar road while explaining to the audience, without the cool amount of Quangba. Ezigen does not sell transportation. Besides, even if he sells, I can't afford it. A handful of bitter tears came to his face, revealing the breath of poverty. There were faint rustling sounds coming from the front of the narrow corridor, and the strange huge light and shadow on the stone wall was shaking. The audience immediately started to post comments to remind the anchor. Wang Luin continued to explain, I remember that a player created a skill called levitation, but it is still far from being able to carry the weight of a person. Now it seems to be just enough to move bricks. Self-created skills? I know. A player has created an app that summarizes most of the player's self-created skills and shares them with all players. I have downloaded them all and am waiting for the game cabin to arrive. Then I will take the lead. You are overthinking. There are indeed many useful self-created skills, but the problem is the player's ability to control ether. It can't play a big role at all. Just like the levitation technique. If it's a little more powerful, it can just fly with a sword. But what's the result? Now it can only shine when moving bricks on the construction site. The players of this game are too miserable. Who said it wasn't? What's worse is that it's your turn soon. Fuck. The sound in front of the corridor became more and more lively, and human voices were heard in the rustling. As Wang Luan got closer to the end of the corridor, the busy work scene unfolded in front of the audience in almost a blink of an eye. Unlike the construction sites and factories seen before, there are obviously many more NPCs, dwarves, goblins, and even dragons in the workplace in the belly of the mountain. The dwarves operate the multi-purpose tool vehicles. The goblins determine the direction of excavation. The dragons are responsible for crushing the solid mountain with one claw. And the players bury themselves in the rubble in different categories: selecting, excavating, transporting, and classifying the ore, and then integrating them and summarizing them all to EcoGold, which finally transmits them to a unified storage location. A huge mine was dug out of the mountain. When I walked out of the tunnel, I saw that the huge hole was so vast that it was filled with dense human figures. Although it still couldn't accommodate the dragons, it was definitely not small. What a big mine. The dragons dug so fast. Fuck. I couldn't tell when I was walking on the mountain just now. But now I can see how big this mountain is. Even with the efficiency of the dragons, they haven't dug through it? Goblins, black dwarves, low IQ, basically transferred as slaves on the continent. With a keen sense of smell, I heard from AI Jijin that it seems that the continent is still considering whether to remove goblins from intelligent creatures. No wonder I haven't heard of any forces related to goblins. It turns out that the entire race has become slaves and scattered on the continent. The IQ is really low. Players can't communicate with them. It seems that they can't translate. Wang Luan has no interest in those ugly black goblins. Most interested players will lose interest after contacting them. There is a reason why the mainland considered removing him from the list of intelligent creatures. They are difficult to communicate with and have no hygiene. They eat both raw and cooked food. When they are extremely hungry, they will even eat each other. It is difficult to say whether this is due to the degradation caused by being slaves for a long time, or whether their civilization died before it could develop. But no matter what, this kind of creature that cannot communicate has completely lost its civilization. Wang Luan walked into the mine and showed the audience the rubble that the dragons casually smashed at close range. He also walked around the dwarves, goblins, and dragons. Before he could go any further, he was politely asked to step aside by the Kingdom Knights, who were maintaining order to prevent him from interfering with normal work. In fact, the cooperation between ether and machinery has solved most of the difficulties in mining, leaving only the last bit of human labor, which makes it difficult for the mining speed of the ore veins to keep up with the output of the production lines in the countless cities under construction in the kingdom. This is just a mountain range under development next to city number 23 of Beishan City. There are countless cities, like it on the top of the mountains, that are mining resources hidden deep in the mountains. This crazy speed of resource development is hard not to associate with words such as resource exhaustion and overexploitation. Therefore, the first step taken by the Chinese government, which has had a profound experience of this, is to determine the reserves of the ore veins on the top of the mountains, and then to mine resources. Wang Luan was driven aside and spread his hands to show helplessness. You have also seen it. It's not that I won't give you a detailed introduction. There are disciplines here, and you are not allowed to wander around. The pocket dragon is so cute. Yes, it's so cute that it can collapse such a large mountain with one claw. Fortunately, the ether protected it. Otherwise the players below would have died before they could accomplish their mission. Change the place. Go to the food city. Eat the meat of the exotic beast. I want to see with my own eyes how delicious it is. There are so many videos on the video website. Can't you just find one to satisfy your wish? Why do you want to watch the live broadcast? Of course, it's because the live broadcast is more real. I don't believe that the anchor can cry in 3 seconds like those actors. I said it. It's not the actors. It's really delicious. Do you think I haven't watched the Chinese Cooking Master Boy? Even in the Chinese Cooking Master Boy, I didn't see a golden light flashing on the meat. Seeing that the barrage was about to quarrel again, Wang Luan immediately changed the subject. Okay. Anyway, you are not allowed to look closely here. It happens that Azijin is also here to transmit ore. I'll ask him if he can take me with him. Originally, the other party was not going to agree, but Wang Luan was willing to pay the gold coins. Wasn't he? Azijin's professional ethics did not allow him to refuse. So, Wang Luan finally arrived at the food city where people came and played and the fragrance spread for miles. No, the novice village. The novice village was different from the other 11 cities on the land of God's fall. There were too many traces of players on this city. And now the nickname of the food city almost overshadowed its official name, which was enough to prove the influence of players on it. Fuck. This is a real food city? Fuck. The stalls are set up outside the city gate? The shouting is floating here. If it's not delicious, it's free. Look at the tone. Just like the barrage of comments. A long night market was set up outside the novice village, stretching for miles, opening the prelude to the food city. The audience can't smell the fragrance from these stalls. But Wang Luan can. Not only can he smell it, but he can't even walk because of it. Although Wang Luan is one of the first players to eat these delicacies, he should eat more. But he won't get tired of it. It has been mentioned before that players don't actually need food. Although hunger will deduct health points, they don't feel hungry. Theoretically, the existence of food should be similar to that of toilets. But this is a local game released in China, and the absolute majority of the total number of players are Chinese. So everyone knows why the infrastructure construction first built a large canteen. Food, sex, and love are the greatest desires of human beings. Book of Rites. Confucius. Wang Luan's rationality quickly disintegrated in front of the stalls that were fragrant for 10 miles. And he walked towards those stalls with steady steps. The player who was sitting lazily on a small stool looked at him, and immediately became energetic and began to solicit customers. Do you sell meat? How much? Fair price. Negotiable. The first batch of stalls basically all collected mutant creatures. Wang Luan passed the enthusiastic stall owners, and went deep into the night market outside the city. Pots, pans, and seasonings are all available. Cook it yourself. Just give me a bunch of meat. I'm a chef. I'll help you cook. You bring your own raw materials, and share the meat with me when the time comes. Look at other dishes. Isn't it greasy to eat only meat? I have all the side dishes. The back batch of stalls are basically all for cooking and selling vegetables. Some players can't wait to sit down, then take out a large piece of meat, eagerly waiting to eat. The fragrance comes from here. Even such stalls have good business, which shows that the number of players is indeed excessive. After all, the stalls at the city gate are basically making money without any effort, and the prices are higher than those in the city. They just see that some players are too lazy to enter the city, or some are just stupid, and they take the opportunity to make a fortune. The barrage has been refreshed very quickly. Fuck. There are really not enough idiots. There were only a few stalls outside the novice village before, and now it has developed to this scale? It's normal not to know how to cook. I don't believe that all players can cook. I'm not talking nonsense. This thing doesn't require any skills at all. You just put it in the pot. Or if you don't have tools, just roast it on the fire. It can't be bad. Just brag. This thing is fairy meat? No matter how you cook it, it can't be bad. To be honest, it's no different from fairy meat. Wang Luan walked through this bustling night market street before he really stepped into the novice village. The fragrance suddenly became stronger, and the familiar roads and buildings were decorated with lights. At a glance, players on the sidewalk shuttled through them, and the single-person suspension cabins and public transportation on the road were moving at a snail's pace, barely avoiding traffic jams, and dense black shadows were moving slowly on the road suspended in the sky. In a word, the flow of people in the city is comparable to that of a 5A level scenic spot during the Golden Week. Suddenly I understand why there is such a long night market outside the city. If it were me, I would also be willing to be slaughtered instead of entering the crowd to experience the feeling of being squeezed. Fuck. The food city is so congested. Not only the novice village, but several other cities are overcrowded. Wang Luan was in awe of the scene before him. And then, in line with the professional ethics of the anchor, he bit the bullet and rushed into the crowded sidewalk. Just looking at it may not give you a deep understanding of how big the flow of people is. Only after Wang Luan entered the crowd did he truly feel how crowded it was. He was pushed forward, and the flow of people carried him towards the city center. What's worse, Wang Luan found that even so, his forward speed was faster than the slowly moving vehicles beside him. After being squeezed to the point of doubting his life on the street entering the city, Wang Luan started his journey to the food city with difficulty. Under the shade of trees on both sides of the sidewalk, countless simple stalls were opened along the road. Meat was roasted in the flames. The fragrant soup exuded a rich flavor. The exquisite buns were expressed in the steamer. The oil pan was bright, and the barbecue was simple. Along the main street with poor traffic, fluorescent stones were hung on the stalls, lighting up the whole city. The Chinese people's talent in cooking is enough for them to copy most of the food types on Earth in a very short time. While most new players are not yet proficient in using ether, these players have overcome many difficulties and brought the various specialties of the other world to the extreme, reproducing the 5 main cooking methods of frying, boiling, stewing and stir-frying in the other world, and even including a set of carefully developed kitchen utensils. In fact, most people may not have thought that the most complete and popular strategy for holographic games is the substitutes for various seasonings, and how and where to obtain them. These seasonings first entered the free market of players, which in turn caused a cultural shock to Ezigen, and then spread to the entire continent, directly updating the recipes of the other world with an epic crushing degree. He Xingwen was caught in the crowd and passively walked down the stall. I don't know why, but I have a bunch of snacks made of mutant meat in my hands. Host, did you forget he was live streaming? Although he didn't cry for 3 seconds, he was eating so happily. Host's food was so delicious that I couldn't help but touch the table. Damn, I didn't touch any snacks. I was wondering why it was so congested. It turns out that these stalls sell food along the street. The crowd stopped at each stall, so it was congested. Right? Doesn't this violate some city regulations? For example, the appearance of the city? Are you stupid? The task of the novice village chief hasn't been completed yet. How can there be such detailed regulations in the kingdom? I still want to say that the host is too focused on eating. It's been so long, and he hasn't said a word. Don't we have enough time? The host won't just waste hours here. Right? That's not the case. How can the host have so much money to eat for hours? This message pointed out the problem. Why are the internal and public beta players, who have been doing tasks and accumulating credit points all the time, but now they are getting poorer and poorer? Because the food city is a den of money. The players who first saw business opportunities in the mutants were right. This is a blue ocean that has not yet been explored, and now it has been tapped into amazing potential. So, the bad luck of the Zerg cannot be blamed on others. If you want to parasitize, why do you have to make the host so delicious? Now it is endangered. You can't blame others. Who makes the meat of the mutants so delicious? Sell so hot? The profit is so high? This amazing profit ratio. If players don't trample on them, they will be sorry for the thorough analysis of capitalists in capital. Chapter 188 Global Public Beta 12. Wang Luan's trip to the food city was interrupted by a shriveled wallet. He walked a long way along this street, but still couldn't see the end of the snack stalls. The gleaming stones on the stalls were connected to form a brilliant light in the distance, echoing the noisy voices, outlining the familiar fireworks of the world. Let's not talk about how Wang Luan struggled through the crowd in the strange smell of food and returned to the city gate. Let's just say that he finally came to his senses, stared at his drained wallet, and vividly performed the mental journey of who am I? Where am I? Where did all the money in my pocket go with his expression? Host, you finally woke up? You have no money. You have no money. You have no money. You ate so happily just now. You didn't even look at the comments. How many people persuaded you just now? This is not a food city. This is clearly a den of money. I see a business opportunity. Don't stop me. I want to sell snacks here. Why hasn't the holographic game cabin I reserved arrived yet? Isn't this stopping me from getting rich? Fuck. It's terrible. The host is like a lost soul, eating from the beginning all the way, not missing a single one. How delicious must this thing be? Or is it addictive? It's really delicious. I'm not lying. Just, alas, I can't describe it. You will understand after you take a bite. The taste. When you bite it, the meat blooms between your lips and teeth. No! You can make me greedy as much as you want? I was so angry that I quickly ordered takeout. Order takeout +1. I'm already opening snacks. Host, you eat so much. Aren't you full? This is the only thing that the game planner did okay. The game doesn't have a sense of fullness. As long as you have money, you can even eat your way through the entire food city. Stop eating. I can't eat it no matter how delicious it is. Host, hurry up and go to the next stop. Where are we going next? I calculated the price. Compared with the selling price, the purchase price of these mutant meats is not much. Excluding the cost of materials, cooking tools, labor, and time, it's not a huge profit. You can tell that you haven't set up a stall before. Small profits, but quick turnover. You know, the South China Sea mission is still going on. The mutant meat is in greater supply than demand now. so the price has certainly dropped. But when the South China Sea mission is over, fuck, it turns out that the business opportunity is here. I'll stock up more mutant meat now, I said. Everyone has a lot of raw materials. Why do players who buy meat instead? More and more. The progress of the mission in the South China Sea is more than halfway through. The mission description clearly states that it is to destroy the Zerg. I don't know if I can catch up with the last batch of mutant creatures after the holographic game cabin is installed. You are advancing the mission too fast. Can't you slow down? How come you have already passed halfway? There are too many people. There is no way. You and I will do it. And it will be over. Right? What is the reward for this mission? Otherwise, let's discuss and simply fail the mission. Warning about betraying the kingdom. Warning about EA. Seeing that the topic of the barrage has gone off track again, Wang Luan sighed, put away his poor mood, raised his head, and saw the train stopped at the gate of the novice village. He continued the live broadcast process and said, the train just arrived. Let's go and take you to the South China Sea. Take the train? I remember that these trains only run within the gods' falling land. The host is not going to measure the top of the mountains with his feet. Right? How is that possible? There is a teleportation service at the train terminal. Otherwise, so many players have to walk back and forth every day? How long will it take to get there? The speed of the train is as fast as ever, and it is far ahead of the rest of the world. After sitting down, the usual sight and hearing were cut off. Wang Luan casually told the audience, the main reason is that the terrain of the top of the mountains is too difficult to deal with, which makes public transportation impossible now. Otherwise, there would be no need for teleportation. He glanced at the barrage and saw that some of the barrage was asking, isn't teleportation better than the train? He explained, but players don't know how to do it, so they can only ask NPCs to teleport. As a result, there are too many people and they have to queue up, which wastes a lot of time. It's better to take the train. At least it is stable and fast enough. When Wang Luan said this, the train crossed the border of the gods' falling land and flew up. Wang Luan's vision was limited, and he couldn't see the train situation. But the live broadcast screen adjusted the field of view, and the barrage began to fill the screen, allowing Wang Luan to get first-hand information immediately. Fuck? The train's route has changed. This thing flew directly? This is unscientific. Right? How can it fly with its size? Newton's coffin lid. No. There is no Newton's coffin lid in the game. What rugged terrain. Uneven mountains. The train passed directly from the air. Awesome. I remember that the dwarves' means of transportation seemed to have always been amphibious. As the barrage filled the screen, the train, which took a little longer than usual, also arrived at the terminal. As soon as Wang Luan got out of the train, the familiar blue sea was boundless. Wang Luan was stunned for a second, and looked down at where he was standing. It was the familiar wall that separated the South China Sea and the Kingdom Sea. This was also the starting point for most players to enter the sea. The wall was separated from the land by a long sea. But the train just stopped on the wall so unreasonably, as if it fell out of thin air. Wang Luan's head was full of question marks. When did you change the destination? The last time I took it, I only went to the range of the gods' falling land. The dwarf who was operating the train looked at Wang Luan dissatisfiedly. It's because the players said that it's too troublesome to go back and forth, and the queue time is too long. The dwarf was obviously very dissatisfied with this behavior of increasing the working time of non-forging. He answered with a dark face. And when he saw that all the players got off the train, he controlled the train again. With a boom, the blue light quickly lit up the entire train. The train slowly floated in the air until it became a small black dot in the sky. Then it emitted a conspicuous blue jet, streaking through the sky like a meteor, heading towards the other direction of the South China Sea coastline. Wang Luan was a little confused about the direction the train left, and the audience had enthusiastically found relevant information for him. It really has just been changed. I went to the social networking site at Holographic Game Information Station to see the latest announcement. The train has added 12 stops along the South China Sea coast to facilitate players to take the train back to the land of the fallen god. 12 stops. Did this train go to other stops to pick up people? This is too unreasonable. It's fine if it just flies. But this guy spanned the entire top of the mountains. Speak more carefully. There is no such thing as the entire top of the mountains. It's obviously only half. Please respect the world map. Since the global public beta began, new things have emerged in the kingdom. The kingdom, which was already developing rapidly, seemed to have stepped onto a highway and was speeding towards an unknown direction, so that the people in it were accustomed to the replacement of new things. Wang Luan also sighed for a few seconds for the train that flew away at any time. He remembered the business and walked down along the city wall, and changed the topic. The dense shadows under the sea are the area where the players are currently located. The shadows covered the sea surface below the city wall. If you don't look carefully, it is easy to mistake it for the light and shadow of the city wall. But if you look closely, it's a bit sanity. The blurred figures stacked up into an endless player defense line, surging constantly, not much inferior to the Zerg. There are stairs into the sea on both sides of the city wall. The middle part of the city wall was originally a room for defensive weapons, but now it is occupied by players. A familiar fragrance came, tempting Wang Luan's footsteps to turn uncontrollably, turning from the stairs into the hidden room in the city wall. In an instant, the fireworks of the world came to his face. One barbecue. Take it. Take your time. Come back when you have time. Your spoils are packed. As usual. Hello, brothers. 666. Wang Luan paused at the door, looking at the orderly, lively but not chaotic scene inside. Subconsciously took a step back, looked up at the door, trying to find the XX restaurant sign on the door frame. Of course, he didn't find it, but the busy players inside noticed the uninvited guest at the door. Hey, new here? Want a drink? Wang Luan stood at the door. On one side, his shrunken wallet reminded him that he had no money, and on the other side, the aroma of food mixed with wine was drilling straight into his nose. Wait, have a drink? Wang Luan suddenly reacted. You still have wine here? It's not that there is no wine in the other world. On the contrary, many neighboring civilizations have brought rich and colorful wines to the other world. In terms of wine brewing and types, the Earth is just a little brother in front of it. The problem is that the king did not order wine from Ezigen. As the only commercial bridge, Ezigen does not sell wine. So it is naturally impossible for players to have wine in their hands unless the players brew it themselves. That's right. The other party shook the large wine jar he was holding and said proudly, I brewed it myself. The barrage quickly swept the screen. Fuck. There are experts among the common people. Based on my limited knowledge, does winemaking require koji? Does this game also sell yeast and saccharifying enzymes? Wait. Are there sorghum, corn, and wheat in the kingdom's territory? Even if you make your own koji, you must at least have grains as raw materials. Right? There should be grains. Didn't the NPCs also reclaim farmland? Aren't they used to grow food? But that's not grain. Right? I think it's edible fruit. The settings in this game are very different from reality. Especially food. The jade lotus seeds planted by NPCs are said to be carefully selected by the Father God for humans. They have extremely low environmental requirements and bear fruit all year round. They can be eaten directly, mashed as staple food, and made into cakes. They are almost omnipotent. Isn't this too unreasonable? Let's not talk about the jade lotus seeds. Let's talk about the mountain buckwheat cultivated by the druids. There are many crops, and the druids don't like to plant more because the yield is too high. Goodbye, magic world. Although the other world is full of disasters, there is one thing that is true. The word famine has never appeared in this world, and farming technology has not developed. After all, who would further study how to increase the yield of a crop that can be thrown into the ground and give rich returns? China is very interested in these crops. When it first came into contact with the other world, it conducted transplantation and planting experiments in the laboratory, but all ended in failure. In the end, it was concluded that the main reason for the failure was that the environments of the two worlds were too different, and the crops could not grow due to the lack of several key elements in the air of the other world. This completely cut off China's idea of transplanting plants from the other world on Earth, because they can't survive at all. Of course, even if they can survive, it is hard to say whether they dare to mess around on the Earth. The biological invasions on different continents of the Earth are enough to serve as a precedent. If they mess around with a biological invasion disaster from another world, that would be a real science fiction blockbuster. Wang Luan stared at the barrage and his thoughts turned over and over. But in the eyes of the player who just greeted him, there were only 4 simple words. Want it? No money. This is not surprising. After all, there are too many places where players can spend money recently, and there are too few players who can save money. Okay, I'll treat you to this cup. Drink slowly. This wine is strong. The other party picked up the wine jar and poured him a cup without saying a word. After putting it in his hand, he was busy greeting other guests. Wang Luan stared at the bowl in his hand produced by Wang Wutong. A large white bowl with no aesthetics at all. It is not porcelain, but very durable. It is made of the almost omnipotent clay. NPCs can get it for free, and players pay 1 credit point for 1 bowl. Not many people are willing to buy it. People prefer the ones with patterns. Although the price is a little more expensive, it looks much better than the big white bowl. The big white bowl is filled with light green liquid, which is thick and condensed, and exudes a faint fragrance. I don't know why, but I think it looks a bit suspicious. Is this wine? Fruit wine? No. This liquid obviously looks wrong. Right? Host. Try it, and see what it tastes like. Don't think it looks suspicious. It tastes very strong. Very strong. Wang Luan took a sip. It was sweet and tasteless. He drank it in 1 gulp, and then saw the last bullet comment floating by. And then he personally understood what it meant to have a strong aftertaste. The burning sensation burned from the body, and the whole person banged. A layer of dense sweat appeared on his forehead, and Wang Luan's face turned red on the spot. No way. The host won't be drunk now? What should I do with the next live broadcast? This is too immediate. Host. How about this wine? Wang Luan took a deep breath, spit it out, and then stuttered, fuck. It's spicy. He put the bowl on the table, remembering that the live broadcast time was limited. As he walked out, he felt a little dizzy. It was not because he was drunk, but because the after effects were so spicy that he couldn't recover. Wang Luan didn't care about the barrage anymore. He walked down the stairs to the bottom of the sea, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The water submerged him, and the psychological suffocation emerged. But it was soon overcome by human beings. It was like walking on land, and he fell lightly to the bottom of the sea. As we approached the seabed, it was like suddenly crashing into another world that was extremely lively. The players' discussions mixed with the sound of collisions, accompanied by white light, made this place seem extremely lively. Wang Luan stepped on the ground. He squeezed through the crowd and walked to the front of the defense line, ignoring the players around him. Are you drunk? You haven't said a word from just now until now. I'm a little panicked. The anchor won't act crazy in front of tens of millions of viewers? The player who was squeezed away wanted to make trouble, but when he saw the anchor's appearance, he swallowed it back. If it were me, I would be scared too. Why is the anchor's face so red? It looks wrong when he staggers. Wang Luan had no idea of his own situation. He was a little confused. And then he felt that he was particularly sober. He even remembered clearly what he was doing here. He kept walking forward with his head covered, and he passed through the defense line formed by the players, and arrived at the front. He met the mutant creature face to face. The front of the defense line was much more lively than other places. Waving tentacles, huge fish tails, long snake-like creatures, and other strange sea creatures rushed forward to attack the defense line formed by the players. Wang Luan rushed to the front blindly, but he didn't notice how often the white light flashed. He was the only player left in the front row. Wang Luan turned his head to look at the huge tentacles that were close at hand, and then turned his head to look at the densely packed players behind him. Finally, he burped and introduced to the audience, "This is the front line of the South China Sea battlefield." With a pop, the tentacles instantly pierced Wang Luan. White light flashed, and the scene became lively again. Wang Luan resurrected at the temporary resurrection point in the defense line, automatically refreshed the negative status on his body, and woke up in an instant. Fuck. Luan. The first war correspondent. Awesome. I was scared to death. I thought the live broadcast was going to end again. Are you sober? Anchor. Time is short. We can't waste it. Hurry up and follow the process. I'm still waiting to see the endless forest. Fuck. Wang Luan blurted out a catchphrase, and the feeling and scene just now were faithfully replayed in his mind. What kind of wine is this? So powerful. He sighed, looked at the crowd in front of him, and sneaked forward again. But this time his IQ returned to its place, and he didn't rush up and stand stupidly to die like before, but mixed in the crowd in a wretched manner, slowly moving forward, and found a good position for himself. The players in front flashed with layers of white light, and died without any resistance in the hands of the sea creatures. In terms of individual strength, the sea creatures completely crushed the players, But the white light kept flashing, and the defense line formed by the players did not retreat at all, and even move forward. On the contrary, the sea creatures kept losing pieces of meat, and so on. At the most exaggerated moment, a white light flashed, and the tentacles were directly cut flat by the players one by one. As the white light flashed, the positions vacated by the dead players were instantly filled. And even because the players behind were too eager, they pushed forward. The scene on the scene was an undoubted crushing, dismembering the attack of the sea creatures layer by layer like cutting meat. Wang Luan squeezed in the crowd and explained to the audience in a low voice, after the death of the player in the front, the players behind will fill in layer by layer. In this way, the players of the entire defense line can have a turn. Anyone can have a turn here means that any player can cut a piece of meat from the sea creatures and put it into their personal space before they die, completing a great harvest. This is one of the reasons why the number of players on this line of defense in the South China Sea can still be so large after a few days. The meat of the mutant creatures is like an extremely attractive bait hanging here, attracting waves of players to join the battlefield. Fortunately, the planner didn't set up pain. Fuck. When will my holographic game cabin arrive? It's really a piece of meat for everyone. Not only that, it depends on the level of proficiency. Some players are fast enough to grab several pieces of meat. There is no suspense in this situation. Wang Luan waited patiently for a while, because the Zerg came from all over the South China Sea. So sometimes after one wave is over, you have to wait for half a day before you can wait for the next wave. Of course, some players' battlefield positions are relatively bad, and they may not be able to wait for the next wave from beginning to end. After the sea creatures and players fought for a while, the flashing white light suddenly stopped. Until this moment, the players confirmed that all the sea creatures that attacked the city had died. After all the sea creatures died, a pile of black matter flowed out of the heads that were ignored by the players and spread in the sea. The confrontation on the defense line entered the next stage. If you look closely at the Black Sea water, you can actually see traces of living creatures, especially when it floats past each player. The sense of living creatures becomes more obvious. Of course, it also loses sanity. The players are used to it, and the audience is refreshing the screen again. Fuck. My takeaway just arrived not long ago. I was about to eat it, but when I looked up and saw the scene, I was so scared that I threw it into the trash can. Who isn't? 1 second it's delicious food. The next second it's a thriller. You're not human. The picture quality of this live broadcast room is too good. I can't see it so clearly in the sea myself. There are so many bugs. Next attraction. Hurry up. Let's go. Chioli Gao. I feel like leaving. The screen is full of bugs. It's too scary. It's not that I don't want to leave. Wang Luan looked up at the completely blackened sea surface and felt sorry for the audience from the bottom of his heart. But I have to wait until the black blood stone is burned once before I can leave. This is a hard rule. Otherwise, if I leave directly, I will spread a group of bugs to the mainland. Fortunately, the speed of the Kingdom Night is fast enough, and the blue light appears from the sea surface, falling straight down, destroying the black liquid and covering all the players here. The barrage began to refresh the screen again. It feels good. It's burned clean. Boss, change the disc. The blue flames brushed past Wang Luan, causing no harm to him. But the surrounding seawater evaporated in an instant, and the next second it submerged Wang Luan again. Wang Luan looked at his health points that were steadily decreasing in the sea because of the setting of underwater suffocation. All players will lose health points until they are completely suffocated. However, there is a temporary resurrection point here, and even if you die, you can't return to the city on the spot. Wang Luan took out a return scroll from the space ring, tore it open, and a row of selectable locations jumped out in front of him. Wang Luan chose the Arcane Academy. A black hole emerged from the torn return scroll, extending from an inconspicuous small dot to a 1-meter-sized circle in a second, before other players could react. The black hole enveloped Wang Luan in turn, and Wang Luan disappeared in front of others. When Wang Luan opened his eyes again, the boundless desert filled his sight, and with it came the specialty of the Arcane Academy not far away, the Mage Tower. The distance was too close, and the Mage Tower automatically attacked. A flash of lightning appeared and hit Wang Luan. A flash of white light, and Wang Luan was resurrected in the city closest to the place of death. Donshu City number 25. The full name is the 25th city in the eastern region of the Arcane Academy. A city planned in the desert. Fuck. You have a return scroll. Why didn't you use it before? Why did a lightning strike before you could stand firm? Is the Arcane Academy so dangerous? Wait a minute. Isn't it a bit whimsical to build a city in the desert? I don't see any oasis here. So these buildings in front are caves? Can you talk about science? No. Ether said that this is not Newton's business. Chapter 189 Global Public Beta 13. Although the Arcane Academy is in the desert, as a place with mages as the main body and the Academy as the group living mode, they are destined to be very unscientific. But even such an unscientific Arcane Academy has not built a city in this desert. The mage towers scattered in the desert and the sky city floating in the air constitute the entire Arcane Academy. The vast desert, the lonely mage tower, and the dead silence without any living creatures were once the most common scenery here. The mages kept people away from them in such loneliness and dead silence. But now, everything has changed. Players poured into the kingdom, which had a huge impact on this lonely, dead, and repelling Arcane Academy. At the beginning, when the order of the players had not been controlled, there were 3 circles inside and outside the mage tower, and people were noisy. The experienced mages used sound insulation spells to isolate the noise, and decided not to pay attention to those players. Then the mage tower was almost demolished. The mage tower's built-in protection function was consumed by countless players, and it was directly offline when the ether was on the verge of a critical point, resulting in the mage tower, which had lost its defense and attack functions, being almost demolished by players without the mage noticing. The appearance of the Kingdom Knights saved the mage tower in time. But this was not the end of the mage's misfortune, but the beginning of another tragic experience. After the players' order was stabilized, the players began to build the city, and buildings emerged one after another on the barren sand. Then the strategy of adapting to local conditions encountered a landslide here. Buildings can barely be made of caves, but building roads in the desert is really beyond the ability of players. A group of big guys repeatedly tested in the desert for a long time, and finally decided to plant trees. Druids appeared in the desert that has been monopolized by the Arcane Academy for a long time. The Druids, who have an endless interest in planting trees, came upon invitation and took root. The wizard can no longer pretend to know nothing. Otherwise this place may have to be renamed. The king and NPCs still don't know enough about the virtues of druids. The trees planted by druids have the druids' names written on the roots. When the trees are full, the Arcane Academy should be renamed the Endless Forest. Druids are unreasonable. A few epochs ago, if the druids had not been united by the various races on the continent and sent back to the Endless Forest, so that they would not interfere with the natural environment in the territories of other races, how could there be druids who are not involved in the outside world's excitement now? So the mages had to interfere with the kingdom's original afforestation plan, and argued with the druids for a long time. In the end, they relied on the king's deterrence to make the druids return to the Endless Forest and change afforestation to magical creation. If the top of the mountains is a construction site where players are familiar with machinery and human labor, then the Arcane Academy is a construction site where players are unfamiliar with ether and human labor. The mages have been reduced to workers. Miserable. But at this moment, Wang Luan, who was standing outside number 25 of Dongshu City, and the audience watching the live broadcast did not know what they would see. After the barrage of comments on the unscientific caves for a while, they began to urge Wang Luan to get down to business. Unlike the tops of the mountains, the buildings here are generally semicircular, with a rough and heavy style, which is a style naturally formed in areas with large winds and sand. Wang Luan looked down at his feet, and the live broadcast gave a close-up. The sand that should have been flowing and loose was strangely solidified. Countless sands were densely linked to form a hard texture, so that when Wang Luan stepped on it, it was like stepping on hard ground. And there was not even a footprint left. The close-up of the live broadcast slowly stretched the lens as Wang Luan's eyes searched on the ground, showing the prototype of this strange city built on the desert in the live broadcast. When the audience's eyes were attracted by those buildings, they didn't care about other existences under the buildings at all. It was not until the live broadcast gave a close-up of the ground that the audience suddenly realized that the special features of the city had been fully presented from the ground. That was not a product of industry, but the ether was shining. It miraculously turned the desert into a hard texture and allowed buildings to rise from the ground here. What the hell? How did you do that? There are only scenes that cannot be described by imagination, but nothing that the ether cannot do. It is the magic in the game. The synonym of miracle. So why can't we even fly with a sword in reality? Is the ether on Earth worthy of being called ether? I suspect it is a different product with the same name. +1. Let alone flying with a sword. How many people can move objects through the air now? What the hell? Does this mean that we can be like the mage? What the hell? I didn't expect that. I realized through watching the live broadcast that the world has really entered a new era. Is this the other side we can reach in the future? Before reaching the other side, please take a look at how big the gap is between you and the mages. No. Just look at how big the gap is between you and the beta testers. And you will understand what it means that imagination is beautiful and reality is cruel. No. It's impossible that we have to spend thousands of years to catch up with the progress of the NPC in the previous game. Right? The premise is that you can live for thousands of years. Wait. Then there is a sensitive topic that must be brought up again. About whether ether can prolong life. It is possible in the game setting. Do you think it can be done in reality? This topic is too dangerous. I still want to watch the live broadcast. Don't wait until the live broadcast is directly blocked. I guess it can be done in reality. Haha. The premise is that you should keep up with the pace of the mages first. The requirements are not high. You can open a space teleport with your bare hands. And then talk about whether what can be done in the game can be done in reality. Wang Luan was stunned for a few seconds and sighed at the omnipotence of ether. Not only did the live broadcast room quarrel, but the topic was also approaching the dangerous area. As an insider of the Special Investigation Bureau, Wang Luan knew very well what he could hint at and what he couldn't mention. Once the topic got deeper, even the holographic game live broadcast that was specially applied for was no exception. Wang Luan coughed and changed the subject. This is just the beginning. I saw a post on the forum saying that the city of the Arcane Academy has the heaviest traces of ether. As Wang Luan spoke, he walked quickly into the city. The speed of the city construction of the Arcane Academy was faster than that of the top of the mountains. The reason was very simple. After all, the ether was involved. Compared with science, unscientific methods are often more effective in one step. Wang Luan took a few steps and stopped. He saw a fountain on the roadside. Clear water was gushing out from the plain base and spilling into the green belt beside the road. Oh! Not the green belt. Wang Luan looked closely and found that the plants with green buds sporadically seemed to have been seen on the farmland in the land of God's fall. They should be crops. The noisy live broadcast room instantly forgot the previous argument because of this fountain. What are you arguing about? You built a fountain for me in the desert? Look carefully. Not just one, but a row along this road. Awesome. So where does the water in the fountain come from? Maybe we have to ask the omnipotent ether. Building a fountain is too extravagant, isn't it? It was hard for Wang Luan to disagree with this comment. Although ether was omnipotent, building such a row of fountains in the desert was indeed extravagant. A commenter immediately explained, "Don't you understand? This is not a luxury, but a necessity. Otherwise, do you think plants can grow in the ground without water?" Wang Luan looked along the row of fountains. The area where the fountain sprinkled was the crop planting area. Green sprouts were scattered in the planting area, and the growth was not good. But considering that this is a desert, these scattered green sprouts are enough to be called a miracle. The commenter was still arguing. Hasn't this land been transformed? Can't it be turned into black soil directly? Do we need to build fountains? Isn't it too much? I know this. Didn't the druid come here before? Fuck. That scene. I recommend you to watch the video Druid, the god of greening. A row of druids directly turn the desert into a forest. That's what professionalism is. There is a poem that says it well. As if a spring breeze came overnight, thousands of pear trees bloomed. Where is the forest? The mage asked the druid to tear it down. No. The mage can't do it. So why can't he do it? Are you too proud, or are the druids too weak to hold a knife? Let the druids do it. Do you know what's going on in the Everfree Forest now? To be honest, the druids are really good at plants. But let's forget about the druids being stationed at the Arcane Academy. I don't want to fight with the druids at the Arcane Academy at all. Wang Luan glanced at the comments and felt that the topic had gone off track. So he interrupted the conversation and asked, "So, the mage can't turn the desert into black soil?" Shoo. A black shadow passing by moved his ears, flew forward, quickly covered Wang Luan's mouth, looked around for a long time, and was alert as if something would rush out and kill them in the next second. Wang Luan turned his head and met the other person. He didn't know him, but he was obviously a player. Don't let the magician hear. or there will be trouble again later. The other party looked around cautiously, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure there was no suspicious target. He moved his hand covering Wang Luan and looked him up and down. First time here? Wang Luan nodded. Wang Jianxi. The other party pointed to the nickname above his head, and then said, be careful when you speak here. The magicians are all arrogant. You can only stroke their hair, otherwise they will go on strike. His voice became lower and lower. Now is the critical time to build the city. We can't afford to waste time. Wang Luan understood and lowered his voice. So the magician really can't do it? Wang Jianxi nodded, leaned close to Wang Luan's ear, and lowered his voice very low. Every profession has its own specialty. Have you heard that? Magicians are not professionals in landscaping. What does the mage do professionally? Wang Luan couldn't help but think of this question. The atmosphere is a bit gay. Are you sure you want to get so close on the street? Time is running out. So keep walking. I just happened to meet a local, so I quickly asked him if there are any attractions worth seeing here. The barrage in the live broadcast room quickly refreshed the screen. Wang Luan took a look and decided to listen to the audience's opinions. He walked and said, this is my first time here. Do you have any recommendations? Wang Jianxi looked at him as if he saw a fool on the street. Do you think this is a scenic spot? Wang Luan looked at the fountain and felt that compared with the city being built on the top of the mountains, this thing could definitely be called a tourist attraction. Wang Jianxi didn't notice his gaze and continued. If you don't know the way, follow me closely. I'll go move bricks and show you the way. The progress of the city construction of the Arcane Academy is indeed faster than that of the mountain top. Wang Luan followed Wang Jianxi along the road for a few meters. When he turned a corner, he saw a huge cave, which made an unknown sound, which became louder as the distance got closer. Factory. Wang Jianxi glanced at Wang Luan, a place for ether energy refinement and control training. Wang Luan turned his foot and dragged Wang Jianxi into the factory. Wang Jianxi wanted to refuse, but Wang Luan pulled him very hard and didn't give him a chance to break free. The factory was still divided into several different production lines. But unlike the mountain top, the production lines in the city of the Arcane Academy were composed of various ether fluctuations. The invisible force cut, combined, and pieced together various familiar basic materials, among which there was a wheelbarrow, a means of transportation that was not suitable for use in the mountain top due to the terrain. Of course, there was also a series of tools for mining. After all, there were no mines in the Arcane Academy. The different environments have led to subtle changes in the basic materials of the city. However, the most eye-catching thing is the way this group of players use ether as an auxiliary work method. Of course, the top of the mountains will also do this. But the presence of machinery is stronger, and the use of ether is often in some links where machinery is not popular. But in the factories here, there are almost no machines, and ether replaces them. Some links that players cannot do with ether are fixed spells provided by the mage. More specifically, the liquid automatically forms in the air and jumps directly to the next production line. The sand slowly melts in the invisible force and condenses into the shape of bricks. The sand melts into liquid, grows a piece of wood, and the wood is bent and shaped into the required parts, and so on. Unimaginable scenes are repeated in the huge space relying on the mage's fixed spells. Most of them use sand as raw material after all. There is nothing here except sand. Fuck. Is sand omnipotent? How come everything grows out of sand? Why do I feel that this is what dwarves should do? Mage. Miserable. Turned into a large tool man. No. To be precise, turned into the energy source that provides energy for these spells. Since these basic spells rely on the mage's ether to support operation, won't the mage's ether run out sooner or later? It seems that machines are better. At least they can be used for a longer time. So working in a factory is equivalent to exercising ether. I feel like I've been cheated. I'm going to the Arcane Academy now. Welcome to the Arcane Academy. Just don't rush to run when the time comes. Why? I'm tired. Do you think anywhere is as simple as the top of the mountains? Is using tools the same as using ether? Wang Luan didn't even take a few more glances at the magical fixed spell performance before he was pulled out of the factory by Wang Jianxi. If you want to enter the factory, you have to take the test first. You can only be assigned a position after passing the test. Wang Jianxi continued to move towards the destination and explained to Wang Luan, don't underestimate it as just simple cutting and moving. Most new players can't do it. The requirements for entering the factory are very strict. Wang Luan took the opportunity to ask, Does the ether used in those fixed spells come from mages? Wang Jianxi complained without turning his head. What kind of mess have you learned? How can mages be so selfless and use their own ether to support so many fixed spells? Wang Luan's confusion deepened further. Then where does the energy for these fixed spells in the factory come from? Ethernet. Wang Luan wanted to ask something else, but the scene that suddenly became clear attracted his attention. Wang Jianxi arrived at his destination, the brick moving site. The scene in front of him was as surreal as always. On the open field, players were scattered everywhere, carrying stones of different sizes out of thin air, stacking them into different shapes. And the stones were shaky, like building blocks. When the blocks barely formed a shape, the player wiped his sweat and ran to speak to the wizard standing in the shadows. The wizard did not move, but the blocks that were just about to fall seemed to be brushed by something. And the smooth wall suddenly took shape, with its own paint, and was extremely hard. Wang Luan silently opened his mouth and expressed what it meant to be dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded too early, and the barrage was frantically reminding him to look to the left. Wang Luan's sight fell on the left, and he simply turned his head to look at the figure floating in the air on the left. He was paving the road exactly the same as the one under Wang Luan's feet. Starting from the place where he was floating, the road made of sand was paved all the way towards the direction farther outside the city. The other person floated in the air, without moving his hands, and stared at the extended road expressionlessly until he reached a certain distant direction, then fell back to the ground and said to the other person, "Why are you asking so much? Isn't this done?" The other person said firmly, "This won't work. Didn't you say before that this kind of road maintained by magic can only last for a few decades? How many years can the road you paved last?" The magician said confidently, "You are not a dwarf. Why do you have so many requirements?" The other person did not retreat. "Anyway, this does not meet the standards, and we in the city will have to cover the new road together later." The two quarreled. Wang Jianxi was used to this, patted Wang Luan on the shoulder and said, "I'm going to move bricks to exercise the endurance of ether. Do you have anything else to do?" Wang Luan gestured to the two people who were arguing more and more fiercely. "It's okay," Wang Jianxi said lightly. "We won't fight." Wang Luan said, "Oh," and glanced at the barrage again. "I heard that the mage wanted to be lazy, so he finished it all at once. But the Kingdom Knight asked him to come every day to cooperate with the progress of road repair. How did a researcher become a laborer? This is called the new era of equal treatment. What's wrong with the high combat power of the mage? Don't they still have to work?" To be honest, from this point of view, the ether is really cool and awesome. I always suspect that the ether on Earth is not the same as the ether in the game. The Arcane Academy is quite interesting. Host, please go around a few more times. I want to see all kinds of wonderful uses of ether. Forget it. I still want to see the bounty hunters of Eskin. Even if I die, I will shout, "Endless Forest." What's so good about the Endless Forest? Druids don't cooperate as deeply as mages. When the host goes to the Endless Forest, will he go to survive, or to broadcast the infrastructure construction of the Endless Forest to us? I think it's to survive. I heard that the players of the Endless Forest are doing infrastructure construction under the pressure of life and death. After Dudu and his friends completed the mission in the Undead Canyon, did they go to the Endless Forest? A daily question. Have Dudu and the others changed their profession to druids? The same answer. No. Well, Dudu and the others' profession is completely useless. Wang Luan retracted his gaze, said goodbye to Wang Jianxi, watched Wang Jianxi walk into the brick-moving site, went to register with the mage, and then began to train the continuous ability of ether. Wang Luan thought, it seems that the Arcane Academy is quite suitable for training ether. He was also very interested in the Arcane Academy, but there were many live broadcast projects to come, and there was not much time to learn more about the Arcane Academy. So he could only take the players to visit the city under construction roughly, and got close to the solitary mage, and easily got the fact that the other party was a student. So, the instructor told you that this is an experimental course? Wang Luan was amazed. Even though they were in different worlds, the point about students' reusability seemed to be the same. It didn't cost money anyway, so why not give it a little? The young mage probably lacked communication experience and didn't like to talk much. He nodded when he heard it. Wang Luan couldn't help asking, "Is it useful?" The other party nodded and said little. If it is an understanding of ether, then it is indeed in depth. Wang Luan hesitated between the two thoughts of is the other party fooled, and maybe the mage is taking the class seriously? In the end, He still didn't come up with a definite answer. With some regret, he tried to take advantage of the young mage and asked him to help teleport to the endless forest. Then he got a regretful answer. The other party had not yet learned the spell of space teleportation. I wasted another scroll back to the city. After Wang Luan squandered his credit points, he had a miserly mentality towards his property. He reluctantly tore off a scroll back to the city and chose a teleport location. Dense trees appeared in front of him. Before Wang Luan had time to look at the teleportation point, a green shadow flashed by, and a white light flashed. Wang Luan was resurrected directly at the nearest resurrection point. This is too fast. Before the barrage had time to refresh the screen, Wang Luan, who had just resurrected, refreshed again and died again. Before seeing the environment clearly, Wang Luan, who had died twice, had a lot of question marks in his head. Logically, the nearest resurrection point should be safe, right? Wang Luan welcomed the third resurrection and an unexpected battlefield with confusion. Some viewers joked that the players of the Everfree Forest were carrying the pressure of life and death to build infrastructure. This is not a false reference, but a fact. Chapter 190 Global Public Beta 14. The resources of the Everfree Forest are no less than those of the top of the mountains. The dense primeval forest has a rich heritage. Once developed, the feedback will probably exceed people's imagination. But the problem is that the druids are here, and the tree people are here too. So, this natural treasure house surpassed the complex terrain of the top of the mountains. And the Desert Gobi of the Arcane Academy ranked first in the list of the most difficult infrastructure work in the kingdom's territory. He Xingwen used the deep pits gnawed by iron-eating ants in the Everfree Forest to exchange for the compromise of the extreme druids, and thus lost the friendship of the neutral druids. This is enough to prove how stubborn the druids are. After the Special Investigation Bureau set its sights on the Everfree Forest, the situation deteriorated again. Build a city in the Everfree Forest? Don't even think about it. This is the answer given by the druids. They did not learn from the lesson, nor did they give up their principles because of fear. In front of the aggressive players, they did not retreat a single step. The kingdom did not intervene. Or more precisely, the king did not intervene. There were many reasons why He Xingwen did not intervene. For example, there were so many players, and sooner or later the druids would know what it meant that the situation was stronger than the person. For example, He Xingwen could not really let the iron-eating ants eat up the Everfree Forest. Right? The sword hanging over the head was the most threatening. But once it fell, it was completely useless. Under the premise that He Xingwen could not completely destroy the Everfree Forest, He Xingwen chose not to intervene in the farce of the Everfree Forest. As a result, the infrastructure of the Everfree Forest went in a direction completely opposite to the peak of the mountains and the Arcane Academy. If the top of the mountains is a comprehensive reproduction of China's infrastructure, the endless supply of or supports the production of many factories in the land of God's fall, the Arcane Academy is an infrastructure that combines the characteristics of another world. The existence of ether allows miracles to bloom in the Desert Gobi, and also exercises the player's ability to control ether. And the Everfree Forest is a wartime infrastructure that was rapidly promoted for survival under the pressure of druids. In short, the infrastructure here has completely deviated from the original meaning of infrastructure and moved towards the purpose of surviving the war. Of course, surviving the war refers to buildings, not players. Players can be resurrected, and there is not much meaning in dying one less time. But the trenches that have been built with great difficulty cannot be easily destroyed. It is difficult for players on the top of the mountains to imagine the situation in the Everfree Forest. Of course, it is difficult for normal people to imagine what the Everfree Forest, an area that never welcomes outsiders, will become after the appearance of players. The Special Investigation Bureau didn't mean to make things difficult for the druids. If there was a choice, who would build infrastructure under fire in this situation? The druids have a hole in their brains, but the Special Investigation Bureau doesn't. Not only are they not a hole in their brains, they can see farther than normal people. The problem is that there is no choice. The Everforest covers a larger area than the land of the fallen gods. With such a large area, even if the Special Investigation Bureau has the courage to not develop it, the growing number of players will put the most obvious problem in front of him. The current hundreds of millions of players are not the end. In the near future, when the production line of the holographic game cabin is sufficient to meet the needs of more people, more and more players will pour into this world. The carrying capacity of the land is limited. In the case of such a large kingdom, excluding the Everforest, which occupies the largest area. If we don't build infrastructure in the Everforest under the pressure of life and death, the disaster of the kingdom's population exceeding the carrying capacity of the kingdom's territory and causing the players to lose control is imminent. Therefore, the construction of the Everforest continues under this circumstance. It's not that the players don't have opinions, but these 3 different construction locations naturally select those players who have opinions. Just like the players on the top of the mountains are more accustomed to the Chinese-style construction method, while the players in the Arcane Academy are more interested in training their ether. So the players who can stay in the Everforest to build infrastructure are all more pursuing excitement and game experience. In other words, the combat effectiveness of the players in the Everforest may not be stronger than that of the players in other areas, but their combat awareness must be better than theirs. After all, he died a lot. But at this moment, Wang Luan only had a vague understanding of this. From the Everfree Forest tactics discussion and the way out, I'm building infrastructure in the Everfree Forest that have been on the hot list for many years on the forum, as well as the few comments that mentioned the Everfree Forest during the live broadcast, which made him roughly understand that the situation in the Everfree Forest is very special. But now, through personal experience, he deeply understands what is special about the situation in the Everfree Forest. Wang Luan died 4 times in a row, and only glimpsed the rich green background when he was just resurrected. And he couldn't see anything else clearly when he was resurrected for the 5th time. Wang Luan, who was particularly frugal because of poverty, finally took out a homemade mechanical part from his space ring and threw it on the ground. The ether was activated, and the machine made a clacking sound, dispersing into several swaying iron blocks, which scattered in different directions. And then a crackling sound was heard. That was the product that Wang Luan forged for fun when the dwarf left homework in class. It was inspired by firecrackers, and had basically no lethality. Its main use was to make noises. He really wanted to transform it into a lethal appearance. But wasn't that a lack of ability? Fortunately, with this thing, Wang Luan's 5th resurrection was not hastily ended. At least he could see the surrounding environment clearly. What a deep pit. Wang Luan saw the forest outside the pit with obviously different heights, and the various plants that densely extended from the forest to this deep pit, vines, rolling plants, and swaying leaves, etc. They spread all over the deep pit, outlining an extremely thrilling step-by-step murderous intent here. Wang Luan was sure that these inconspicuous plants were the culprits of his 4 deaths just now. However, the current problem is not this. But this place is so dangerous. Why is there a temporary resurrection point? Isn't this a scam? Wang Luan turned his head and met the temporary resurrection point. The ordinary NPC sat on the chair, with a simple table at hand, on which there was a teapot, paper and pen. The sun shone, the breeze blew, and the expressionless appearance of the NPC seemed to fit the atmosphere of afternoon tea bullshit. Is this a place for tea? Wang Luan looked at the NPC, and Wang Luan opened his mouth angrily. Wang Luan was about to morally condemn the other party, and Wang Luan died again. The few firecrackers that made noises bought Wang Luan a few minutes of survival time. And then, there was nothing else. A white light flashed, and Wang Luan was resurrected on the spot. There was no other way. This was the nearest temporary resurrection point. The audience who witnessed this scene laughed with sympathy. The host is the most miserable. Come more often. Yes, it's the resurrection on the spot program. The Endless Forest is really exciting. Congratulations, dear player. You have turned on the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds mode. Please don't hang up. Thank you for your cooperation. Send 5 blood. The host is awesome. The host. Please look down. How can you not see such a big hole? What are you still doing? I think the host hasn't adjusted yet. After all, he just came from the Calm Arcane Academy. Who would have thought that he would be ready for battle right away? The situation in the Endless Forest is so famous. The host hasn't learned about it. The main reason is that although everyone knows that druids are strong, this is too strong. If it weren't for the difficulty of changing jobs, to be honest, I also want to switch to a druid. Good guy. Give him a forest, and you a fully automatic battlefield. The druids were not even on the scene, and they beat the players into this state with direct remote control. I think there should be such a line in the druid's attributes. In the Everfree Forest, the combat power increases by 50%, and in the desert area, the combat power decreases by 20%. Are you stupid? People in the desert area are not afraid at all. Let me ask you, Who has the druid with its own seed ever been afraid of? Of course I was afraid of the king. The iron-eating ant is completely defeated by the druid. It seems that the iron-eating ant is completely defeated by everyone it encounters. Who can beat this kind of bug? Let's be honest. The Arcane Academy can still fight the iron-eating ant with the help of Ethernet. The battle for combat power has begun again. You all should take a break. I said that the kingdom is the strongest in the world. No one can refute it. Right? The barrage was off as usual. And Wan Luan, who was resurrected for the 6th time, had no time to read the barrage on the screen. He was busy trying to find a way to keep himself alive. There must be a way to avoid being killed instantly. Otherwise the temporary resurrection point would not be here. Wait. Temporary resurrection point? Wan Luan had just reappeared in the air. And he turned around and shook the NPC's hand at a speed that ordinary people could not keep up with. And shouted loudly, "I want to contribute to the country." The NPC who watched Wan Luan's death, with an expressionless face, finally responded. He shook off Wan Luan's hand, picked up the paper and pen on the table, and started to register. Name? Wan Luan. Profession? Wan Luan's voice suddenly lowered, as if he was afraid of being heard by someone. Be speaker. The NPC asked some questions related to combat power and combat style one after another. And there was no question related to infrastructure at all. Because there were so many questions, Wan Luan was a little distracted when answering the latter part. He had been resurrected for several minutes. But the culprit who had just made him die did not appear this time. So the temporary resurrection point is really the key? The NPC finished the last question, put away the paper and pen, and said, "You can contribute to the kingdom." Then he kicked him down from the hole next to him mercilessly. Wan Luan rolled down Golyulu, and rolled a long way along the slope until he hit someone. Then stopped. Welcome. Welcome. The player who was hit reached out and pulled him up, and stuffed something into his hand. Hurry up and follow. Wan Luan looked up and looked around. The first thing he saw was the place where he had just rolled down. It was a slope that had been dug out. And here was a weapon room? Wan Luan's puzzled eyes swept through the many weapons and machines placed in the room. These things were not placed neatly, but at least they were placed in categories, which meant that they had been sorted here. But the person who sorted these things did not put them neatly, or did not have time to put them neatly. Apart from the sharp weapons, armor, and shields, Wan Luan did not see other players. His eyes fell on the player who was dragging him in a certain direction, and he found that the other party had just stuffed him with a long sickle, the kind used for mowing grass. This underground building is full of traces of battles, and the densely packed penetrating holes are on the walls of the corridor, which is enough to make players imagine the scene of plants passing through the wall and attacking the players inside. No! This is the kingdom's territory. Right? They are the kingdom's people. Right? They are here to build infrastructure for the kingdom. Right? How come it's like they are operating in an enemy-occupied area? Although Wan Luan had heard about the situation in the Everfree Forest, the current situation was slightly beyond his imagination. Even the South Sea Zerg didn't have such a strong sense of hostility. After all, the Zerg was crushed by the players and completely disintegrated. But the Druids were not crushed by the players. To be precise, the Druids were not crushed by the orderly players. The players have order, so they are not scary enough. But they have lost their only advantage in front of the Druids, resulting in the current situation. The other party ran very fast and said a few simple words to Wan Luan. New here? Never been here before. Then you should be prepared. The corridor reached the end, and the other party turned his head and looked at the new soldier. Die a few more times, and you will know the rules of survival here. No! I just came here to do a simple live broadcast. Why did it suddenly become a few more deaths? Wan Luan almost stretched out his Urkong hand to try to stop the situation from developing further. But even if he stretched out his Urkong hand, it would be useless, because the corridor has reached the end. The sound of something piercing the flesh came out, and the voices of the players were mixed in with the shouting voices. And there were also suspicious explosions. No matter how you listen, this is a real battlefield. Wan Luan hesitated, and was pushed out by the other party, with a sentence, "Use your weapon well." Wan Luan faced the daily life of the players of the Everfree Forest dealing with the attacks of plants on buildings. That's right. The target of the plant's attack is the building, not the player. Of course, it is obviously meaningless to try to kill the player who will not die. This small space was filled with tiny vines and players. Some players used the same long sickle as Wang Luan to cut off the vines that penetrated the wall, while others controlled the machines to attack the vines that wandered around the room. There were almost no players who used ether to attack purely. The reason was simple. Although ether was easy to get started with, it was difficult to make it more aggressive. At least for players. It was far less effective than pure weapons and machines. Most of the vines focused on the wall. Occasionally, they would casually sweep over a few players, causing white light to appear in the room. But the frequency of white light appearing was not frequent. Probably because most of the attacks on players were concentrated at the temporary resurrection point. Wang Luan realized this when he was swinging his scythe, and didn't wait for the resurrection of players. In a short time the deaths he had died before were not accidental, but normal. In the repeated confrontations, he understood that the resurrection of players must appear in certain fixed locations. So the druid's targeting was strengthened and changed to blocking the temporary resurrection point. This daily contact war quickly came to an end. After the plants dug down the wall, they quickly retreated. Wang Luan served as a background board, waving a scythe throughout the whole process, and was even quite confused about why the situation had developed to this point. The barrage was refreshing the screen by itself. Is this a failure? No. Think about it carefully. If plants want to destroy buildings, isn't it easy? Once the roots dig into the foundation will collapse. How can the players stop it? This is a trench. A trench used to block the druid's attack. Wait. Where is the city? Wang Luan had the same doubts. He looked at the players present in confusion and dug out another space along the collapsed wall without saying a word. He felt that the players of the endless forest were a bit too wild. Some people greeted Wang Luan, and some packed up and left. The scene was completely different from the other two infrastructure areas. No one greeted the new faces at all, and directly handed him a shovel. Wang Luan joined the crowd of people digging pits, while continuing to think deeply about how things had developed to this point. The barrage was still filling the screen. The temporary resurrection point is the city center of the city to be built. Where is the city? What city is needed in the situation of the Everfree Forest? The druids can tear it down completely in a minute. So we took local conditions into consideration and decided not to build a city, but to build factories and trenches directly. Will the factories and trenches not be demolished? They will be demolished. But the target is small and easy to maintain. Besides, the druids will not really kill them all. Otherwise, if they really anger the king, the iron-eating ants will stand in a row outside, and they will still be the unlucky ones. Right? So we have been confronting each other for so long, and we have a tacit understanding. If the druids don't take the initiative, we will let the plants mess up, and we won't build large-scale buildings. This is the current situation of back and forth. Otherwise, if the druids really want to be serious, then the players can only rely on numbers to flatten the Everfree Forest. Together. You still call this situation a tacit understanding? The wall has collapsed. Isn't this enough tacit understanding? Didn't you see that the players expanded the trenches directly from the direction of the collapsed wall? How much digging effort did this reduce? It fully demonstrates the atmosphere of mutual help and friendly grassroots construction between druids and players. Chinese is profound, and I have learned a lot. So, we have seen the trenches. But where is the factory? Besides, what about other buildings? Aren't they going to build them? Of course. The precious core building like the factory must be well protected. It is in the center of the trench. Did you dig through the ground of the Everfree Forest? You're thinking too much. How big is the Everfree Forest? How can we dig through it? We just dug an underground transportation station under this deep pit without trees. What other buildings do you need? We're busy building trenches. So you didn't build the road. But the road is underground? In that case, the druids also contributed. Those plants helped us open up a lot of roads. Wang Luan's hand was a little tired from digging, so he changed his hand to continue. A group of people were experienced and moved quickly. They dug out a space along the collapsed wall, and then a sharp whistle sounded from a certain direction. The players who finished digging quickly got up and ran in a certain direction. Wang Luan, although I don't know what they are doing, since everyone is doing it, I'll do it too. So he followed the crowd across the previous weapons and equipment area, followed the crowd to pick up the familiar long sickle, and ran in another direction. The tunnel warfare mentioned in the previous barrage was not groundless. Wang Luan ran along and found that the underground was dug in all directions. Not to mention the plants. Wang Luan himself couldn't tell the way. He followed the crowd closely, and quickly approached the place where the whistle sounded. and then repeated the previous daily routine fighting the vines that invaded the building. After the daily routine ended quickly, Wang Luan heard the melodious flute sound again. The crowd split into two. One part began to open up a new space, and the other part stood up and ran in the direction of the flute sound. Wang Luan subconsciously followed the crowd. This time it was not vines, but the extended plant roots. The roots are easier to deal with than vines, and they are less aggressive. Wang Luan waved his long sickle and suddenly heard another sound. A rapid knocking sound. The players who were cutting the roots stood up with a bang, leaving behind the slowly extending roots, and ran in the direction of the knocking sound. Wang Luan continued to keep up with the main force. After running for a long time in the corridors that extended in all directions, he rushed into the rumbling building. There was no doubt that this was a factory, where machines were running and making weapons. Wang Luan subconsciously glanced for 2 seconds, and found that the raw materials supporting the operation of the factory were ore that had just been unearthed, not ore transported from the top of the mountains. Wang Luan glanced at the group of players fighting with plants, and instantly understood why the buildings in the endless forest would eventually flourish underground. Because the endless forest, this well-preserved primitive forest, has mines underground. There were a lot of players in the factory. Of course, the plants this time were not vines and roots, but plants that grew underground in a serious manner. There were many types, and their combat effectiveness was also extremely high. This was considered a serious battlefield. The attacks of those vines on buildings were just ordinary daily life. The real life and death of the endless forest was the attack launched by these plants growing underground on the core building the factory. White light flashed frequently, and in the rapid knocking sound, groups of players came from the corridors from all directions. Their battles were much more organized and more combat conscious than all the battles Wang Luan had encountered before. The users who operated the machines and the players who simply wielded weapons were the most common existence. But Wang Luan also encountered other advanced professions here that he had never encountered before. With a loud shout, the berserker rushed directly, resisted most of the attacks, and then died in just a few seconds. Wang Luan had personal experience, and knew that these advanced professions that sounded awesome were not as awesome as forgers at low levels. Low-level advanced professions could hardly even be called combat effective, just like the beast whisperer. At low levels, it was more like an animal veterinarian than an awesome profession that could control animals to attack. The same was obviously true for the other 3 professions. After the berserker died, Wang Luan immediately noticed another player who was mumbling something. A steady green light flashed on his body, adding buffs to other players. Wang Luan glanced at himself and saw that he also had one. Calmness of the blessing of the gods makes you calmer, lasting for 1 minute. Becoming calmer. Is this buff a bit redundant? The other party's mumbling voice entered Wang Luan's ears. Cooking doesn't matter, whether it's sliced noodles, pasta, instant noodles or hot and sour noodles. You can cook it. Cook to save all living beings. Cook doesn't matter. Wang Luan paused. The barrage of comments was swiping the screen crazily. Fuck. It's a fellow believer. Long live the Flying Spaghetti Church. I really don't care whether you believe in me or not. I will keep your noodles from clumping. I said there's no need to preach. He violated my teachings. Take a satirical religion as a belief. Awesome. Wang Luan didn't meet the summoner. Of course. Considering Li's description of the undead in his previous post about the Canyon of the Dead, Wang Luan thought that the reason why the other party didn't appear was probably because the summoner couldn't successfully summon the undead at all. Thinking about it this way, the summoner is still the most miserable. Wang Luan, who has only learned a bunch of veterinary skills, deeply sympathizes with the players who choose the summoner profession. Chapter 191 Global Public Beta 15. The special situation of the Everfree Forest made Wang Luan spend some time to enter the next live broadcast process. The consequence was that after finishing the live broadcast, he had to rush back to the Everfree Forest to contribute to the infrastructure construction of the Everfree Forest. Obviously, the infrastructure model of the Everfree Forest is completely different from that of the Top of the Mountains and the Arcane Academy. And even the meaning of players here is completely different. It does not allow players to come and go as they please just for the sake of novelty. After registering with the NPC, their identities were determined, and they were voluntary militia. Whether it was using different voices to represent enemy attacks or being unable to socialize normally, it proved one thing: that this was a confrontation between players and NPCs. Players must unite as one and help each other to protect their spoils from being destroyed by druids. So, it's no wonder that Wang Luan met several other advanced professions here. After all, compared to the boring mountain tops and the Arcane Academy, this place is full of things that a qualified game should give to players. So relatively speaking, this place naturally gathers all the game players who are keen on confrontation. Most of these players have a strong sense of game and pursue equipment and skills, whether they use an astronomical amount of credit points to exchange for advanced professions with Ezigen, or they already have the qualifications for advanced professions. They all meet this standard. Now, Wang Luan has also trapped himself here. When Wang Luan saw Ezigen in the corridor under the endless forest, he admired Ezigen from the bottom of his heart, as expected of a race that can form a commercial monopoly on the continent. Even the battlefields with flames of war cannot stop the other party from trading. So what else can stop the other party? It is precisely because of the special situation of the Everfree Forest that there is no long queue in front of the Ezigen here. Players come and go in a hurry, and have no time and interest to stay at the Wandering Merchant. The barrage was refreshed again, because Wang Luan pointed to a clear choice. Are you going to see Ezigen now? Or stay and see the situation in the Everfree Forest? Although I really want to see the continent outside the kingdom. The Everfree Forest is actually quite interesting. Interesting +1. This game finally has something interesting. I have asked countless times. Why hasn't my holographic game cabin arrived yet? Who said that after the global public beta, there is only the working mode? There is obviously a combat mode in the Everfree Forest. Blood and death. Loyalty and faith. Battlefield mode is activated. I will go to the front line and win glory for my country. Ezigen is the last live broadcasting project. There are still many places in the kingdom that can be live broadcasted. Can't you apply to extend the live broadcast time? Oh, right. I remember. Did you go to the area south of the Arcane Academy? Foreign players seem to be there? What? Foreign players? There is no information about foreign players on the forums and video websites. If you don't broadcast live, wouldn't it be a bit shameful for your identity as a professional anchor? Is this a diplomatic incident for foreign players? Do you have to apply to contact them? It's not quarantined. Don't players go wherever they want? Then why is there no discussion about this online? I'm busy working, going to the South China Sea dungeon, and visiting the food city. Besides, why go there to see the desert? Do you think foreign players are organizing infrastructure construction like us? Fuck. Why don't they have to build infrastructure? Human rights, freedom, etc. We can't argue with them. Anchor. Anchor. Go open our eyes. Let me see how fragrant the breath of freedom is. Wang Luan stared at the barrage and thought for 2 seconds, then calculated the remaining time, and thought uncertainly, it shouldn't take too long to go to the south of the Arcane Academy? In fact, Wang Luan was also a little curious about the situation of foreign players. After all, the kingdom is too big, and there are too many things to be promoted at the same time. Most players are bound by the daily tasks that must be completed. Wang Luan is no exception. He has never seen the situation of foreign players. After Wang Luan was tempted, he quickly convinced himself to change the destination, before receiving the order from his superiors that he was not allowed to do so. He chose the free domestic transmission service of Ezigen. AI Xijin stared at the player who had been dawdling in front of him for a long time, but ended up not buying anything and got a free teleport for nothing. He saw through his true nature at a glance. Another poor guy. Wang Luan, who didn't know that his aura of poverty could no longer be concealed, opened his eyes in the desert as he wished. He saw the breath of freedom from the empty desert. He didn't see any buildings or players. This place seemed to be empty, and there was an air of freedom. Host, can you go and look for him? Where are the foreign players? In broad daylight, a group of living people mysteriously disappeared. What is the hidden story behind this? Welcome to the scientific desert case. Are they digging holes underground? This is a desert. Even a fool knows that you can't dig holes under sand, and sand will bury the buildings underneath. Then, the question is, where are the foreign players? Host, I'll give you an idea. Go find the NPCs. Wang Luan suddenly realized and searched for the NPCs along the empty desert. He walked a long way and encountered several wizard towers in succession, but didn't see any traces of human activities, until he found the NPCs. The NPCs are building cities. This is their task. There are also NPCs in the city infrastructure that players participate in. These are the NPCs sent by the king to build cities. It's just that among the Chinese players, they have almost no sense of existence. But here, the two scattered buildings are obviously built with NPCs as the main force. As for the players, to be honest, it is difficult for Wang Luan to describe what they are doing in accurate language. It is probably exploring the desert, then taking tasks from NPCs, then participating in the city building, and then going offline. They don't seem to like the boring city building tasks, but prefer to explore freely, and then die and return to the temporary resurrection point. Compared with the orderly infrastructure of Chinese players, this is a complete presentation of the disorderly players. With NPCs as the center, they do what they want to do freely, not including the boring city building tasks. The barrage is routinely refreshing the screen. So peaceful. Are they just strolling here? Not all of them are strolling here. This game comes with a built-in translator, and the player characters are also templates. It is difficult for players to distinguish the differences between different races, so foreign players, who are interested in other parts of the game, have already gone to other parts of the kingdom. In fact, you can still clearly feel that the other party is a foreigner during the conversation. I met foreign players when I went to the South China Sea dungeon before. Suddenly I understand why other players didn't mention the situation of foreign players. It turns out that those who are motivated have already infiltrated our internal organization, and those who are not motivated are just strolling anyway. There is no need to mention it at all. What a loss. The anchor quickly went to find AI Zijin. I am still thinking about AI Zijin's bounty hunter mission. Don't waste time. Is the remaining time of the live broadcast enough? Don't you know? Wang Luan looked at the situation here and realized that if the Special Investigation Bureau did not intervene and the grassroots personnel of China did not enter the game, then this would actually become a common phenomenon in the kingdom. Most people who have not formed an effective organization find it difficult to find their direction on their own initiative, especially in a game. It's not that there's anything wrong with this. After all, making different choices is one of the rights that humans have. But Wang Luan prefers the situation after the Special Investigation Bureau intervenes. After the interruption, the live broadcast process returned to normal. Wang Luan found an Azijin store in the Arcane Academy and lined up for a long time, wasting the remaining live broadcast time. So when it was his turn, Wang Luan got straight to the point. I want to take the bounty hunter mission. The wandering merchant first glanced at Wang Luan, and after confirming that Wang Luan had the corresponding qualifications with an unknown device, he took out the communicator to connect to the internal signal of Azijin, updated the mission information that could be released to the kingdom players this month, and then projected it on Wang Luan's personal panel. A long list of missions appeared in front of Wang Luan. Bounty Hunter Primary Mission: Murmurs in the Village. Mission difficulty: Primary. It is recommended that 1 to 5 players form a team to set off. Mission location: Diamond Empire. Mission description: in a small village under Ruoshui Town in Diamond Empire. Specific teleportation location: XXX. Some villagers heard inexplicable murmurings and were deeply troubled. They hoped to hire Azijin to help them solve this problem. Mission completion conditions: solve the source of the unknown murmurings in the village. Success reward: obtain 1 bounty hunter point. Credit points plus 1,000. A set of blood recovery potions. 10 silver coins. Some favorability of Azijin. Diamond Empire reputation plus 5. Diamond Empire favorability plus 5. Failure penalty: deduct 5 bounty hunter points. Deduct some favorability from Azijin. Anger of villagers in the village plus 10. This is the first task, and there will be a series of similar primary tasks, mostly transporting goods, requiring certain materials, and looking for people. Wang Luan flipped through the pages and found that there were quite a few such commissions. He once again had a clear understanding of the wide range of Azijin's trade. Even commissions like helping people find cats. So deep into the masses, without racial prejudice, without class discrimination, and building a beautiful future for the continent together with all intelligent creatures on the continent. If Azijin had not become a monopoly business organization, it would be unjust. Wang Luan flipped through the task list until he was dazzled. So he looked at the barrage. The primary tasks are so boring. There is no dragon slaying. Is there no warrior on the continent who dreams of slaying dragons? Don't pick. There is no difference anyway. Just pick one at random. The key is the location of the task. I found that among so many tasks, basically 90% are from the Diamond Empire, and the remaining 10% are the tasks of the Salfa Federation, the Kingdom, and the Beast God Wilderness combined. The Diamond Empire is worthy of being a human empire. Even the depth of cooperation with Ezigen is deeper than that of other races. There is actually a kingdom? Who issued the task? How? Why don't you just release it to the players when you find Ezigen? The location is in the novice village. I suspect it's the demon. Excuse me. Just ignore what I said. You guys. You've been ruining the reputation of the demons on forums, video sites, and social media all day, causing new players to run away faster than rabbits when they see the demons. If they can't trick the new players, can they just play indiscriminately? That makes sense. I shouldn't have exaggerated it earlier. It's better to let the demons trick the new players than to shoot us. What is the mission of the Salfa Federation? You need a certain material, right? The name of the material is too difficult to pronounce. I don't even know it. Have you never been to the Beast God Wilderness? Why don't we take this opportunity to go to the Beast God Wilderness? Wang Luan heard this and scrolled back on the mission list, and saw the mission of the Beast God Wilderness. Bounty Hunter Primary Mission Fighting on the Battlefield. Mission Difficulty, Beginner. It is recommended that 1 to 5 players form a team to set off. Mission Location, Beast God Wilderness. Mission Description. In a tribe in the Beast God Wilderness specific teleportation location, XXX. A tribal leader is troubled by the aggressive attack of the wolf tribe. The other party needs more warriors to participate in the battlefield to defend against the attack of the wolf tribe, and entrusts AI Zijin to issue this mission. Mission completion conditions. Participate in any battle between the tribe and the wolf tribe, and survive as a free person. Success reward. Get 1 bounty hunter point, plus 1,000 credit points. A set of blood recovery potions. 10 silver coins. Some favorability of AI Zijin. Plus 5 reputation of the tribe. Plus 5 favorability of Beast God Wilderness. Failure penalty. Deduct 5 bounty hunter points. Deduct some favorability of AI Zijin. And plus 10 anger of the tribe. Wang Luan stared at the mission description for a minute and glanced at the barrage. The wolf tribe is coming in full force? I remember the introduction of the Beast God plane on the official website. The wolf tribe is about to become the most likely existence to unify the Beast God plane in several eras? Look carefully at the task completion conditions. As long as you participate, there is no requirement to win. Does that mean it is impossible to win? I think it should be that the difficulty of the primary task has been reduced. If the task difficulty is a little higher, it may be to help the tribe repel the attack of the wolf tribe. I found that the credit points rewarded by these tasks are ridiculously high. It is worthy of the name of bounty hunter. Unlike the NPCs in the kingdom, they are all very stingy. Anyway, there is no requirement to win. Why don't you go and see the situation in the Beast God plane? It's time to ask the key question, host. Do you have enough time left? I think it's a bit shaky. These tasks seem to take a certain amount of time. Although we can go at any time, the attack of the wolf tribe may not come at any time. What if it comes half a month later? That makes sense. What should we do then? Host. This task is so interesting. Isn't it a bit unreasonable for you not to apply for an extension of the live broadcast time? Apply for an extension of time +1. At least you have to live broadcast a bounty hunter's task. Right? Otherwise, if the live broadcast ends suddenly like last time, I will immediately turn from a fan to a hater. Fans turn to haters +1. Wang Luan didn't expect that the bounty hunter's task was actually serious, considering that this is a different world. Wang Luan originally thought that this might just be some NPC tasks to divert players' attention during the daily infrastructure construction. But obviously, the appearance of the bounty hunter is proof that His Majesty the King and Ezigen are once again cooperating in depth. So Wang Luan considered the possibility of live broadcasting the bounty hunter's task for the audience. After all, the purpose of his live broadcast is to ease public opinion and pressure, so that more players who have not entered the game can see the true appearance of the holographic game more intuitively. After thinking about it, Wang Luan came to the conclusion, then I will apply. I will interrupt the live broadcast first. Host, remember to come back. If the application is unsuccessful, at least the live broadcast time should be used up, and the leader should not be given advantage. Go and come back quickly. Wang Luan quit the game and made an emergency report to the superiors. He received a reply half an hour later, and his application to cooperate with other great players in the live broadcast was specially approved. Wang Luan posted a social networking site to inform the audience of the next live broadcast time, and then turned around and shouted in the group created during the internal test. Wang Luan, I will do a bounty hunter live broadcast tomorrow. A team of 5 people. Is anyone free? I move bricks for China. Oh? Are we going to live broadcast together or something? Wang Lunlun, of course I will live broadcast. You guys will steal the camera in my live broadcast. I move bricks for China at Greenleaf. Are you free tomorrow? Greenleaf, send me the time and place. Wang Lunlun, as expected. We are brothers. No problem. I move bricks for China. Are you arrogant or am I unable to hold the knife.jpg? Wang Lunlun, are you coming? I move bricks for China. No. I want to move bricks. Wang Lunlun, then what are you talking about? 2 is equal to 3. Come with 3 reliable people. I move bricks for China. Just shouting is useless. I will help you at all the members. Big Bear, why are you at ing everyone again? Who's paying? Airxiong, same place? Peppa Pig, what time? Don't do it like last time. Who can take a day off during the day? Guang Tuchong, bring your own drinks. I'll bring the wine from home. Wang Lunlun, no one's paying. Wang Xian, bounty hunter? I can't tomorrow. I have to make up for the lessons. Yi Quan, why are you at ing everyone? Who's paying? Who's getting married? Who's having a birthday? Wang Lunlun, Yi Quan, live broadcast? Stealing the camera? Save a spot for me. Wang Lunlun, 3 is equal to 2. Is there anyone else who can be trusted? Yi Quan at Dukong. Kong good. Come together. Dukong, I have to help Wang Xian with his lessons tomorrow. I'm busy. Wang Lunlun, what a waste of resources. Brother Kong, you are wasting your time tutoring Wang Xian with your IQ. Wang Xian, are you too arrogant or am I too weak to hold a knife.jpg? Dukong, this is a purely physical mission. It doesn't make any difference whether I go or not. I move bricks for China. Did Wang Lunlun tell you what the mission is? Dukong, the forum post discussing the live broadcast has already appeared. Wang Lunlun, I don't know why. But I feel despised. I move bricks for China. Please don't look down on me. Greenleaf, I asked for you. Li is free and can come tomorrow. Dudu is busy with the mission of the Everfree Forest and can't spare time. Wang Lunlun, 4 is equal to 1. Let's get someone reliable. Greenleaf, I asked for you. Wang Dajwang is also free. Wang Lunlun, okay. Everyone is here. I will inform you of the time and place to go online tomorrow. I work for China. Who is Wang Dajwang? Greenleaf, he is also an internal test player. Relatively independent. Not very well known. He changed his job to Berserker. And his combat power is okay. I work for China. Do you know Wang Lunlun too? Wang Lunlun, I am a well-known strategy master after all. Of course, I know the famous players in our game. But I know him. He doesn't know me. Wang Xian, actually. You can go directly to Greenleaf at the beginning. Greenleaf will definitely gather people faster than you. I work for China. What truth are you talking about? We have to save some face for Brother Luen. He is not popular. Everyone knows it in their hearts. It's embarrassing to say it out loud. Wang Lunlun, blocked. Bye. As a famous anchor and strategy master, Wang Luen naturally has a very high reputation among players. But under this advantage, Wang Luen's popularity is not as good as that of the supporting actor. It can only be said that some things may really be talents and cannot be forced. The next day, the holographic game live broadcast resumed. After a busy visit to the different territories of the kingdom yesterday, Wang Luen began to be eager to try another territory outside the kingdom that he had never officially contacted. However, before that, Wang Luen had to wait for his teammates. He was free anyway, so he got some information from AI Jijin. The murmur of this mission sounds suspicious. What do you think is the most likely reason? The barrage quickly refreshed the screen. Isn't this information too hard? Be more tactful. Brother. If you can't do it, just shut up and wait for the green leaf. I only support the green leaf. I will hit the wall for the green leaf. Is there a green leaf in today's live broadcast? Players related to today's live broadcast, Wang Luen, Greenleaf, Yi Quan, Li Mao, Wang Dazhuang. Wait, is there a name here that doesn't look right? Everyone has 2 characters. Why does this guy have 3 characters? Wang Dazhuang. I know. Berserker. A man who puts his IQ points on combat power. After saying that, I suddenly feel that this name is very practical. I don't know if Wang Luan was lucky or Azijin let him go. Anyway, the information was forced out by Wang Luan. Azijin, it should be the unspeakable thing. This thing is very common in the Diamond Empire. It appears every now and then. In addition, the Diamond Empire is vast and sparsely populated, and it is difficult to manage the small villages below. So similar commissions always appear. The unspeakable thing. Wang Luan was immediately moved. I haven't seen this yet. The barrage quickly swiped the screen. Not only you haven't seen it, no one has seen it. And there is no such thing in the kingdom. So, is Cthulhu going to make an official appearance? Again, there is no Cthulhu in this game. At most, there are some Cthulhu elements. The planner must have borrowed from it. Why not borrow from it to the end? Isn't it that no one knows what the unspeakable thing is? Maybe it's really Cthulhu. I think it's more likely to be an extremely sanity-losing freak species. I'm not interested in it. For the sake of the audience's lunch. Host. Don't think about it. Hearing this, AI Shijin glanced at Wang Luan. Then you will see it sooner or later. In the world outside the kingdom. They are not rare. Chapter 192 Global Public Beta 16. What should the Beast God Wilderness look like? Players who have never come into contact with it may have many vague guesses about it, including the race that has been mentioned but never really come into contact with the orcs. But when it really appeared in front of everyone, the vague imagination became reality. The vast grassland stood under the sky, a landscape completely different from the kingdom, with a rough and primitive breath blowing in the face. There was the smell of grass in the wind, and more, the smell of feces. The 5 players who were teleported to the destination did not have time to be shocked by the vast picture of the wind blowing the grass low and seeing cattle and sheep. But they were attacked by a fierce smell first. The first reaction was to cover their noses and look around vigilantly. The barrage immediately filled the screen. Is this some weird ritual? Why do we have to cover our noses after arriving at the Beast God Wilderness? Maybe because it stinks? The live broadcast quality is so good, even the shit is so clear. Can't you help mosaic it? Fuck? There's really shit? My beautiful fantasy about the prairie is completely shattered. It was said that the wind would blow the grass low, and you would see cattle and sheep. But in the end, only piles of shit were seen when the wind blew the grass low? This is normal. Think about it. There are many cattle and sheep on the prairie. Right? Then they must poop. Right? That makes sense. But the problem is, isn't this in a game? Is it necessary to make it so realistic? What? NPCs actually have to poop? The planner has a hole in his brain to set up this kind of setting for NPCs? You talk as if this is the first time you know that the planner has a hole in his brain. Then the question is, are cattle and sheep NPCs? Wait, I suddenly remembered. There are orcs here. Right? What do orcs look like in this game? Anyway, I don't have any hope for the planner. And bunny girls definitely don't exist. If you don't focus on those piles of shit, you will see that there are a bunch of tents in the upper left corner of the camera. The anchor came here for a mission. And the place they teleported to should be in that tribe. Right? Why didn't the anchor respond for a long time? Was he fainted by the smell? Wang Luan, who was being worried about by the barrage, was not fainted by the smell. He was trying to find a safe way that wouldn't step on shit. Greenleaf, who finally recovered, spoke first. This is too much. Are we teleported to the toilet? Yi Quan had already completed what Wang Luan was doing and concluded, don't look at it. Just go. Li looked at the tribe surrounded by tents not far away, thinking, is the tribe's technology a bit backward? There is no absolutely safe road within the sight range. Wang Luan gave up. After hearing what Li said, he also looked at the rough and simple tribe. I think this question can be changed to how backward the Beast God Wilderness is. Wang Dazhuang took the lead and left the suspected toilet under the gaze of others looking at the warriors, and walked towards the tent. Others hurriedly followed. Greenleaf took over the conversation and said, the technological gap in this game has always been serious. But it may also be because the Beast God Wilderness was in chaos for too long before, and there was no time to develop technology. Yi Quan frowned and looked around. Then their hygiene habits must be worse. Li stared at the tribe that was gradually revealing its true face and whispered, I have a bad feeling. Wang Dazhuang, who was walking in the front, gave a conclusion, we are finished. The tribe was made up of a pile of tents. Apart from that, there was almost no trace of human civilization. The burning bonfire was the center of the tents. Next to the bonfire stood a long tusk of an unknown beast, almost as tall as a person. A corpse was hung on the sharp point at the top. To be precise, half of it. The half that belonged to the beast. The demons were a race with strange appearances. Except for Nulita. Almost all other demons could be described as making do and twisted. Just like matching some parts of animals of different races with human bodies. But the corpse in front of him was different. It was solidified in the state of changing from beast to human. The white hands and feet had become human-like, fragile and powerless. But the rest of it was still the part that belonged to the beast. This was an unknown beast. To be precise, the players had never seen it before. It had long fangs, sharp horns, and was covered with thick fur. It should have 4 nimble hooves. But now, the hooves had become hands and feet, flipping over the campfire, exuding the smell of meaty fat. Its appearance was similar to cattle and sheep on Earth. But it was larger in size, more lethal, and of course, more likely to attack. Wang Dazhuang did not get too close to the tents. But the tents themselves were placed sparsely, so that when they got a little closer, they took in all the scenes. Wang Dazhuang stopped and turned to look at other players. The expressions of the players present were a little bad. Even the barrage was shocked by this scene. Fuck. Good man. This is a completely primitive tribe. Right? Cannibals? Fuck. This step from civilized society to the beast age is too big. I don't want to know why they keep the body of the beast, but roast the part that belongs to the human. Suddenly I understand why everyone doesn't like to play with orcs. This is too barbaric. The Salfa Federation is so close to the beast god wilderness. But it's too far away. Although the scene is really shocking. Shouldn't you take a look at the guy who is roasting his hands and feet? Although he paints himself fancy, he does have a human appearance. Orc. At least the name is related to human. Isn't it normal to be able to become a human? When the players paused, the crowd around the campfire had already discovered their existence. They seemed to be holding some kind of ceremony or gathering. Anyway, Wang Luan and the others didn't want to think deeply about the real reason why they gathered here. After the crowd looked at them, they didn't rush to contact them, but made lively discussions. Wang Dazhuang hesitated, turned his head to look at Lu Yi, and said sincerely, I think we still have time to run now. Anyone who sees such a shocking scene, and a group of guys with wrinkles on their faces gathered together, and whispered will have an ominous premonition. It is like the unique smell of blood here, mixed with the smell of shit. On the vast grassland, primitive enough to make people uneasy. Greenleaf turned to look at Wang Luan. Do you have AI Xijin's token? AI Xijin should have come with him to introduce the employer and the mercenary. But the current situation in the kingdom obviously did not allow him to run around. There was a long line behind Wang Luan at that time, and countless players were eagerly waiting for them to leave. So the other party had to compromise, and gave Wang Luan a token to prove his employment status. But now it seems that even with so many players staring at them, they should insist on dragging the other party here. The continent that players have not yet deeply understood has finally revealed a corner of the law of the jungle to players through the beast god wilderness. When Greenleaf was talking, Yi Quan kept squinting at the group of people, until the group of people's discussion suddenly stopped and cast their eyes in the direction of Yi Quan and the others. He suddenly pulled Greenleaf and turned around and ran. A word floated back from a distance, run. In a blink of an eye, the earth shook. Greenleaf, who was a beat slower, subconsciously looked at the position where the group of people were just now. There were no people, only a huge herd of cattle, trampling the ground and rushing towards them. Wang Luan took a breath of cold air. He saw the process more comprehensively than Lu Yi. He saw with his own eyes the whole process of the crowd changing from human to beast. It was like tearing off a layer of skin, and the swollen body squeezed out from under the human skin. This picture was absolutely not related to any beautiful imagination. It was a more primitive and naked body change. Just like the body stuck in the sharp teeth they saw, the cattle rushing towards them, their long fur fluttering in the wind. If Wang Luan and his men were not on the road of the other party's collision, they would have been more interested in appreciating the scene. Sharp horns and teeth are not the opponent's most powerful weapons. The huge size and the impact caused by running are their most powerful attacks. Wang Luan and his team knew why the tents were sparsely placed around the campfire. Because it could be disposable. The cattle trampled the ground, crushing everything that stood in the way forward, including the players. No single individual could survive the trampling of such a group of huge creatures. We can only be thankful again that the players have no sense of pain. White light flashed faintly under the feet of the cattle. The cattle could not restrain their strength and ran a distance before slowly stopping one by one and turning around to search for spoils. They found nothing, including corpses. White light flashed, and Wang Luan and his team resurrected at the temporary resurrection point closest to the place of death. Green flashed in the afterglow, and Wang Luan was quick and neat, without even looking, and went into the hole next to him and bumped into another person in a hurry. Wang Dazhuang flashed into the corridor faster than him. Obviously, he was more familiar with how to survive here than him. After Wang Luan slid down the corridor to the weapons room, he looked at Wang Dazhuang and waited for a while before the other three arrived. The five-man team reunited. Yi Quan complained, "You are too slow. I told you to go here." Yi Quan lagged behind, not because he was unfamiliar with the terrain, but because he brought along two other rookies who had never been to the Everfree Forest. Greenleaf looked around and said good-temperedly, "It was an instinctive reaction. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous here." Li was eager to try. "There is still tunnel warfare in the Everfree Forest? So interesting?" Wang Luan sighed. He died before he could accomplish his mission. The few people ignored him at all. Greenleaf, Dazhuang. You were right before. The Everfree Forest can really train your reaction speed. Wang Dazhuang touched his head. As a player with aspirations, Li immediately realized the uniqueness of the Everfree Forest. What are the daily tasks here? Where is the infrastructure construction? Yi Quan explained lazily. The daily tasks are similar. Anyway, it's just a matter of life and death, compared with infrastructure construction. Protecting buildings is our main task. Wang Luan, who was completely ignored, glanced at the barrage. To be honest, the audience is actually laughing at you. This is a live broadcast with tens of millions of fans. You should pay attention to the impact. The four people reacted immediately and turned their heads to look at Wang Luan. Yi Quan tried to save his image seriously. "Let's take Azijin with us." Li Mao was desperate. "I think the difficulty of this mission may be higher than expected." "We lost," Wang Dazhuang said frankly. "Azijin in the Everfree Forest is not that busy. Maybe he can spare time to go with us." Greenleaf made the decision. "Okay. Then let's go find Azijin, the protagonist of this live broadcast, the initiator of this mission, and the organizer of this team, Wang Luan." The barrage laughed at the host crazily. "Ha ha ha. Luan. Actually, you are the unimportant one." Greenleaf. "Reliable." The host's face was written with a row of big words. "Greenleaf. You stole my show." "To be honest." "Host. Did you realize that when the orcs rushed over just now, you were the only one who was stunned and didn't move? Greenleaf was asking you for the token." Yi Quan had already run away. Wang Dazhuang went crazy, and Li Mao was looking for a safe spot away from the cattle. "Don't talk nonsense. The anchor is doing this for live broadcast. Otherwise, how can we have such a realistic 3D naked eye effect of being crushed by a herd of cattle? Then please don't be so realistic next time. I was almost scared to death. Such a big, round hoof. Damn. I watched it kick down with my own eyes." Well, that was the last view from the anchor's perspective. "Don't talk nonsense. Who laughed at the masters? We were obviously laughing at you. Why go back? These orcs are just beasts. There is no way to stop them. It is impossible for a normal person to do such a thing." And without saying anything, he just rushed in savagely. "To be honest, I think you can give up this task now." "Don't say it. That scene has become a psychological shadow for me. In fact, I think this is the inspiration the planner got from the cannibals. After all, aren't there such tribes in the primeval forest now? Besides, in the early stage of human cultural development, such sacrificial behaviors are not uncommon." Wang Luan glanced at the barrage and followed the team's pace. The communication with Azijin of the Endless Forest was unexpectedly smooth. The other party agreed to their request and opened the space transmission again. After just over 10 minutes, Wang Luan and his team returned to the familiar place. The traces of the cattle collision were clearly imprinted on the surface, and even the feces were trampled dry. Azijin seemed to be accustomed to this, and took Wang Luan and his team straight to the direction of the tent. Greenleaf completed the information acquisition of the orcs through this short journey. "So, orcs are intelligent creatures with more animality than humanity?" Greenleaf concluded thoughtfully. "How beastly are they?" Azijin taught the contact skills. "It will be easier to deal with them if you treat them as beasts." The barrage summed up the meaning of the other party's words. In other words, they are basically no different from beasts. Can this be considered an intelligent creature? Don't forget. Even Manxing and goblins are considered intelligent creatures. Obviously. The standard of intelligent creatures in this game is ridiculously low. I understand why the Diamond Empire next door has developed a feudal system. Splitting and uniting. The Beast God Plane. Such a small place. Has not been unified for several eras. It turns out that this group of orcs are not human at all. Huh? In that case, how did the wolf tribe manage to unify the Beast God Plane? Since they are all beasts, don't expect them to plot and scheme. So, either the wolf tribe has evolved a brain, or they have suppressed other tribes with absolute strength. No matter which one. It feels bad. What's bad? Can it affect the king's direct crushing of the Beast God Plane? Ai Shijin led Wang Luan and his group to the previous death site. From this position, they could clearly see the crowd gathering around the campfire to dismember the body. Wang Luan and his group stopped in unison. The orc who led the crowd used his nails to scratch the corpse hanging on the fangs, and then skillfully dug out the horn. Then, he peeled off the entire cowhide along the hole in the horn with an easy gesture, exposing the blood and meat in front of everyone. The crowd around the bonfire seemed to get closer. The other party continued to move, cutting the meat with the skill of a butcher, and picking out a huge skeleton. Azijin walked a few steps and found that Wang Luan and the others had stopped. So he turned his head and looked at them with some doubt. Greenleaf opened his mouth, then closed it again, and just gestured in the direction of the campfire. Azijin said in a relaxed tone, obviously, we caught up with a funeral. Funeral? A ceremony held after the death of an orc in the tribe. Azijin's words became a little difficult, which may also be caused by the increased difficulty of translation. Each race has a different ceremony to let the dead rest in peace. Right? Everyone in the crowd was given a piece of meat of different sizes, and began the last step of the funeral. It turned out that they ate raw meat. Azijin noticed the player's rejection of this scene, so he simply stopped moving forward. Someone in the crowd looked in their direction. Perhaps because of Azijin's presence, the players did not repeat the previous experience. The orc who presided over the division ceremony left the crowd alone and walked towards their direction. Azijin? The other party was even very enthusiastic, showing a bright smile from a distance. This is not the trading time we agreed on. I am here to complete your previous commission. The other party recalled and tilted his head to look at Wang Luan and the others. At such a close distance, Wang Luan and the others confirmed more clearly that the other party was no different from humans, except for the unknown lines painted on the other party's face. The lines had no rules and did not form any patterns. They were densely packed all over the face, making the other party look extremely terrifying. I thought they were prey. The other party sniffed and identified Wang Luan and the others as the group just now, and said regretfully, I didn't expect that they would disappear after death. Azijin was not surprised by this and introduced the players. This is the player. This is the chief of the Maonyo tribe. Zhuang. Player? Zhuang scratched his head, obviously familiar with this term. They are the players? His gaze on Wang Luan and the others became hotter, and he subconsciously took a step towards Wang Luan and the others, looking closely at this legendary race. The other party's tall body brought some deterrence, but under the premise of not being caught off guard and falling into the sand scene. The players who would not die would obviously not be afraid of this. At least he still looks like a human being now. After looking at the players, Zhuang quickly lost his longing for this legendary race, and complained to Azijin dissatisfiedly, they are too weak. These 5 are not enough to fill the teeth of a gray wolf. What I want is a warrior who can fight on the battlefield. Not a waste. 5 wastes cast their eyes on each other. Azijin had a blank expression on his face. The reward for this commission is only 100 silver coins. He said slowly and drawn out, what kind of warrior do you want to hire with 100 silver coins? Zhuang's complaining expression disappeared immediately. Obviously, the orcs also knew how low the hiring price they offered was. Okay. Zhuang said reluctantly, they will join us in the battle with the wolf tribe. Azijin added the modifier, 1 battle. What? Only 1 battle? The other party started complaining again, you know. That's the wolf tribe. What can they do in 1 battle? Is it enough for them to die a few times? Azijin had to remind the other party again, do you think the wolf tribe will need to launch a second attack? He pointed out the facts. It only takes 1 round for the wolf tribe to defeat the hairy ox tribe. Zhuang's face flushed, but we won't give up just like that. This has nothing to do with Azijin. Azijin showed a cold attitude that the players had never seen before, a battle. regardless of winning or losing. After it ends, the commission is automatically completed. Zhuang glanced at Wang Luan and the others, revealing many complex emotions including disgust. It's a deal. Azajan completed the purpose of his visit. Before leaving, he took out several fixed-point teleportation scrolls and gave them to the players one by one, telling them, after resurrecting at the temporary resurrection point, use it to return to the battlefield directly. Although Azajan could not copy the temporary resurrection point of the kingdom, they still worked out a substitute in a sense to ensure that the cooperation on the Bounty Hunter project could continue. The players watched Azajan leave the Beast God Wilderness, turned around, and Zhuang led them to the tents with a dark face. He was very cunning, or thought he was very cunning, and said, "We don't provide food." The players looked at the orcs who were eating, and said that they didn't need them to provide food. Zhuang's face looked a little better. The players finally walked to this simple tribe surrounded by tents, and then found that what you see is what you get. What they saw before was everything this tribe had. There were no cattle or sheep, no iron tools, no armor, and the tents were their biggest assets. Half of them were trampled just now, so that half of the orcs might have no place to sleep at night. The entire tribe had only 100 people at most. No old or weak. All men and women in their prime. And the reason for this funeral was also very simple. They had to prepare for the upcoming war. And this preparation was not weapons, not defense, and not a battle strategy, but a full stomach. Then Greenleaf pointed at the skeleton, and didn't know what he wanted to ask for a moment. Zhuang glanced at the skeleton and said calmly, "Grandma is very old." "Grandma?" The orc who had eaten his fill yawned and prepared to go back to the tent to sleep. Someone answered the question. "She is the witch of the tribe." Chapter 193 Global Public Beta 17 Holographic Game Live Broadcast Wolf Tribe. The audience watching the live broadcast pieced together the appearance of the Beast God Wilderness through Wang Luan and his friends' contact with this tribe. It is obviously unrealistic to expect a race that is more beastly than human and has experienced civil strife for several epochs to have a developed civilization. The backwardness of civilization is not only reflected in the unlit technology tree, but also in many fields such as economy and culture. Players have seen the luxury and reserve of Karen, the capital of the Diamond Empire, and the rigor and science fiction of Arna City in the South of Federation. Now, they have seen poverty and backwardness in the Beast God Wilderness. This is a race that has not had time to develop. They are ignorant and barbaric. The Mount Yo tribe is not an exception. There are countless tribes on this grassland that are as hungry as them and need to be buried. There are even more tribes that disappeared in the dust of history because of hunger. The crowd dispersed quickly, perhaps because they were full, or perhaps to prevent the food from being digested too quickly. Most of the orcs returned to their tents to sleep. A few orcs without tents simply found a place by the campfire and fell asleep. Zhuang had no concept of being a host at all. He brought the players here without any arrangements or instructions, and simply abandoned them and disappeared. The tribe quickly returned to silence. Wang Luan and the others stayed where they were, looking at each other in bewilderment. The barrage of comments filled the screen as usual. This is too poor. Although, aren't they going to do something? Didn't they say that the wolf tribe was coming? With this vast grassland? At least dig a trench or something? It's a waste of energy. Don't let them starve to death before the wolf tribe arrives. That's not right. This is a prairie after all. There can't be no prey. Right? Yes. Shouldn't there be a lot of prey on the prairie? Rabbits and the like. Are they being eaten to extinction? How can they be so hungry that they want to eat the corpses of their own kind? Wang Luan glanced at the barrage and was also puzzled. He whispered to Li in a low voice. Li looked around the quiet campfire and picked an orc to talk to. A few minutes later, the other party stood up and walked out with Li and the others. When they were a little further away from the tribe surrounded by tents, Li and Jiao's voices were louder. "Wizard, the beast god has been dead for a long time, and the wizard has long been unable to communicate with the god." Jiao took a pile of fruits from Li and answered every question. Now the wizards are mainly the most respected elders, who pass on medical skills and history. It is obvious that Li did not convince the other party with his personal charm, but used a small transaction to exchange for the other party's cooperation. Wang Luan asked the most puzzling question, "But the prairie is so big, and it has not entered a drought period. Why is there no food?" Jiao held a fruit and glanced at Wang Luan. There were fruit trees, but they died later. Wang Luan asked, "What about the prey?" Jiao was a little impatient, thinking that the other party was too ignorant. Isn't the situation of the tribe obvious enough? We are the prey. Wang Luan was stunned for 2 seconds and didn't react to what the other party meant. Li took over the conversation. Are there no animals in the beast god wilderness? I mean animals that can't turn into humans. Jiao shook his head. This is the domain of the beast god. Wang Luan realized that the reason they were so poor and hungry was because they were at the bottom of the food chain. The situation should not have been so bad before. Otherwise you wouldn't have survived until now. Yi Quan suddenly interrupted the conversation. What happened recently? Jiao held a fruit and used the food to restrain his urge to turn around and leave. Aren't you here for this? Greenleaf suddenly realized the chain reaction brought about by the wolf tribe's unification of the beast god wilderness. Jiao stared at the fresh fruit and his tone became low. Originally we could still catch some prey. But when the wolf tribe came, those weak tribes joined them. And the prey became less and less. Li suddenly interrupted. Did those weak tribes migrate? No, Jiao said honestly, but attacking them is equivalent to provoking the wolf tribe. And we can't beat the wolf tribe. The scene was silent for 2 seconds. Probably because the players present did not expect the orcs to be so simple. To this extent, Yi Quan was genuinely puzzled, but even if you don't attack them, won't the wolf tribe eventually attack you? Jiao's tone was simple, and even proud, but we are the last one. Because of his tone, Wang Luan didn't even react to what he meant. Ah! Jiao patted his chest with one hand and said proudly, we are the last beast tribe to be attacked in this area. What is there to be proud of? Isn't it because of this that you have to be left with only a group of young and middle-aged people? Jiao didn't understand their brain circuits. This barbaric and backward civilization also didn't develop human thinking patterns. Jiao held a fruit and glanced at the players, who were hesitating. If you don't have any other questions, I'll go back. Greenleaf asked. They joined the wolf tribe. Why don't you do the same? Jiao's face flushed instantly. We must use blood to prove our courage. So for this reason, before the enemy came, only the young and middle-aged were left? Wang Luan and the others fell into silence again. The barrage was swiping the screen crazily. This is too stupid. If they knew what Dieters meant, they wouldn't be like this now. With their current number, they are almost winning without a fight. And they are still using blood to prove their courage. Are they really that reckless? After a brief silence, Li asked the next question. You know that you can't defeat the wolf tribe, right? Jiao held his head high. But we prove the courage of the hairy cattle tribe. Wang Luan reminded him. But your people are almost dead. Jiao was a little confused. So? Wang Luan, they didn't have to die. Jiao's face flushed again. And he said angrily, proud death is more glorious than living in shame. Yi Quan reached out and held Greenleaf to stop him from asking more questions. And let Jiao go back. Jiao held the fruit in his hand, without any pause, and strode out of this corner and returned to the campfire. The orcs sleeping by the campfire woke up one after another and looked at the fruit Jiao brought back. Jiao handed it to Shuang, who roughly divided it among them. A row of orcs squatted by the campfire, each holding one fruit. Some orcs who did not get any fruit lay down again. The scene of a row of strong men holding small fruits and eating them one by one is not only not aesthetically pleasing. Yi Quan retracted his gaze and said to LVE and the others, it may not be understood with human thinking mode, but it may be understood a little bit with the way of beasts. For them, death is too common. In nature, beasts will fight for territory until the winner is decided. Yi Quan, these beasts are far from considering the weight of life. The same is true for orcs. Wang Dazhuang waited for a while. And when no one spoke, he was a little confused. So, this task is difficult? He pulled the other 4 people who were immersed in sighing back to the ongoing task. And also let them get rid of that inexplicable sense of reality. Wang Luan glanced at the barrage. I've been wanting to say this. This is just a game. Why are the masters so serious about the pre-task plot? Is this why masters are masters? Don't they treat the game plot as a background? But I always skip the plot when I play games. If it weren't for the holographic game, I wouldn't be able to skip the plot. But to be honest, holographic games are full of realism. And the NPC's behavior is not stereotyped at all, which really makes it easy for people to immerse themselves in the plot. The planner is awesome. His Majesty the King is awesome. I feel so sorry for the orcs. I suggest you say this again to the scene where they eat meat. You are awesome for saying this to the bloody scene that needs to be mosaicked. GKD. Let the king come to the beast god wilderness to send warmth. To be honest, I think the kingdom's attack on the beast god wilderness is called poverty alleviation. To be honest, It is true. Knowing that this is not just a game. Wang Luan touched his nose and closed his mouth. Greenleaf reacted and answered Wang Dazhuan's question. That's not the case. After all, it is a beginner-level difficulty. As long as we join the battlefield of the Maonyo tribe and the Wolf tribe, we can complete the task. Yi Quan began to think about another question. So when will the Wolf tribe come? Li, considering that the Maonyo tribe has finished its last full meal, I think. Li looked at the prairie in the distance. The task will be completed soon. Wang Luan glanced at the barrage of comments that were flooding the screen, and humbly asked other masters for advice. But before that, we can't just let audience look at the bare grassland. What do you think? Wang Luan stretched out his hand and circled the grassland and said, Is there anything around here that can entertain the audience? Yi Quan looked around the empty grassland seriously. Not to mention people. Not even a jumping living creature could be seen. The grassland features shit? Li Mao thought. Then there is a skeleton. How about we have a class on the body structure analysis of hairy cattle? Wang Luan ignored these two unreliable people at all, and he looked for help to the only reliable player on the scene. Greenleaf. Greenleaf hesitated and said uncertainly, Since Jiao said that those tribes did not migrate, there should be other tribes near the territory of the hairy cattle. Let's look for them. Without waiting for others to react, Wang Luan clapped his hands and said, This is it. So, the 5 people sneaked into the vast grassland outside. The grassland is really empty, and there is almost no trace of any living creature. Looking up, there is only endless grass. After taking the first cautious step and finding that there were no living creatures around, Wang Luan and his team quickly relaxed and swaggered around the grass to look for traces of living creatures. The barrage fell into thought. So, you still live broadcast the prairie for us? Or a prairie with nothing? It's better to have a small class on the body structure of a hairy cow. Is it because the beast god wilderness is vast and rich? Or is there another reason? After walking such a long distance, there is really not even a living creature? Go back, brother. Don't miss the mission by then. It will be a real loss. In fact, after some long searches did not get the feedback they deserved, Wang Luan and his team began to hesitate. But before they corrected their wrong choice, the living creatures they had been looking for a long time suddenly appeared. To be precise, Wang Luan and his team did not have time to react at all. Their bodies lightened, and they flew into the sky. Their vision changed wildly, and the prairie continued to extend into the distance. Wang Luan and his companions did not see clearly what was at the end of the ever-extending grassland. Their vision was spinning again, and along with the noisy sounds, they were also hit by their perception. The giant eagle that brought them back lowered its head and combed its feathers with its beak. Rabbits circled around them, and the roar of black bears kept ringing, accompanied by the sounds of horses, chickens, and many other animals. Something was approaching, and the shadow covered them, and they could even clearly smell the fishy smell in the other party's mouth. Wang Luan and his companions recovered from the too sudden encounter, and then figured out the current situation. The living creature they were looking for appeared just like that. The size of orcs is generally larger than the size of animals familiar to players, so that even chickens are about the same size as large dogs, and their sharp beaks show the other party's aggressiveness. This is indeed not a chicken. Its full name is flying gray bird. It is on the menu of most animals, and is famous for its extremely tender meat. Wang Luan stared at the ground where the chicken walked. There were several deep holes on the ground, which were the marks left by the other party's toes. The player was thrown on the ground, and welcomed waves of animals to visit, mixed with the roar of beasts, as if different animals were having a heated conversation. Yi Quan said to Wang Luan sincerely, Congratulations. The goal has been achieved, and we have found the right live broadcast material. Li looked around and was very sure. We have directly arrived at the area where the enemy army is located. Around Wang Luan and his team, there are circles of animals, and familiar shadows can be vaguely seen on their appearance. But even the rabbit jumping beside them, its two big front teeth sparkled in the light, highlighting the speculation that it may not be a vegetarian. Not only that, Wang Luan and his team saw with their own eyes that the rabbit rubbed the lightning with its hands. Although it was extremely weak, it was undoubtedly lightning. The barrage made a shocked sound. Is this a magic rabbit? Why can't orcs use ether? This is a stereotype. Orcs certainly have the right to use ether. So, this is a group of huge animals that can use ether? When Maonyo said they were prey, I didn't believe it. Now it seems I am ignorant. Didn't the information summary post in the forum say that orcs' combat power is extremely weak? This is called extremely weak? Why do I feel that this thing has no effort at all to kill a player? That may be because you haven't seen the player's combat power evaluation. Even orcs with extremely weak combat power are completely beaten by players with no combat power. This long-lost feeling of being at the bottom of the food chain. To be honest, orcs are at least stronger than humans. Right? They are near the Diamond Empire. So it's unscientific that they can still coexist peacefully. Why didn't they fight? Don't they have any idea? The Beast God Wilderness has never been unified. Can 1 or 2 orc tribes defeat the organized, disciplined human army that can use ether? The orcs suffered because they were not unified. If they had unified earlier, how could the Diamond Empire develop to its current scale? To be honest, if they were really unified, their combat effectiveness would not be exaggerated. Did you see the big bird just now? 1 claw can catch 5 players. This thing will directly have air superiority in a fight. In addition, with so many animal prototypes of different races, it can at least beat the humans in the feudal autocratic stage. When the barrage was surprised by the attack power of the orcs, Wang Luan and others had no time to sigh too much about it, because the real owner came to the door, while all kinds of animals were visiting the players. The white wolf was observing the players. Its inorganic golden pupils fell on the ether ball, and several gray wolves were standing in the shadows behind it. The noise gradually disappeared as the wolf pack approached. Li was startled and poked Wang Luan. Wolf tribe? Yi Quan looked at the wolf pack that was slowly approaching and formed a flanking trend. And sighed, they are organized and disciplined, and have strategic vision. They are both orcs. But the gap is too big. As the distance shortened, Yi Quan sighed again. This body is too big, and the 4 feet on the ground are as tall as a person. The size of the wolf pack is not ridiculously large. Although this is a different world, it is not a giant country. It was only the existence of ether that allowed them to have power, while also tempering their physical strength. The soft fur smoothly covered the strong and powerful body, gently fluttering with the opponent's movements, making people inexplicably think of silk. The white wolf's slowly approaching movements were filled with the beauty of power tempered in the fight between blood and flesh, coupled with the long silky hair. Li's sight was fixed on the other party. His fingers moved slightly, and he struggled to restrain his urge to stroke the fur. All furry animals have filters in Li's eyes, not to mention the white wolf, a creature that has both power and fur. The reason why he did not rush up at the first time was that his last bit of reason made him restrain his impulse. In fact, the barrage was also swiping the screen crazily. The audience who watched the excitement would not put themselves in the anchor situation at the moment. They sincerely swiped the screen for the rare beauty. Fuck. This white wolf is so good looking. I can. No. Shouting I can to a wolf. Isn't that too low? You should at least wait until he turns into a human. Host. Go touch it. Don't be a coward if you're a man. I betrayed you. Host. Don't worry about the mission. Just work on your favorability. The white wolf stopped in front of him. Its golden pupils swept over Wang Luan, and the others one by one. The surroundings were completely quiet. The orcs were barbaric and backward. But because of this, they more intuitively demonstrated the simple order of the law of the jungle. All the beasts bowed before the white wolf. Wang Luan and Yi Quan looked at each other, and also noticed the change in the atmosphere. The white wolf turned into a naked human in front of them. Fortunately, the live broadcast platform censored the parts that were not suitable for children in time. Otherwise the live broadcast room would have black screen in the next second. The process of the beast turning into a human is also far from what we imagined. The powerful body is compressed into a weaker shell, just like a human figure is squeezed out of flesh and bones. And a layer of blood is born in this world. It is hard to say whether the mosaic is to protect the physical and mental health of the audience, or to avoid being inappropriate for children. In silence, the blood seeped into the skin, and the other party completed the whole process of turning from a beast to a human. He wrapped himself in a piece of animal skin, and then raised his eyes to look at Wang Luan and them. Player. Wang Luan heard Yi Quan sigh. The whole live broadcast room followed the sigh. What the hell is the planner doing? He's a handsome guy, but you give him a face full of tattoos? Tattoos are fine. If they look good, they're the icing on the cake. But a messy tattoo that has no use other than scaring people? Did the planner do it on purpose? You can clearly see that he's a handsome guy, but his tattoos are so dense that I can't even tell what he looks like without my 800-degree glasses. The planner is not a human being. Planner Chocho. Be a human being. Get a handsome guy for the players to enjoy. Amidst the countless wailing sounds, Wang Luan stared at the dense lines on the other person's face that were exactly the same as those of the Maonyo tribe. This was the second humanoid appearance of the orcs they had seen. It seems that the lines on the face may be one of the signs of orcs in human form. Greenleaf took over the conversation, nodded, and asked the other person, Wolf tribe? White wolf. Degree? He tied up the long white hair behind his head and continued, Why are you here? Greenleaf did not hide it. The Maonyo tribe hired us. Du glanced at the weak ether Tuanzi. Then he didn't hire enough. As a legendary existence, after the players appeared in large numbers and successfully blocked the Zerg's attack, the relevant information quickly spread across the continent. The Wolf tribe obtained enough relevant information from the Diamond Empire. There is no doubt that the players are very weak. The characteristics of immortality make them a little troublesome. But it does not change their weak nature. The strength of the players depends on their number. As the number increases, the degree of trouble will gradually increase. When the number can build a line of defense on the South China Sea coastline, they are already strong enough to be defeated. But the premise of being strong to this extent is that the number is large enough. 5 players cannot even change the situation of a battle. So Du is more concerned about another point. Do you accept employment? Lai corrected his guess. The king has reached a cooperation with Ezigen, and we only accept employment tasks issued by Ezigen. Li added considerately, currently, the maximum number of people employed at a time is only 5. Yechuan whispered, besides, do you have so much money to hire? It's not that Yechuan guessed blindly, but the poverty of the beast god wilderness can't be hidden at all. Du has a good temper. They only deducted 20 points of favorability for their words. The other party's expression didn't even change. It seems that the commission issued by the Maonyo tribe is not to win the war. He glanced at Wang Luan and the others, and said meaningfully, after all, he is poorer than us and can't afford this price. Greenleaf had a bad feeling. The other party's explanation was too unnecessary. It was as if he was telling them that he had already guessed it. Greenleaf suddenly reacted, go back to death. No one moved, including Greenleaf himself. Too weak. Du shook his head, disappointed. The reaction is still slow. Wang Luan calmed down and felt the feeling of not being able to control his body. Everything was normal, except that he could not control his body. Yi Quan took a deep breath and opened the character panel. Long-tailed leaf snake's toxin paralyzes ether only works on creatures with low ether controllability. Duration, half an hour. A thin tail slowly emerged from the grass, with a sharp edge at the tail. It flashed by and disappeared again. Take them with you. The venom of the long-tailed leaf snake is not very effective. Even if they are weak, they will not be paralyzed for long. Du said solemnly, speed up. He glanced at the players who seemed to have not yet reacted, and said kindly, no matter what the commission of the Maonyo tribe is, it has failed. Wang Luan and the others suddenly realized it after being reminded by the other party. Du stared at their expressions for a few seconds and had to admit that, just as the Diamond Empire described, the players were indeed weak, stupid and naive. Such a race can also have the talent of immortality? It's really a miracle. Chapter 194 Global Public Beta 18. The riding experience of being tied to the back of the giant beast was not good. But considering the status of prisoners, Wang Luan and his companions were tactful and did not raise any objections. And the barrage was swiping the screen like crazy. Too exciting. I hate it. If White Wolf didn't have tattoos all over her face, she would be a real cruel beauty. No. Host. You failed in front of so many viewers? It's only half an hour. Host. You still have a chance. When the time is up, just die and return to the resurrection point, and then go back to the battlefield to kill. I'm more concerned about that long-tailed leaf snake. If it replenishes before the buff disappears, won't the player become a vegetable? How could the planner set up such a bug? This kind of toxin can't be endless. According to the mage class I attended, ether can't be paralyzed. Even mages and great scientists haven't figured out the principle of ether. And orcs can't completely make ether lose contact. Half an hour is enough to be against the sky. And you still want to be a vegetable. Does the planner want to be complained about? It's as if the planner has never been complained about. Host. I told you to run around. Are you in trouble now? Do you really think NPCs are retarded? I didn't expect that you couldn't complete this mission. The requirements are so low that you just need to participate in the battle process. It seems that the planner still overestimated the level of the players. No. I seriously suspect that the anchors are too reckless. What kind of grassland are they exploring? They are reckless in the enemy's base camp. Won't they be caught by the enemy? Seeing this barrage, Wang Luan weakly retorted, "We are not here to explore the prairie, but for the live broadcast effect." The barrage filled the screen. Now the live broadcast effect is explosive. What do you think? Wang Luan sighed. I am already considering the next commission from Azijin. Wang Luan, who was mocked by the barrage, focused most of his attention on the countdown of the debuff on the character panel, and imagined many bad things about this situation where he could not control himself, and even seemed to see the Special Investigation Bureau busy again. After all, in the eyes of those who knew the inside story, this was really a bad signal. But except for him, other players who knew nothing about it did not care about this episode at all, but were full of expectations for the next plot. NPCs are too smart, Yi Quan said sincerely. I thought the orcs would have a lower IQ. But now it seems that the planners didn't reduce the difficulty at all. Li Mao added, it's obviously not a coincidence that the wolf tribe can unify the beast god wilderness. Greenleaf looked at the scenery passing by quickly around him, and realized that the orcs not only had an unimaginable combat power, but also had a marching speed that was not at the same level as humans. With a command from Du, the team that was originally moving slowly suddenly accelerated. Thousands of beasts galloped. The earth trembled, and a long black line formed at the end of the vast grassland. They had no formation to speak of. After all, this was an army composed of orcs. But this kind of galloping marching method was enough to destroy the courage of most people to fight with them. A huge flying eagle was hovering in the sky, and the beasts on the ground showed their strong bodies. The pure barbarity evolved the ultimate charm of the cold weapon era here. Greenleaf looked around and said to Wang Luan and the others, we have no chance. Wang Dazhuang added, they are advancing too fast. It is impossible for the Maonyo to survive such a charge for a few minutes. They have seen the situation of the Maonyo tribe with their own eyes. There are hundreds of Maonyo who have just had a full meal. It is impossible to expect them to survive a round in front of this team. For the Maonyo tribe, the battle that determines the life and death of the tribe is just a charge of this team. In fact, everyone knows this. Whether it is AI Jijin, Maonyo, or the team that launched the attack, the wolf tribe, which is about to unify the beast god wilderness, has already formed a general trend. A weak tribe like the Maonyo tribe is just a stone waiting to be cleared. When the wolf tribe completes the final finishing, the true unification of the beast god wilderness will be completed. Just as they guessed, the galloping beast took more than 10 minutes to reach the location of the Maonyo tribe, and then resolved the battle with a charge. The trembling ground due to the galloping announced the approach of war. When the herd arrived at the destination, the herd of cattle was in a familiar position for the players. The moment the herd met their sight, the waiting herd of cattle launched a charge. The scene of 100 or so cattle charging at the dark herd of beasts was truly a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Compared with the army composed of hundreds of beasts, they were at best just a stone that could not cause ripples. Even if they hit the army, they would be quickly submerged. The herds collided, and blood filled the battlefield in an instant. The player was tied to the back of an unknown giant beast, and faced the scene of corpses everywhere at close range. The impact of the long-distance charge plus the weight of the hairy cattle made them almost rush forward into the herd, and then took away several enemy corpses and died. The charging herd did not stop for them, whistling past, crushing the scattered tents, eliminating the traces left by the tribe, and then slowly stopped the charge at a farther distance. The wolf pack did not participate in it. After the battle that was not a battle, the white wolf slowly flashed from the back of the herd and greeted the player cordially. How is it? Yi Quan's focus was very strange. Did the hairy cattle tribe be wiped out? Du was a little surprised. Of course not. They are just a tribe of the hairy cattle tribe. No matter how weak the hairy cattle tribe is, it will not be so weak that there is only one tribe. Wang Luan looked at the failed bounty hunter mission, and his focus also deviated. Are you the leader of the wolf tribe? Players are sometimes really stupid enough to make people look at them with admiration. Du maintained a good temper and deducted 20 points of favorability from the other party again. It's just a battle to clear the outer obstacles. There's no need for the king to be there in person. Yi Quan thought for a moment. Yes. It's too low class to personally participate in this battle. A king doesn't even go to the battlefield. That's high class. He answered the other party's previous question. Not very good. Compared to the Zerg, there are too few of them. And compared to the mages, the lethality is too small. Du deducted another 20 points of his favorability. He got straight to the point. The beast god wilderness does not welcome outsiders. He glanced at the 5 players. The Zerg kingdom in the South China Sea has not yet been pacified. Does the kingdom plan to open a second battlefield? Li looked at the completion of the large-scale task of saving the South China Sea, and said sincerely, "Then you may not understand the situation. If the king wants?" Greenleaf coughed and interrupted Li's words, so that the aggressive atmosphere would not be completely intensified. "This is our personal behavior, and has nothing to do with the will of His Majesty the King." Greenleaf eased the atmosphere and said, as mentioned before, "This is just a commission limited to 5 players. We have no intention of interfering in the contradictions within the beast god wilderness." Wang Luan's attention was not on the conversation in front of him. He was paying attention to the countdown of the paralysis ether toxin buff. Hearing this, he glanced at the barrage, and saw a group of barrages that were pushing Greenleaf alone. Green leaves are reliable. Lucky green leaves. Otherwise, if they really declared war, wouldn't the planners be scratching their heads? No. I think if they really declared war, the most likely thing would be nothing. At most, the beast god Yuanya would change from neutral to hostile. Anchor, you have been in a daze for a long time. So say something. Are you looking for green leaves to help you host the live broadcast? I suspect the anchor fell asleep. No way. Can you fall asleep in such an exciting scene? Maybe it was because he overturned in front of so many viewers. It was too embarrassing. And he broke the anchor's bottom line. Don't be funny. There is no bottom line for anchors. You may not have seen his more embarrassing live broadcast. The barrage in the live broadcast room was swiping the screen, and the conversation on the scene was still going on. But the relaxed atmosphere seemed to have taken away the undercurrent just now, leaving only meaningless conversations. Yi Quan and his men were very tactless, and didn't care about Du's attitude at all. They shamelessly tried to extract information about the beast god wilderness despite the other party's indifference. Yi Quan and the others certainly wouldn't care about the attitude of the NPC. After all, their favorability had been deducted to a negative number. How could they still expect to get a good face from the other party? Using the game to understand the other world, it actually linked everything together in a wonderful way. It's just like the rules of the other world that players don't understand the law of the jungle, although it's not put on the surface. With hundreds of millions of players as part of the kingdom, any political force on the continent can only become a weakling in front of the kingdom. The law of the jungle. This dialogue between the Wolf clan and the players is based on the premise that the beast god wilderness is suppressed by the kingdom. This is the fundamental reason why even if the players are stupid and ignorant, White Wolf can still have the patience to have a meaningless dialogue with them. He needs to get more information about the players and the kingdom from them, and be prepared to meet a powerful enemy. But this is obviously a bit unnecessary, because the extension of this dialogue only makes Du feel the stupidity and weakness of the players more deeply. Yi Quan was surprised and asked, "So you will be able to unify the beast god plane soon?" Du pointed to the end of the grassland in the distance. "From here to the end of the beast god plane, all tribes surrender to us." He glanced at the players with surprised expressions. Only the last few rebels are left outside the beast god plane. Li was very interested. After you unify the beast god plane, will you cooperate further with the kingdom? He was very interested in this grassland. Or more precisely, in these furry things. The kingdom has cooperated with Ezigen and the Salfa Federation. Li suggested enthusiastically, open some areas so that players can move freely. As he spoke, his voice became lower, but his emotions became more and more excited. This is simply an animal world that can be visited and interacted with. Yi Quan coughed and bumped Li, indicating that he should take a closer look at the animal world surrounding them. These were not pets without any threat. Any one of them could easily make players die. Before Yi Quan and Li's small actions attracted more attention, Lu Yi changed the subject. "It's almost time." Wang Luan personally watched the end of the buff countdown on the character panel, bit his fingers, confirmed that he had regained control of the game character, and then continued Lu Ye's words. "The venom of the long-tailed leaf snake is impressive. I hope you have enough long-tailed leaf snakes." A white light flashed, and the players disappeared in the herd. White Wolf stared at the place where they disappeared, and said to the giant eagle beside him, "Go report to the king. There are traces of players in the beast god field. I suspect that the kingdom's next target may be us." It's fun to make harsh remarks, and it's fun to keep making them. When it's time to show off, the anchor immediately goes online. The anchor is too much. Do you have a clear conscience if you don't leave this to the Greenleaf? The condemnation of the barrage has nothing to do with Wang Luan and his group. And the Greenleaf and his group can't see the barrage anyway. At the moment, Wang Luan is more concerned about the venom of the long-tailed leaf snake. So he is very careless, and is ready to end the live broadcast after fooling the audience. Yi Quan and his group, who can't empathize with him, didn't give him this opportunity. Skillfully rolled into the corridor from the hole next to the temporary resurrection point, avoiding the Greenleaf and his group who were murderous, and pushed forward the new live broadcast process one by one. Such a simple task can actually fail, Li said indignantly. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to our brother Luan? Wang Luan had a question mark on his head. He vaguely remembered that he and Li seemed to be just casual friends. Before today, they didn't even have each other's contact information. How did he suddenly become brother Luan? Yi Quan nodded heavily. Anyway, the live broadcast time has not been used up. Let's take another bounty hunter task to wash away the shame for our brother Luan. Why is it shameful? No. Is it necessary to wash away such a small shame? I have done more shameful things than this. Wang Luan had countless question marks in his mind, so he didn't stop them from singing the same tune in time. Greenleaf thought, I watched yesterday's live broadcast. The mission of murmurs in the village is also very interesting. I am very interested in unspeakable things. Wang Dazhuang heard this and made the final decision. Then let's do this mission. The main person of the live broadcast and the initiator of this mission, Wang Luan, still did not get the right to interrupt in the process. He was confused and was dragged by others to the location of AI Shijin. The mission failed? In order to ensure the smooth progress of the mission, AI Shijin took them to the Beast God Wilderness and showed a surprised expression. Did you miss the battlefield between the Wolf Tribe and the Hairy Ox Tribe? Yi Quan was a little embarrassed. That's not the case. AI Shijin expressed his doubts with his eyes. There was a little accident. Li coughed and said, we were on the battlefield. It was just that we couldn't move. Greenleaf explained clearly. Obviously the Wolf Tribe is more interested in us. Interested enough to ruin their mission. Azijin looked at them and returned to the topic professionally. So, you are here to take on new bounty hunter missions? Yes. Nan from that village. Yet Yuan rubbed his hands, eager to try. Azijin glanced at the silent Wang Luan and reminded him, if the mission fails, 5 bounty hunter points will be deducted. Your current points are negative, and you will not be able to enjoy all the discounts for purchasing Azijin products. Azijin will charge a certain fee for all services provided to you to cover the possible risks. Wang Luan, who had not figured out why he had to continue broadcasting the next bounty hunter mission when the scheduled live broadcast content had already been broadcast, was startled. Poverty awakened his confused soul and instantly understood the true meaning of Azijin's long string of sentences. What? I have to pay extra for buying things? Didn't you tell me before? Azijin was silent for 2 seconds. Sorry. We may have forgotten to remind you of the specific consequences of the punishment for mission failure. Li Mao complained pointedly. The main reason is that you didn't expect to fail. Azijin was very silent. Wang Luan threw away the messy things that had been lingering in his mind and grasped the key point. If the points become positive, I don't have to pay extra for buying things? Azijin glanced at the gloating players such as Li and corrected Wang Luan's words. It's you. Li's gloating was frozen on his face. We all have to lose 5 points. Yi Quan didn't care. After all, he was too poor to buy Azijin's products. It's okay. We can just take a few tasks to make the points positive. Right? Greenleaf sighed. Let's go. Wang Luan, who lost his voice once again, completed the whole process of accepting a new task, listening to the task details, and arriving at the task location, until his feet stepped on the black soil. Wang Luan reacted and glanced at the barrage. I suggest that Greenleaf come to the live broadcast next time. I think he is much more professional than the anchor. What about the village whisper? Cthulhu special? Silently put down the hand ordering takeout. Great. I was interested in this task yesterday, seeing that the anchor chose the task of the Beast God Wilderness. I thought it was hopeless. I didn't expect to see the anchor live broadcast to complete this task. I'm happy. It may not be the live broadcast to complete this task. It may also be the process of live broadcasting the failure of the task. I always feel that this task is more difficult than the Beast God Wilderness. The anchor will not continue to fail. Right? Not really? After all, they are all masters. Isn't it a bit unreasonable for the bounty hunter's primary tasks to fail in succession? What is? It doesn't make sense? Players are at the bottom of the food chain anyway. Any NPC can beat us. It's normal for the mission to fail. But even the masters can't complete it. Isn't it because the difficulty of the mission is too high? This statement sounds familiar to me. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Oh! During the internal test, players also said that the mission difficulty is too high. The power system is unbalanced. And so on. During the public test, the planners seem to have learned a lesson. But in fact, the power system is unbalanced. Compared with NPCs, players are weaklings. It's over. Now that you say that, I suddenly worry that the anchor will also fail in this mission. Then the anchor will go further and further on the road of negative bounty hunter points? Scared.jpg. Don't be afraid. Just be reckless. Think about it carefully. This mission is as difficult as the one in the Beast God field. Even if it is Cthulhu in the end, it must be a Cthulhu that has been weakened countless times. Otherwise, how can it be as difficult as the Beast God field? But the anchor also failed in the Beast God field mission. Goodbye. The Neva Plains and the Beast God field have completely different styles. The Beast God field is naturally vast and rugged, while the Neva Plains are full of small bridges and flowing water with a rural atmosphere. Even the smallest villages scattered on the Neva Plains are busy in every household and farmland. Smoke rises from the kitchen, and green emerges from the large fields. Walking through the trampled paths, you enter the familiar yet unfamiliar farm village. In order to avoid unnecessary deaths, AI Xijin directly took them to meet the village chief. The humans in the village cast a vigilant look at the uninvited guests. The child was taken back home. With the arrival of the players, the small village quickly became quiet. Yi Quan looked around and whispered, "Don't they welcome outsiders?" Azajin walked towards the house in the center of the village. "Be vigilant." He glanced at the players looking around. After all, this world is more dangerous for them. The barrage slowly floated by. It's just short of naming the anchors and saying that they are too careless. I think so too. Even such a simple task in the Beast God field can fail. Isn't it because the anchor is too reckless? Don't fail again, or you will lose your image as a great god. There is a well in front of the house, in the center of the village. Moss is attached to the well wall, with traces left by time. The village chief exchanged a few polite words with Ezijin, explained the situation in a hurry, and ended the conversation in a way that avoided him. So, many people in the village heard this murmur? All at night? Do they have any common characteristics? The village chief glanced at Louis and waved his hands repeatedly. I don't know. I don't know. The other party did not reveal any information and ran away quickly. Ezijin opened a black hole with his bare hands and had no intention of participating in this simple mode of task. Wait. Li grabbed Ezijin's arm. At least give me some hints? Ezijin stretched out his hand to pry Li's hand open. Unmoved, this is your task. Yi Quan then grabbed Ezijin's hand. They don't cooperate. How can we solve the problem? Ezijin simply stopped prying and went straight into the black hole, proving Ezijin's golden signboard of fairness and justice with practical actions. Having lost the only wool that could be plundered, and surrounded by a group of NPCs who were avoiding him, even the only key NPC, the village chief, only had 3 words to answer any questions. I don't know. The opening of this mission vaguely gave people a whiff of mission failure. Without a source of information, the 5 players were divided into 3 groups, 2 by 2, and Wang Luan was left alone, and went to different places to look for clues. The barrage in the live broadcast room felt deeply sorry for this, and said that they really wanted to fix the camera on Li. That can't be helped. Wang Dazhuang was called by Li. I can't let him come to help and be left alone. Right? Wang Luan was chatting with the barrage, while carefully searching for abnormalities in the village. There was a yard in front of the small house, where some black birds and other animals were raised. It was a typical self-sufficient farming family model. Wang Luan wanted to go into the house to see what was going on, but the people didn't welcome him. As soon as they saw outsiders approaching, they closed the door to block their sight. Wang Luan had no choice but to walk around the village slowly along the path, looking around the small village, and finally returned to the well in the center of the village to wait for the other 2 groups of teammates to meet up. Li and Yi Quan went to the row of farmland outside the village to look for clues, while Lu Yi and Wang Dazhuang went to the stream outside the village to look around. The 3 groups of players reunited in the evening to exchange information. Wang Luan, the village looks quite normal. The elderly and children are all there, and the chickens and ducks are very lively. If there is anything weird about the atmosphere, it's that they are particularly wary of outsiders. But considering our identities, I don't think their behavior is abnormal. Yi Quan touched his chin. The farmland shows signs of careful care. And there is no abandoned land. We found the village's ancestral tomb not far from the farmland. Judging from the situation of the tomb group, there are no recent dead bodies. The ancestral tombs have been cleaned very cleanly. And there are no signs of abandonment. Greenleaf, upstream of the river, is another village. We inquired about the situation. And there were no unusual deaths in that village. I found an NPC who provided information. And he had not heard of any strange things happening in this village recently. Wang Luan concluded, so, everything is normal. Li, that's strange. What about the murmurs described in this task? Yi Quan came up with a guess. Are we thinking too much? The answer to this task is not Cthulhu. But approaching science? For example, the chickens crowed in the middle of the night. And the villagers misheard and thought there was an unexplained murmur. And then asked Ezigen to solve the problem? Wang Luan, I don't know why. But I think this explanation is so convincing. Li, and it fits the difficulty of this mission. Wang Dazhuang, then do we just have to wait for the sound to appear? LVE glanced at the gradually darkening sky. We don't have to wait too long. Li nudged Wang Luan with his elbow. Is there enough time for the live broadcast? Wang Luan said unhappily, I can't say. Li lowered his voice. No. We must broadcast the scene where we perfectly solve the problem. Otherwise it will be so embarrassing. Wang Luan stared at him for 2 seconds. Then his eyes turned and fell on Yi Quan, who was staring at him. He suddenly understood why Yi Quan and Li had to take another bounty hunter mission. It turned out to be to save the image of the failure of the previous mission. It can be seen that they don't understand that shamelessness is the essence of Wang Luan's live broadcast. Chapter 195 Global Public Beta 19. The sky gradually darkened. Wang Luan and his team stayed in the center of the village to ensure that they could react immediately to any abnormality. In order to avoid repeating the same mistakes, they also made full preparations. Wang Luan even equipped the exoskeleton armor rewarded by the previous mission. After all, there is no such thing as binding equipment in this game. Players can be resurrected after death. But if the equipment is lost, it is lost. If you are lucky, you can pick it up after resurrection. If you are unlucky, it can only be disposable. So the normal state of players has become to rush without wearing equipment. Exoskeleton mechas have not appeared in the hands of players for many times. Most of the time, they only play a role in screenshots and videos. The sky gradually darkened, and the Mangsing star across the sky appeared on time, showing the passage of time. Wang Luan flipped his space ring and equipped himself from head to toe. If the exoskeleton armor was lost due to death, he could immediately compete with Yi Ye for the top spot in the annual joke ranking. Wang Dazhuang squatted silently on the side, waiting for the target to appear. Greenleaf and Li were quietly discussing the attack mode. Yi Quan was wandering around the well. As the sky darkened, coupled with the overly quiet atmosphere and the task description, it was really hard to stop all kinds of ghost stories from popping up in my mind. Especially when the barrage was still enthusiastically discussing Cthulhu. Wang Luan stopped and looked at other players. Do you feel that the atmosphere is a little bit wrong? Li's conditioned reflex. I think you think too much. Greenleaf glanced at the dark sky, then at the village with the closed door, and comforted Wang Luan. Even if there are ghosts, they are under the jurisdiction of the Undead Canyon and cannot appear here. Wang Luan was convinced. After all, this is a world where the dead can be resurrected, and most fears come from the unknown. But in this world, ghosts can only be regarded as the bottom of the food chain and are not worth fearing at all. Yi Quan, who was wandering around, took over the conversation. So what are the unspeakable creatures? The official description of this is a pollutant between evil gods and evil thoughts. Li, they drive the agents to find more believers for their growth. It sounds more like Cthulhu. Yi Quan, however, this explanation means that if this murmur is really made by the unspeakable, then what we have to face is most likely their agent. Li snapped his fingers. That's right. Yi Quan looked around, as if trying to find the trace of the agent. In other words, there may be agents of the unspeakable hidden among those villagers? But we investigated during the day, and no other abnormal events occurred here. Greenleaf, the only abnormality is this murmur. How did the agent disguise himself as a villager? It is said to be an evil god. Maybe he directly seduced the villagers? Yi Quan said with reason. Let the other party fall, and then obey his command. The atmosphere of academic discussion gradually became stronger. Even Wang Luan, with a little vigilance to the surrounding environment, joined in the speculation about the mission target. When they almost confirmed that there must be a villager in the village who was the agent of the unspeakable, something strange happened suddenly. They heard the whispering sound with their own ears, coming from the darkness, as if it was everywhere, and yet seemed to be right next to their ears. The ongoing conversation was paused instantly. The mechanical wings spread out behind Wang Luan, and the exoskeleton mecha carried him to float in the air, overlooking the suspicious target. The other 4 players took action, arranged the mechanical group, and prepared for the next battle. The murmur could not form understandable words, more like meaningless moans. Wang Luan looked around the village shrouded in darkness, but did not find any sneaky figures. The players who were ready for battle did not wait for the attack. Only the murmurs kept wandering, showing their presence. Yi Quan repeatedly looked at his character panel several times, but did not see the buff. Obviously, the murmur itself had no other effect. Or it might be that it had no other effect for them. Time passed, and the scene seemed to be stagnant, without any change. No matter how tense the nerves are, they will relax in the long wait, let alone the players. Wang Luan lowered his altitude, and Yi Quan circled around the wellhead again. Li lowered his voice to talk to Lu Yi, and Wang Dajwan squatted aside, doing nothing. Wang Luan, I didn't see any suspicious targets. Li, I think it might not come out. After all, this mission is a simple difficulty. Yi Quan, you won't ask us to find the culprit, will you? LVE glanced at the mission description. The mission is to let us solve the source of the murmurs. Maybe we really have to find the culprit ourselves. Li, no way. This thing can't hear the sense of distance at all. It's like it's ringing next to my ear. And the NPC doesn't cooperate. How can I find it? Yi Quan turned around several times, but he didn't calm down. But he was a little dizzy, and kicked the well beside him angrily. Can this be considered a simple difficulty? The well collapsed with a loud crash. The other 4 players' eyes instantly fell on Yi Quan. Yi Quan didn't expect his kick to be so powerful. He looked down at his feet, then at the wellhead made of bricks, and defended himself. I didn't use any force, and I don't know why it suddenly. In the quiet night, a slight sound suddenly came out. Yi Quan instantly stopped talking and looked in the direction of the sound. A villager walked towards them slowly. The players took a step back in unison, then reacted and hurriedly took their weapons and prepared to fight. But the villagers didn't pay any attention to them at all. Or rather, they didn't exist in his eyes at all. He passed the players, walked to the wellhead, squatted down and began to clean up the collapsed wellhead. 1, 2, 3. Villagers kept approaching in the dark. The players stepped out of the encirclement step by step, staring at their movements with vigilance, and then found that they were really just cleaning up the collapsed wellhead. Although the situation was visibly strange, Li and his friends couldn't help but cast a condemning look at Yi Quan. Yi Quan felt wronged. He really didn't use much strength. He didn't know why the wellhead was so fragile. It collapsed with just a kick. The player watched for a while, and found that the villagers didn't seem to intend to pay attention to them. They lowered their voices and whispered to each other. What's going on now? Is there something wrong with this well? I think it's obvious. So, should we rush up? At this point, the player looked at the villagers, who were diligently cleaning the wellhead. Their movements were stiff, and their eyes were dull. They didn't look like normal people at all. Yi Quan, isn't it bad to kill the employer like this? Wang Luan pondered for 2 seconds. You kicked it down. You are responsible for fixing it. Then how should I fix it? Yi Quan stared at the wellhead surrounded by villagers. A little puzzled. You can't collapse the whole well, right? LVE whispered. I have observed that there is only one well in the village. Yi Quan, then it must not collapse. Otherwise, what will the villagers do with their daily water? Wang Luan, wouldn't it be okay if you dig another one? Yi Quan, I didn't expect you to be such a big anchor. LVE, I think this is a good idea. Yi Quan turned his head to look at LVE. Shocked, I didn't expect you to be such a LVE. Li pushed Yi Quan, signaling him to hurry up. Yi Quan took a step forward, looked at the well surrounded by the crowd, and retracted his feet helplessly. I can't squeeze in either. Before he finished speaking, Wang Dajwan, who had been waiting for a long time, directly activated the frenzy, rushed out, pushed away the villagers surrounding the well, dug up the collapsed part of the wellhead, and jumped down without saying a word. Yi Quan, who was a beat late to react, couldn't stop him. There was a crash from the well, and the ground began to shake. Yi Quan took back Kong's hand and was amazed. Does this guy want to knock down the well? Li, you are worthy of being a berserker. So reckless. Wang Luan, we are just going to watch. How about I go? Otherwise, how long will it take Wang Dazhuang to knock it down by himself? Finding that the villagers had no fighting power, Wang Luan, who was wearing an exoskeleton mecha, suddenly changed his mentality from protect me to let me show my skills. Yi Quan and Li Mochao took a step back to give Wang Luan space to show off his skills. Wang Luan, who was stagnant at a low altitude, approached the wellhead surrounded by villagers. The villagers still ignored the player throughout the process. After being pushed away by Wang Dazhuang, they circled around the well again and continued to clean up the collapsed wellhead. Wang Luan circled above the wellhead and found that the villagers were too densely surrounded. He couldn't find space to attack at all unless he killed the villagers together. However, the villagers were at most bewitched. Judging from the fact that they were not even aggressive, they were not guilty of death. Right? When Wang Luan was in a dilemma of how to break through the densely packed villagers surrounding the wellhead and attack the well, the barrage was also brushing vigorously. Isn't the anchor dazed again? I've never heard of anchors having intermittent distraction before. Hurry up. Wash away the shame. Here's the chance to prove your strength. Just fire. Killing the client while completing the task. Is there something wrong with that? Do you think adding quotation marks will turn it into a light novel? That's right. That's it. Yes, these NPCs are still the employer. But the task doesn't say to protect the employer. It only says to solve the source of the murmurs. So just kill them. Rob the village. And then find Ezigen to hand in the task and get the money twice. Wouldn't it be great? This idea is too dangerous. Although other games can open the evil route. In this game, I doubt that you kill people and rob goods in the last second. And become Yi 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 in the next second. It's still Yi 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 who is miserable. To this day, it is still a negative lesson for all players. Sacrifice him for the happiness of thousands of families. Stay calm. Be a good person. We can win. This is not part of the kingdom. Strictly speaking, it is still a hostile area. Can this be considered as killing and robbing? That's called winning glory for the country. So the anchor is not in a daze? Instead, he is thinking about whether to kill and rob? What is there to think about? Don't be timid. Just rush. It's just an NPC. Once the task is completed, it will be refreshed. Really? Given the authenticity of this game, and the habit of breaking the fourth wall at any time, I think it is more likely that the NPC will not refresh and trigger a chain reaction. Such as the Diamond Empire's wanted order. And the anger of Ezigen. Fuck. A game that can't start a massacre is not a good game. Why do you suddenly start a spiritual civilization construction for a game that was supposed to be a good game? Who told you it was a good game? This is an ether learning simulator for compulsory education. Promoted by the state, and going deep into the grassroots. Is it possible to let players start a massacre? Without spiritual civilization construction. Can this game be promoted so vigorously? It makes sense. I am convinced. Anchor. Keep in mind the core values of socialism, and be a forever youth in the new era. Don't start a Wuxuan game. I'm afraid you will become the next Yi Yi. Burn paper if you have something to do. Don't queue. Wang Luan turned around the wellhead with a smug look and came back in disgrace. Li was not surprised by this. I was still thinking about how you were going to start with so many villagers. But you didn't think about it at all? Wang Luan lowered his altitude, frequently looking at the villagers surrounding the well, and felt a little resentful. Didn't I just turn around and find it difficult to start? Yi Quan thought, from this point of view, Wang Dazhuang's reaction just now was correct. He rushed directly into the well. Even if the villagers wanted to protect the well, there was nothing they could do unless they jumped in too. Speaking of this, Yi Quan suddenly reacted and rushed towards the wellhead. Almost at the same time, Wang Luan, who was paused above, left a residual image with a whoosh, grabbed the villagers who jumped into the well, used himself as an obstacle, and tightly blocked the hole for the villagers to jump down. Thank God. Fortunately, he used an exoskeleton mecha. Otherwise, he would not be able to react at all when the villagers started to jump into the well without saying a word. Yi Quan and Li were a step slower. Fortunately, Wang Luan blocked the wellhead in time, giving them enough time to pull the suddenly crazy villagers away from the wellhead. It was just a little difficult. The villagers were very uncooperative. If they let go of their hands without paying attention, they would run towards the wellhead again. Fuck. Lee held one in each hand and another in his elbow, using all his strength to stop them from moving, so that his facial expression was very ferocious. What kind of unspeakable thing is this? Is it brainwashing? Yi Quan was no better than him. He tried his best to pull the villagers in his hands and squeezed out words from his teeth. No. What on earth do they want to do in the well? Lu Yi stabbed the villagers one by one, and the struggling villagers fainted. The somewhat out-of-control situation was brought under control in an instant. Has Wang Dazhuang not been dealt with yet? Lu Yi put the villagers on the ground aside, feeling the violent vibration from below, and was a little puzzled, with the power added after his frenzy. Can such a well last so long? Yi Quan put down the unconscious villager in his hand, and cast his eyes towards the wellhead that was tightly blocked by Wang Luan. See what's going on below. Wang Luan flew upwards, revealing the wellhead that was half covered after the collapse, and cast his eyes downwards. He was stunned. Li and Yi Quan followed and cast their eyes downwards. What they saw was a vast expanse of white, boundless space, not like a well, but like another world. Wang Dazhuang repeatedly hit the non-existent wall in the vast expanse of white. Li and Yi Quan were also stunned. Is this a simple difficulty? Yi Quan made a puzzled voice. Why do I feel like we really have to fight Cthulhu? Illusion? Li tried to rationalize the current scene. Maybe there is only a well below, and what we see is an illusion created by the unspeakable things bluffing. Wang Luan raised his hand, and the exoskeleton mecha assisted the ether to operate more efficiently, pulling the ether into shape and attacking the space below. Wang Luan waited for a moment, but the white space did not give any feedback. If it is an illusion, then this well should have collapsed. Before Wang Luan finished his well-reasoned analysis, he heard a noisy sound behind him, accompanied by the rare modern mantras of Greenleaf. Fuck. They want to commit suicide. Although they had not yet reacted to what happened, Yi Quan and Li almost immediately turned around and counterattacked. The villagers who were knocked unconscious woke up at some point. Or strictly speaking, they were not awakened, but were controlled by some existence, and they slammed their heads on the ground expressionlessly. In just a few minutes, the air was filled with the smell of blood. The method of knocking them unconscious has lost its effect. It's like they have lost their pain nerves, or lost all their instincts. Under the strong resistance of Greenleaf, they are still trying to commit suicide with an extremely determined attitude. The scene became chaotic. Wang Luan and his team left the strange scene in the well, and invested in a huge project of preventing NPCs from committing suicide. The smell of blood was wafting, and the vibration of the ground continued. Fortunately, the productivity of the Diamond Empire is not developed enough, and the villagers in this village can't buy daggers, knives and other iron tools. So the way to commit suicide is very limited at the moment. No villager suddenly took out a dagger from his arms and died. But this is enough for the 4 players to be in a hurry, and they can't even stop it. After all, the number of villagers is several times that of players. In the chaos, the drifting blood suddenly became thick. A muffled sound broke the confrontation at the scene. Wang Luan turned his head and found that a villager at the outermost edge had a broken head and blood was soaking the ground. But he still did not stop. He crawled towards the well as if summoned by some existence. The bloody and sacrificial scene made Wang Luan stunned on the spot, and he deeply understood why the unspeakable things were regarded as existences that must be exterminated in most forces. This thing, let alone becoming a god, would not be accepted by any race with a normal social form. Greenleaf moved quickly, grabbed the crawling body, and pulled him away from the well. The other party was very uncooperative. Although blood was flowing all over the ground, there was a big hole in his head, and even his heartbeat had disappeared. He still tried to crawl towards the well indomitable. Fortunately, the opponent's combat power did not improve at all while losing the sense of pain, so that Greenleaf could hold him tightly. Wang Luan was stunned for a few seconds. He didn't have much time to waste. A bunch of villagers were staring at him. If he wasn't careful, he would be the next bloody corpse. The affinity of ether brought by the exoskeleton armor made him clearly feel that the ether around him was active and lively, with an unprecedented sense of existence, so that he had an illusion that he could do more. Or to be precise, it was not an illusion, but the artifact of the exoskeleton armor improved his ability. He had never seen such active ether. They surrounded him and waited for his orders. At first, it was just a ripple emanating from the ether ball, like a small test. But the test was responded to. The exoskeleton armor built a communication channel for them to strengthen the transmission of ether. So the ripples turned into waves, spreading layer by layer, flexibly bypassing all the NPCs present, and heading towards the wellhead and never returning. With a loud bang, Wang Luan fell from the sky and landed hard on his back. With a loud bang, the well suddenly collapsed from the inside, and the layers of stones blocked it tightly and fell down. The struggling villager suddenly became quiet. Is this the end? Li let go of the villager's hand, studied the pile of rubble, and confirmed that it had collapsed completely. Then he turned his head to look at Wang Luan and said perfunctorily, "Brother Luan, are you still alive?" Yi Quan came forward to look at the bloody villager and confirmed that he was completely dead and there was no way he could survive. He was still frightened. He was determined to run to the well just now. Could it be that death or blood can buff the evil god? Greenleaf opened the task list and took a look. It is most likely true. Otherwise, why would he have to die? It would be fine if he committed suicide. But he had to die in that well? Wang Luan groaned. You guys should at least look at me. Aren't you alive? Li said regretfully. If you were dead, I could help you pick up an exoskeleton armor or something. Greenleaf. Mission completed. Yi Quan. Where is Wang Dazhuang's resurrection point? Let's meet and review what happened just now. Li made a well-founded guess. He knocked down the well. I didn't expect brute force to actually work. Wang Luan raised his hand tremblingly. I just used ether to fight the guy head-on. The other three turned their heads to look at Wang Luan. Did you win? I don't know. Anyway, I was sucked dry. Wang Luan said tremblingly. I feel like my whole body is paralyzed now. And I can't even move my fingers. Yi Quan immediately threw him to his side and helped Wang Luan up attentively. Brother Luan, why don't you tell us in detail how you used ether to fight the evil god head-on? Li Mao still had some rationality. It can be defeated by players using ether. Isn't this evil god a little too weak? Greenleaf looked at the mess at the scene and felt that the biggest problem at the moment was another one. So, how do we explain it to the villagers? Greenleaf. They were already wary of us. Now they wake up and find themselves lying on the ground with injuries all over their bodies. And there is a corpse of an acquaintance around them. Yi Quan made a prompt decision. Anyway, the mission is completed. Let AI Jijin figure out how to explain it himself. Let's run away. Li hesitated for 2 seconds. Isn't this bad? Then you stay and explain? Let's run away. The sky slowly brightened. Li and Yi Quan helped Wang Luan dismantle the exoskeleton armor and recover the mechanical creations on the scene. They took a closer look at the village with the closed door. With the regret of when I played RPG as a hero. I swept all the NPCs' homes. They committed suicide and returned to the nearest resurrection point to meet up with Wang Dazhuang. The players who skillfully rolled into the cave again, avoided the fatal murder, and reached the weapon room through the corridor, successfully met up in the underground passage of the endless forest. Wang Luan leaned against the wall with his dying breath, watching Yi Quan and the others comfort Wang Dazhuang in a friendly manner. Wang Dazhuang took out a rag doll and briefly described the process of him bumping into the bottom of the well, knocking out a rag doll, and then the well suddenly collapsed. Yi Quan and the others all distanced themselves from Wang Dazhuang, and no one took the initiative to check on the rag doll. Every failure makes one wiser. Who knows how incredible that unspeakable thing is? What if it can be transmitted through the rag doll? Stay alert. Yi Quan and the others said they would go to find Ezijin to identify this thing first. Let's go. Yi Quan suspected that Wang Luan was pretending to be weak. No. You have been resurrected. But your debuff has not been refreshed yet? This doesn't seem to be a buff that can be refreshed by resurrection. Wang Luan leaned against Levi and the others weakly, humming. My character panel shows that the ether is exhausted, and the countdown is 6 hours real time. They found Ezijin in the endless forest again. Congratulations on completing the mission, Ezijin said in a cliched way, handed over the mission reward, looked at the rag doll and said, currently, your bounty hunter points are -4, and you will not be able to enjoy all the discounts for purchasing Ezijin products. Ezijin will charge a certain fee for all services provided to you to cover possible risks. Although Wang Luan was dying, he immediately came to life when it came to money. Is this part of the mission? Isn't it unethical for you to charge money? Ezijin thought for 2 seconds and gave relevant information. The unspeakable thing is born from the desire of intelligent creatures. If the desire is too small, it cannot form a strong belief. The unspeakable thing born from this desire will also become extremely weak. The murmur in this village comes from a weak unspeakable thing. It has no power to seduce the agent, and can only parasitize the place where the desire is the strongest when it was born. The players turn their heads in unison to look at the rough rag doll. Wait, what is the desire that made it come into being? A strong desire for friends. AI Xijin carefully added a childish touch to this task that was given to players to be very scary. Those murmurs are the other party inviting others to become their friends. The scene was silent for a few seconds. Wang Luan asked tremblingly, "So how is this task completed?" AI Xijin glanced at Wang Luan. If the unspeakable thing is too weak and has exhausted the desire that made it come into being and has not received subsequent energy replenishment, it will automatically dissipate. Greenleaf suddenly realized so. It wants the villagers to commit suicide because then it can obtain the strong emotions of the death of intelligent creatures, barely maintain its own existence, and even transform its desire from the desire for friends to death. Most weak and unspeakable things will eventually choose to use death to gain powerful power, because this is a shortcut for them. Wang Luan asked again, "So, I exhausted the ether. It's actually useless?" Azajin was silent for 2 seconds. Maybe it also played a role? For example, it accelerated the consumption of the opponent's power? Wang Luan was not comforted. He once again clearly realized the cruel reality that players are weak chickens in this world. Yi Quan had new doubts. How did this unspeakable thing come into being? After the Dark Ages, they appeared on the continent unknowingly. AI Xijin had very detailed information on this. We suspect that this is directly related to the death of the Father God. After all, there are no gods in this world. So things that want to become gods are born. Wang Luan whispered, "Can evil gods be considered gods?" AI Xijin laughed. This world has cut off the orthodox way to become a god, and they can only find unorthodox ways to try to reach the end. But unorthodox ways of becoming a god are more likely to produce wrong results than orthodox ways of becoming a god. Li thought of the white mist, and then understood something. Do they want to become the Father God of this world? The reason why the Father God is because he created this world and all things. Even if new gods are born, they cannot become the Father God. What's more, it is impossible for this world to give birth to gods again. Yi Quan subconsciously asked back, "Why?" Azajin cast a puzzled look. "Aren't you the ones who know the reason best?" He reminded them with a series of words. South China Sea. Sea. Death. The NPC of the kingdom, who was parasitized by the Zerg and untied the shackles, was not a demon. He is a god. The gods and demons who disappeared overnight on this continent are not the only ones who are not forgiven by this world because of the sin of killing gods, but also the two races of gods and demons. This world no longer allows the birth of gods. Even if there is an unspeakable thing that chooses the right path from countless mistakes and becomes a true god, then what greets him is only death. Chapter 196 Global Public Beta 20 The New Civilizations at the Outermost Edge of the Continent. The live broadcast is in full swing. But this excitement has nothing to do with the other world, which is still advancing everything normally. The devil takes the players to the end of the floating abyss that is turned upside down, trying to contact the station man star. The Zerg in the South China Sea continues to be cut in front of the defense line formed by the players. He Xingwen obtained Li Wang's promise and began to prepare to completely solve the Zerg. He turned his attention to the wormhole in the south of the South China Sea. And it happened that after a period of time since the global public beta began, the number of players increased sharply, and the number of holographic game cabins installed due to the production line reached a new high again. The new semester started after the reform of the education system. As one of the auxiliary equipment for compulsory education, the holographic game cabin provides an official channel for students to enter the game. These factors caused the order in the kingdom, which had finally stabilized, to face new shocks. So He Xingwen made a decisive decision and started a new large-scale event before the chaos began to spread. He finally understood why the planners of those large-scale games like to organize activities one after another, because this could best mobilize the enthusiasm of the players and consume their energy, so that they would not be idle and cause trouble. The new large-scale event was the end of the task of saving the South China Sea. The first link of the task of killing the Zerg mother was still to register with the Kingdom Knights, form different player teams, and teleport to the end of the South China Sea and the edge of the wormhole in batches, in order to ensure that the players can complete putting pressure on the Zerg mother, so that all the Zergs gather around the Zerg mother, so that they can catch them all in one fell swoop. During this process, Zhe and other elite NPCs repeatedly revised the follow-up plan with the Special Investigation Bureau, and only started the new large-scale mission when the number of Zerg was consumed to the critical point. The number of players pouring into the alien world exceeded 1 billion. And the new large-scale mission was released almost at the same time. The series of chaos caused by the influx of large-scale new players is inevitable. Fortunately, the Kingdom and the Special Investigation Bureau have had the experience of the last time. The infrastructure army that is always short of people fully absorbs the influx of players. And the newly released tasks have shifted the attention of most players from exploring the continent to completing novice tasks. It is inevitable that the city on the land of gods is once again congested. As for the food city, after several traffic collapses, it adjusted at an unimaginable speed. Players spontaneously opened a small trading market outside the novice village along the wall of the novice village to digest the sudden increase in passenger flow. Facts have proved that interests can always urge people to quickly adapt to new changes. The player defense line in the South China Sea did not retreat because the Zerg had not yet retreated. The Zerg cannot be controlled, and it is even more impossible for them to be cultivated. The characteristics they developed for the intelligent creatures of this world actually make them have a plague-like effect. Contact, spread, mutation. If there were no players, this link would be seamless for the other world. But who would have thought that even with such targeted evolution, they would still encounter unexpected nemesis? What is the end of the South China Sea? Players who reach the end of the South China Sea through teleportation can responsibly tell everyone that the end of the South China Sea is the broken space. From a scientific point of view, the end of the sea should be the continent. Otherwise it can only be called endless. But the science of the other world is different from that of the Earth. So the third answer appeared. At the end of the sea, there is a broken space. Scattered land floats in the space. Some lands are connected into a piece, and even form a small oasis in the void, while some lands float alone in the air, and their size can only allow one person to stand. The seawater is cut by the invisible edge, and the fragmentation of space makes it impossible for them to continue to rush, and they can only stop behind the invisible boundary line. Waves of seawater hit the invisible boundary line, but they can't break through it to pour into the broken space, and then pour back again. This boundary line separates two different worlds. One side is the rushing sea, and the other side is the space where scattered broken land floats. It's like someone cut something from the end of the South China Sea along this line, leaving a broken mark. The first batch of players who teleported to the end of the South China Sea were shocked by the scene, and they posted it on social media, spreading this information quickly. The broken space seems to have no end, and countless floating grounds constitute its only scenery. Here, space has no meaning, and up, down, left, and right no longer exist. The ground floats horizontally and diagonally in the air, and the vision cannot locate it. And the ether? The ether here is chaotic and violent, completely different from the calmness within the boundary line, full of sharpness. Some players cross the invisible boundary line and fall in the broken space. Of course, it can also be described as floating. Here, falling and floating can be defined as the same concept. Players who are lucky enough to step on the broken land can barely survive. But players who don't step on the ground can only commit suicide and return to the temporary resurrection point in the endless fall. Players have tried to persist in not committing suicide in the endless fall to see if the floating of this broken space will have an end. But so far, no player has persisted to the end. In a space without a sense of space and no light source, falling/floating alone is an unbearable lonely journey. This is a dangerous but leeway area. After discovering this, the first batch of players who arrived happily turned the act of exploring this broken space into jumping grids. Jumping grids is a bit difficult, because the position of the land is erratic and not fixed, and the jumping route found cannot be copied. Every fall/floating is a double choice of luck and strength. Players have tried to use ether to grab the swaying ground, but players who do this usually die quickly. The ether in this area is completely different from that on the mainland. They are difficult to control and very unruly. It is very difficult to mobilize the ether. After mobilizing the ether, the real problem appears in front of them. Just like holding a handful of glass shards, or like a thorn stuck in the throat that hurts the intelligent creatures mobilizing the ether. That is not the ether they are familiar with, but the natives are used to it. Strictly speaking, this area does not belong to this world. Torjin said, although the Zerg borders us here, they ate up their own world before they bordered us. There is only a small wormhole left in the Zerg world bordering us. So a world gap inevitably appeared between that small wormhole and the continent. These broken spaces belong to the gaps between different worlds. The rules of the world do not apply to it. It is chaos, disorder, and disorder. Torjin said, "We usually don't go to the outermost part of the continent, because even for the dragons, it is dangerous here. Of course, the undead are an exception. For undead creatures, the word danger itself is meaningless." "You mean, we can't use ether here?" Someone from the Special Investigation Bureau showed a surprised expression. "If we can't use ether, how can the Salpha Federation eliminate the wormholes between the world gaps?" Torjin jumped on the sea with his pocket-sized body. "I think you have a misunderstanding of the Salpha Federation. Their science is not your science. They can do much more than you think. Groups of players are pouring into the end of the South China Sea, but they have nothing to do at the moment. They can only jump around and explore this space. They didn't even find any trace of wormholes in this space. The players feel that they have encountered a big problem. The special nature of this space makes it difficult for them to directly attack the Worm Mother. And it is obviously unrealistic to find a fixed route here." When many posts related to this appeared on the forum, the natives didn't take this problem to heart at all. The appearance of the Dragon Clan means that this problem does not exist at all. The Dragon Clan is the most powerful existence in this world. The existence of ether is just icing on the cake for them. This is a race that can withstand the world gap with its physical strength. The broken space at the end of the South China Sea shows players how strange this world is. The definition of the universe does not exist in this world. Or to be more precise, these broken spaces are enough to be called the universe. But for players, the existence of this broken space means that a new map has been opened for them. Players who have gathered here one after another because of the task of killing the insect mother, before the king sounded the attack horn, have poured into the world gap, and have been looking for possible hidden tasks and hidden NPCs. The more difficult the map is, the more passionate the players are to explore, especially under the premise that there is a big boss on this map. What can mobilize the enthusiasm of players more than the first kill? Of course, this naive idea and overly hot enthusiasm have a lot to do with the fact that these players are new players. Although there are countless precedents on forums, social networking sites, and video sites that warn new players that there is a huge difference between this game and traditional PC games. It is meaningless to use past game experience to replace holographic games. But without personal experience, it is obviously impossible for new players to resonate. Therefore, enthusiastic new players rushed into the newbie mission and tried to start the path to becoming a great player in the gap between the worlds, amid the hesitant expressions of the previous batch of global public beta players. But let alone the hidden missions, they didn't even see a living creature. The players who continuously invested in it did not test the limits of this space. The huge number of players was enough to form a South China Sea defense line. But it seemed to be just that for this gap between the worlds. So, while He Xingwen was busy controlling the situation of the Zerg in the South China Sea and communicating with the Salpha Federation about the progress of destroying the wormhole, the players he placed at the end of the South China Sea were scattered in the world gap. Most of the players met their destined fate returning to the temporary resurrection point after death. But a few lucky ones are still looking for hidden tasks that may exist in this space. He Xingwen swore that he just placed the group of new players for a while, but they actually found the hidden NPC for him, which led to another strange direction. Wait a minute. He Xingwen signaled to the ether form to pause the conversation and turned to Yishu, who rushed over. "What did you say?" Yishu repeated. "Some players met NPCs in the world gap and posted a post on the forum about contacting hidden NPCs." He Xingwen was in a complicated mood. He was not too surprised by this unexpected development. He was used to this unexpected direction. It can only be said that he is indeed a disorderly player who is not good at anything and is the first to make trouble. He Xingwen took a deep breath and asked the member of the Special Investigation Bureau who first detected this trend on the internet, "What race?" He Shu recalled the content of the post. At first, this post titled "Fuck, I seem to have opened a hidden mission," did not attract anyone's attention. After the global public beta of the holographic game began, the daily traffic of the semi-official forum increased rapidly. Every moment, there would be countless new posts. Posts that were not popular could not enter the homepage at all. But soon, with a series of descriptions by the host, the post was pushed to the top of the hot post and entered the site of the Special Investigation Bureau. After confirming that the situation was likely to be true, the intelligence summary and analysis personnel of the Special Investigation Bureau He Shu went online to exchange the latest information with His Majesty the King to ensure that the situation was under control. Fuck. I seem to have opened a hidden mission. OP, I am indeed the chosen one. OP, the situation is a bit complicated. Here is a screenshot to prove that I am not making it up. Screenshot of hidden NPC. OP, why is no one replying? This is my first post. Isn't this forum full of people? OP, forget it. Maybe I found the wrong place. OP, I asked a friend. It's not wrong. This is the largest holographic game discussion forum. Why is no one replying to me? No. Do you think that giving a catchy title and posting 2 blurry photos is enough? If you want someone to reply, at least say something. For example, what is this hidden mission? What is the hidden NPC you met? How did you meet it? OP, oh. I thought no one was reading it. Aren't the novice missions in the space fragments? Didn't social media discuss the hidden missions in this new map before? I went to the space fragments to look for the hidden missions. And I found them. It was like looking at a green post. What do you mean I went to look for it? And then I found it? If I remember correctly, a large number of new players went to jump through the grids. And finally died and came back? There are still posts on the forum that record how many times you have to die to find the wormhole. Have you found the hidden NPC? Green post. Reported. Original poster. What's so green about this? I just encountered a hidden NPC while jumping through the grids. Well, just assume that you are lucky enough to encounter a hidden NPC. But in that environment, tell me, what race is the hidden NPC? Can it survive in the broken space? OP, you don't know. Right? Ian told me that the broken space is a gap in the world. The place where we jumped the grid before was the gap left after the Zerg world was completely destroyed. But Yin's world borders this world behind the Zerg, which means that there is a large new world behind the wormhole that is not shown on the map. Ian is one of them. The story is actually a bit reliable. So, you jumped the grid and skipped the wormhole, and jumped directly outside the map. Why do I find it even more unbelievable? Who hasn't jumped the grid? Just look at those erratic tracks on the broken ground. How lucky are you? To not miss a step once. And to jump so far, cross the wormhole, and jump out of the map. OP, I didn't jump out of the map. Ian lives behind the wormhole. But I met Ian in the broken space. So I said that I might have opened a hidden task. I suspect this is an Easter egg hidden by the planner. The planner you are talking about. Is it the one who is not a human? Why do I feel that we are not talking about the same planner? Don't change the subject. Keep making it up. What race is the hidden NPC? What is the hidden mission? The author, I think the planner is really amazing. You don't understand the good intentions of the planner at all. Because they still have demons there. Said by the king. Demons? No. This is a bit outrageous. Isn't it? The presence of demons is not necessarily a good thing. Their appearance only means 2 words. Trouble. I am beginning to have a bad feeling. The author. Please don't change the subject. Answer the above 2 questions directly. OP, I'm typing. Don't rush me. Yin's race is very special. Hidden NPC screenshot is this group of fluorescent light. According to the NPC, they are a kind of consciousness without a specific form. As for the hidden mission, I haven't received it yet. Right? But I think I'm going to start the hidden mission. Ian said that if I agree, he can take me to visit them. I still think this is a green post. Reported. Why do I feel that you? The OP. Describe the NPC in a strange way? Is it my illusion? There's always a feeling that the NPC has bad intentions. A kind of consciousness? This is indeed very similar to the race that this game will have. But a consciousness, no matter how you think about it, it's very strange. Since he has no specific form. Can't he go wherever he wants? Why haven't we heard of it before? Then, it's even more strange that he didn't jump out of the mission. Let me remind you that Ye didn't receive the mission before. And then ran all the way to the red name. I think that NPC may not necessarily be in the friendly camp. Don't be impulsive. But if you think about it carefully, what the OP said is true. In his current situation, doesn't he have only 2 choices? Either follow this NPC of unknown origin to their territory, or die and come back. OP, I think the task didn't pop up because I haven't met the conditions for the hidden task. Maybe because my favorability is not enough. I talked to Ian for a while before, and although he didn't say it explicitly, he has hinted to me that he needs my help. Why has he never appeared on the mainland? Speaking of which, a consciousness, is there no limit? He can go wherever he wants. Who can stop a life form without a body? This thing is not like the Zerg. And it also uses the parasitic flow? The parasitic flow is not scary. Anyway, players can't be parasitized. The author, since I am the chosen one. Then I have decided. I will go back with Ian to see if I can get full favor and receive hidden tasks. Damn. I am actually a little envious. I am still on the South China Sea defense line. I really want to go to the end of the South China Sea to join in the fun. I am at the end of the South China Sea. But I am almost jumping silly. And I haven't seen any NPCs except players? Fuck. Is this a real European emperor? The post was pushed to the top by the influx of players. Then, Hishu came to find Hishingwen. The time difference was no more than half an hour, leaving ample time for His Majesty the King to intervene. After listening to Hishu's summary, Hishingwen immediately realized from the key information of the demon that this was the new civilization at the outermost edge of the continent that the demon had mentioned before. Some demons are stranded in these new civilizations that are gradually bordering this world. When Hishingwen was lost in thought, Li Wang, who had listened to the whole conversation, interrupted the conversation. What new civilizations are at the outermost edge of the continent? Hishu looked at the etheric structure. Li Wang casually said, these new civilizations have only recently bordered the continent. There are not many intelligent creatures. And they are not very aggressive. There is nothing worth paying attention to. Hishu was slightly relieved after hearing this. But Hishingwen, who understood the time concept of these races, who had lived for a long time better than him, grasped the key point. Recently? Li Wang recalled the specific time. Only a few hundred years. The fifth era has lasted for more than 10,000 years. Compared with more than 10,000 years, a few hundred years can indeed be regarded as recent in the eyes of Li Wang, who has lived for more than 10,000 years. Hishingwen knows the brain circuits of this group of natives too well. What Li Wang said about the small number of people and weak aggressiveness is for the Salpha Federation. In fact, Hishingwen suspects that the Zerg can only get such an evaluation in the eyes of the other party. Of course, Hishingwen also has enough confidence to evaluate the Zerg in this way. However, China and individual players cannot be so confident. Hishingwen looked at the light and shadow. Tong gently put his shoulder on the side, leaning very close. After the last conversation about the transformation of the form of existence, Tong has been so close to him. Apart from those emotional reasons, Tong did this mainly to protect Hishingwen more comprehensively. He never let a mistake happen a second time. And he would not give any existence the opportunity to attack Hishingwen again by his side. Hishingwen's gaze moved over and hit Tong's eyes. He always habitually looked at Hishingwen. Except for Hishingwen, he didn't need to use his eyes to look at anything else. These civilizations on the outermost edge of the continent have formed a complex relationship in the placement of the continental civilization. But this has no effect on you. Tong's understanding of this is very clear. As Li Wang said, they are not strong enough. Tong gave the best solution. In fact, I think this is a good exploration copy for players to kill energy and kill time. Those intricate relationships, and the characteristics of each with its own purpose are enough to collide with the players, to create a very interesting series of tasks. And the natural obstacles that reach the outermost edge of the continent can objectively prevent players from rushing to it and causing impact. You can issue hidden tasks to this player to encourage the player to continue exploring the new civilization at the outermost edge of the continent. I suggest that you set up a new task chain, including a series of achievements, to add a new gaming experience for players. For example, the species atlas of intelligent creatures, the progress of continental exploration, etc., which can also be subdivided into the exploration degree of all players and the exploration degree of individual players, the total progress of exploration in different areas, etc. Tong spoke a long list, and Hishingwen thought his suggestions were very good. He could even see the scene of players rushing into the outermost area of the continent one after another according to Tong's suggestions, and then dying happily. Anyway, the unlucky ones will be the civilizations at the outermost edge of the continent, with the idea that if these new civilizations don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Hishingwen nodded steadily to Tong, and then turned his attention to the etheric structure. Hishingwen, what we discussed before. Li Wang, I understand what you mean. The Federation will eliminate the wormhole as soon as possible. He paused for a few seconds, as if thinking about the specific time. 3 days. After 3 days, the wormhole will remain in the eliminated state until the worm mother dies. Since Li Wang said 3 days, it will definitely not be delayed until the 4th day. Hishingwen turned to Yin and said, You communicate with Tuargene. After 3 days, the players will start to attack. Chapter 197 Global Public Beta 21 Achievement System and Worm Mother. Not to mention the Dragon Clan and Yin who are ready to fight. Nor the players who know nothing about it and are still jumping the grid. After the conversation ended, He Xingwen's attention immediately shifted to He Tong's suggestions. Achievements, collections and illustrations. Great. Is there anything more than these 3 that can make players work hard and forget about food and sleep? If the player's attention is shifted to the edge of the continent, then the exploration of other areas on the continent will be weakened accordingly. And the shock caused by the impact of a large number of players on other races can be effectively controlled and will not get out of control. What's even better is that those areas at the edge of the continent all have natural barriers. The existence of space gaps ensures that players must overcome difficulties and obstacles to reach the area where the new civilization is located. There is a certain degree of difficulty, and even requires enough luck, which can make players have a fluke mentality, thinking that they are the next son of heaven, and then unyieldingly challenge the world gap. When the Salpha Federation was micromanaging the wormhole, He Xingwen casually released a game update notification and opened the hidden task permission of the game main console. In fact, it allowed the game system to randomly generate tasks based on the dialogue between the natives and the players. And the difficulty and rationality of the tasks were controlled by the game main console. As soon as the game update notification came out, it triggered a chain reaction among the players. Hot searches were the most basic, and several posts on the forum soared instantly. But the most popular one was still the post posted by the European Emperor before. A bunch of latecomers came to the forum and had a heated discussion. Fuck. I seem to have opened a hidden mission. Fuck. Could this post be the culprit of the game update? What? The game has been updated? How isolated do you have to be to not know this news? All kinds of social media are flooding the screen. I'm jumping on the grid. Kicked out by the anti-addiction system. How can I pay attention to other social media? What has been updated in the game? Achievement system. Did the planner steal from other online games again? Finally, it can be regarded as keeping up with the basic configuration of modern online games. Can a game without an achievement system be considered a game? I don't know if it can be considered a game without an achievement system. But with this achievement system, I have only seen countless hardcore players rise slowly. The achievement system is divided into ordinary achievements and special achievements. Ordinary achievements can be obtained by most players in daily life. And special achievements are composed of 2 parts. Intelligent biological race illustrations and new civilization exploration progress. These 2 parts are divided into the overall list and the regional list, which are ranked and updated in real time. At the end of each month, rewards are given to the top 10, top 50, and top 100 players. Rewards include dwarven weapons, wizard scrolls, credit points, special tasks for Esgold bounty hunters, and land deeds that may be randomly dropped. Is the planner trying to make a splash by making a splash? Fuck. The achievement party will go crazy? Work hard. Work hard. If you don't get all the achievements, how can you talk to other players? Wait. The race atlas of intelligent creatures is the intelligent creatures that players have come into contact with. Aren't players basically able to come into contact with the intelligent creatures on the mainland? This is not difficult. So screenshot of the intelligent biological race atlas. This atlas will unlock all the races that the player has come into contact with in real time and give basic information. Have you seen this unlocked race? The Ring Clan. Mode of existence, consciousness. Located at the outermost edge of the continent. Is one of the new civilizations bordering the continent in the past 100 years. And more relevant information has not yet been unlocked. The special NPC encountered by the OP is the Ring Clan? The sinister intentions of the planner are already obvious. Want to unlock more special achievements? If you want, I can give them all to you. Go find them. I put all the special achievements there. The world outside the map. Then the Great Pirate Era began. Ah, the era of the Great Navigator? To be honest, this can indeed be called a navigator. But our journey is the Sea of Stars. And our goal is all unknown new civilizations. The Sea of Stars. The ultimate romance of men. The last time I saw the term extreme romance was when it was about mechas. Why? You men's extreme romance is really about whatever you catch? Where is the host? Where are you? How is the situation? Why don't you come up and explain it clearly? Can you just stop here and disappear? Hey. The first place in the overall list of intelligent creatures is actually Lee. Who is this? This guy is lucky. In the last mandatory task issued by the devil, they encountered both undead creatures and plankton. And Nenli encountered unspeakable things when he was live streaming with Lewin. So he has unlocked the most intelligent creature so far. His luck is too good. Other masters suffered because they did not join the devil's task. As a result, all the plankton are dead now. And the Valley of the Dead is closed again. Even if they break into the Valley of the Dead, they can only unlock skeletons. And there is no way to unlock undead creatures such as ghosts. The first place in the new civilization exploration progress is the original poster? Oh Huang. This name doesn't sound like a great one. But it sounds like good luck. Fuck. Is it that the way I named it before was wrong? Can I really become the Oh Huang if I call myself Oh Huang? You can't change the name in this game. Fuck. Luckily I haven't entered the game yet. I will change the name I thought of to Oh Huang. I think the original poster may have chosen this name because he has good luck in normal times. No matter. I'm going to send a private message to the planner. Can't I change the name to management? I was careless. I didn't expect the game nickname to be so important. The planner hit it too deeply. Here should be a yays. I suspect that this nickname may have a constant luck value of -100. After going off topic, the original poster finally came online again. Original poster. There are so many people replying. There are indeed many people in this forum. Hello. Op? Have you received the hidden quest? Huan Clan. This name is weird. Op. The game has been updated. The achievement system has been released. And you are on the leaderboard. OP, I saw it. I am still looking through the previous replies. There are too many to read. Let me explain it briefly. I have always been lucky and people gave me the nickname Little European Emperor. So I gave myself this nickname. I think the nickname has no necessary relationship with receiving the hidden quest. Sure enough, behind every European emperor is always good luck. I don't believe it. I want to change my fate. From tomorrow, I will change my name to Oh Huang. Does this game support the 4-character naming method? OP, by the way, I received a hidden mission. As expected, it was because of my low favorability that I followed Ian to where they lived. And he issued me a hidden mission. Wait, how did you follow a consciousness across such a long distance through a wormhole to reach the other person's place? OP, Ian took me back directly. It was not space teleportation. It was, how to describe it? I opened my eyes and closed them. And I arrived at the destination directly. Op, you didn't ask for this kind of key information? OP, I'm here to play games. Not to ask 100,000 whys. Anyway, he took me to the destination. Why do I ask so many questions? I can see that the OP is not a senior player. What's the point of playing games without exploring the game background? What's more, the background of the holographic game is so grand and detailed. It would be a pity to miss the details. Okay, what is the hidden mission? OP, this is why I went to the forum again. Yin's hidden mission is to become the domain master of Artsy Domain. What the hell? No. Are you playing a holographic game? Where did the domain master come from? What is LZU? Did you find the wrong game forum? This is a holographic game forum. Don't just say words we haven't heard of. Original poster, my first reaction is the same as yours. What are these? Then Ian explained to me in detail that these new civilizations on the outermost edge of the continent are different from the Valley of the Dead and the Floating Abyss. The new civilizations that are powerful enough are all on the mainland. New civilizations like them that are not strong enough and have few people do not get the attention of the mainland at all. So these new civilizations develop their own order without the interference of mainland civilization. For example, different regions are divided, and the most powerful civilization in each region will become the domain master. I am more concerned about what happens after becoming a domain master. What are the rights and obligations of the domain master? Are there other forces above the domain master? These questions are the key points. Right? Since they have formed their own order. What is the top of this order? The king? So the continent is not unified. But the new civilizations on the periphery of the continent have been unified? The author, I don't know. I just asked about the situation in the Owl's domain. I think it should not be unified. The situation in the Owl's domain is very complicated and cannot be considered unified. The domain master is the most powerful civilization, but not the ruler. I will go online to ask these questions for you later. I always feel that the author is very naive. Is this a real-life example of a girl who can smile, and will not have bad luck? I am so angry. You are disgusting. All of you get out of here. Go to hell with the reduplicated word monster. Up. NPCs are divided into friendly NPCs and hostile NPCs. Don't let them sell you out. Remember Yi-Ye's experience? This one mistake will mean goodbye to the holographic game forever. Yi-Ye. A man who left his name in history. Poor. It's okay. Although we don't know who is the enemy. Didn't that NPC say that the devil is also there? Although the devil has a bad personality and likes to stir up trouble. And is more like a hostile NPC than a hostile NPC. They are indeed friendly NPCs. At that time, you can go directly to the demons and listen to them. Although you will be cheated. At least you will not become the second Yi-Ye. Wait. You haven't told me the situation in the Owls region. What kind of order has the new civilization on the outermost edge of this continent formed? Original poster. I'm looking through the previous replies. There are really a lot. I think Ian should be a friendly NPC. He even invited me to come to their place. I haven't come into contact with demons. But I have read a lot of posts before. And I feel that demons are difficult to deal with. Ian said that there are about 10 new civilizations in the Owls region. And Owls is the most powerful civilization among them. So their area is called the Owls region. Originally, there were more new civilizations here. But the weak ones have all perished, leaving only the current civilizations. So Ian wants to become the most powerful civilization in the Owls region, so that he doesn't have to worry about being exterminated at any time. So he wants to become a domain master. Not because the domain master has special rights, but because the domain master is the strongest? Wait. Why do I feel that the previous sentence is extremely scary? Those who are too weak have already perished. So there is no need to worry about being exterminated at any time. These two descriptions put together. The subtext is too cruel. Right? Really? After listening to this introduction, do you still think this NPC is a good person? Good guy. Who do you think killed those perished civilizations? No one really thinks that innocent little white flowers can grow in this environment. The planner's background setting is something? The planner finally opened a PvP map for players? What? Players can finally fight against other players? Did the planner finally realize that being bound to the kingdom as the initial force at birth is too unfriendly? They can't fight other players to their heart's content. They can only fight NPCs. But the NPCs can crush the players. And there is no sense of accomplishment at all. The planner has come to his senses? Oh my god. What good day is today? Is this game finally normal? Fight. 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 Host. Are you still here? I advise you to find the devil quickly. Otherwise you will be cheated. Host. I will go online to see the situation after the anti-addiction time is over. I am so sleepy now. I am going to sleep. Host. Don't run away yet. Tell me more about the specific situation of the Ring Clan. And what does this Owl's domain look like? After all, it is a new force that I have never come into contact with. So please reveal some information. Host. Oh, I almost forgot. I recorded a video and posted it on the video website. The scene is so shocking that words cannot describe it. You can only feel it by watching the video address. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? I went there. I'll give coins to the host. I looked through the previous submissions of this account. The host is a pure European emperor. Many players clicked the link to the video uploaded by the host. The video is only a little over a minute long, without any cause and effect. It was just a sudden shot because of the shock of the scene. The familiar broken space. The picture of floating land of different sizes disappeared like fading. And new colors were redrawn. Unknown existences of different depths floated in the void, covering the entire video screen. The appearance of these existences is difficult to accurately describe. It is like some kind of shellfish, with a smooth shell and soft internal organs. The huge shell contains different shades of colors, which makes this void beautiful. Internal organs? No. To be precise, it is the soft meat attached to the shell, pure white with a trace of blood, like cotton candy, and like a cloud that accidentally fell, softly shrinking, as if it is breathing, revealing an inexplicable vitality. These shells are scattered in the void, and there is no end in sight. The video wasted half of its time on this scene, and the remaining half a minute or so. But the style of painting changed. The shell in the distance suddenly arrived at the center of the video. It kept approaching and enlarging until it completely swallowed the lens. The white cloud attached to the shell swallowed the shooter. Fortunately, The video did not stop at such a terrifying place. The screen went black and then lit up again. Someone clicked pause here, looked at the remaining time of the video. There were still 6 seconds, and he clicked play again. When the screen lit up, it was white at first, and then the white quickly and unscientifically outlined a familiar scene. Computers, snacks, fat otaku happy water, and a wall full of figurines. The overly familiar scene made the barrage explode instantly. Fuck. This wall of figurines is enough to buy a house. Right? Fuck. The Up Master is rich. Did the style of this video suddenly go astray? This race is awesome. This scene is an illusion. Right? It must be an illusion. Right? Consciousness. So this is how it is used? Suddenly I remember the introduction of the host. This is a group of new civilizations that are not strong enough? Just tell me it is weak. He is a master of psychology who has maxed out his mind control talent. If he is really bad, he can still switch to charm. I think our definition of weak is a little different from that of NPCs. Is the OP already charmed? It's over. This is a dead end. Let's make a cross for the pioneer of the exploration of the Sea of Stars, and wish him a good journey. Oh Huang Wang's experience in the Ring clan attracted countless attention. But Oh Huang Wang, who was in the anti-addiction period, could not resist after resisting sleepiness and browsing the forum for a while, and finally fell asleep, leaving behind the attention, carnival, and speculation of those players. And he slept through the opening of the novice mission. 3 days later game time, when Oh Huang Wang was still catching up on his sleep, the player who jumped the grid at the end of the South China Sea waited for the horn to enter the world gap. Torjin brought a group of dragons and turned back to his original form in full view of the public. A huge shadow covered the surging surface of the South China Sea. The body at the top of the food chain showed a pure sense of power. Amid the uncontrolled noise of the players, it plunged into the broken void. This sentence means that the Dragon Clan only plunged ahead into that space. The huge body stretched over the South China Sea, crossing the air and sea water, and the huge head probed into the gap in the world. The experience of jumping grids before told players that once they entered that space, they would fall into a floating state without a foothold, allowing that space to take them to start an endless fall. But the Dragon Clan broke the players' experience. They plunged into the gap in the world, stable like an anchor point, and were not affected by the space itself. The players were shocked by this scene, and they all looked up to shoot videos and photos at a 360-degree angle. The Kingdom Knights silently performed their duties and guided the NPCs to climb onto the dragon scales. The dragons were too huge, and the NPCs were no better than ants compared to them. The NPCs climbed the scales to complete the ride, and were scattered in different positions on the dragons. They were equipped with etheric space to provide comprehensive protection for the NPCs. As for the players were still shooting videos, and they didn't realize what was about to happen. Dozens of dragons waited for a moment, and waited for the NPCs to board in an orderly manner before slowly setting sail, and completely plunged into the world gap that made the players live and die. Almost at the same time, a large etheric shock came from the Arcane Academy, accurately landing in the area where the players were. The etheric shock. The white light was bright, and for a moment, it was even more dazzling than the light on the horizon, illuminating the South China Sea. The players in the precision strike area died instantly, and were resurrected in the nearest temporary resurrection point in an instant, that is, where the NPCs on the dragon scales were. He Xingwen used this method to save a large number of players from queuing up to climb onto the dragon's back. Of course, it also provided players with a familiar experience of dying and coming back to life. The reason why players without protective tools kept dying and coming back to life on the dragon's back was simple. It had nothing to do with the world gap. It was simply because the dragons were too fast. The fierce wind acted on the players, causing them to lose blood continuously until their blood tanks were empty, and they died completely. And then, they were resurrected again, and the process was repeated. The huge creatures flew in the world gap, and they relied on their pure physical strength to fight against the rules here, heading towards a direction that the players had never reached. Farther away, where the Worm Mother was, another magnificent operation was being staged. Li Wang proposed 3 days, not because it would take so long for the Salpha Federation to disintegrate the wormhole, but because he needed 3 days to familiarize other great scientists with the operation of Noah's Ark. In other words, he used the disintegration of the wormhole as a case to teach other great scientists in the Salpha Federation This situation is not surprising. Given Li Wang's high talent, the great scientists of the Federation initially embarked on the road of science under Li Wang's guidance. They followed Li Wang step by step, absorbed his experience, learned his knowledge, and repeated his path. This is the sadness that will inevitably be encountered when you are born in the same era as an overly outstanding genius. No one can surpass him to create a new path. He has almost reached all the ends that mortals can think of. He pioneered science, which is not so much the science of this world as it is the science of Li Wang. The great scientists of his time, no matter how outstanding they are, will be overshadowed by his brilliance. When the sun shines brightly in the sky, who would know that the moon is actually in that sky? Noah's Ark fully awakens under Li Wang's will. The ether of the entire continent suddenly becomes active with the awakening of Noah's Ark. Target positioning. Target positioning is successful. Target deconstruction. Target deconstruction is successful. In the kingdom, He Tong leaned over He Xingwen's neck and cast a glance from afar. So the boiling ether in the kingdom suddenly quieted down. But the ether elsewhere is completely awakened, as if it has its own will, wandering, colliding, and transmitting information layer by layer until the end of the world. The world gap is a place that is not restricted by the rules of this world. Those awakened ethers paused here. Then they crossed it. Humans are limited by space because they cannot jump out of this world. But there are too many existences in this world that can ignore space. The world gap still exists. But the ether of this world did not enter the uncontrolled area, but ignored it and arrived at the wormhole. So, the target positioning was successful. The appearance of the wormhole is very similar to that of a black hole. The uncontrolled space forms a huge vortex, sweeping everything in the broken space. The wormhole does not belong to the broken space. It is the last remnant of the world eaten by the Zerg. In other words, it does not belong to the world gap, because it is another world that causes the world gap to appear. The chaotic and disordered space engulfs the ether that arrives here, destroying all existence to protect the only master. The ether is engulfed, integrated into the wormhole, and integrated into the ether of the Zerg world. Maybe there was no ether in the Zerg world at first, but after they merged with this world, after they were assimilated by this world, then the Zerg area would naturally produce ether. After all, ether is everywhere. So, Noah's Ark began to deconstruct the target. That active ether merged into the wormhole. Then the ether of the entire wormhole had its own will, began to be active, collided, and completed the information transmission. The wormhole disintegrated itself, and chaos disappeared in chaos. The black hole dissipated from the outermost wisp, revealing the treasures hidden in the core area of the wormhole. A huge cocoon. Chapter 198 Global Public Beta 22 Worm Mother Dungeon Part 1. A huge cocoon floated in the void, and a white unknown substance wrapped it, giving it full protection. A moment later, strands of black vortices emerged from the cocoon, expanding rapidly. In just a few minutes, they connected into one piece, vaguely forming the prototype of the huge black hole just now. If there is no external interference, then the wormhole will reappear in a few minutes. Wormhole is the innate skill of the Worm Mother, and it is also one of the most powerful trump cards of the Worm Mother. It ensures that the Worm Mother can still grasp a glimmer of life when she is seriously injured. But those small vortices did not have time to form a black hole, and they disintegrated from the inside again. The distant Noah's Ark did not retract its sight. It locked the target and faithfully fulfilled the promise made to the king to ensure that the players could face the Worm Mother when they arrived here. In the broken space, a layer of white light attached to the Dragon Clan was passed, accompanied by noise, approaching the destination. The world gap did not affect them. The Dragon Clan was very sure of the direction they were heading. The familiar ether fluctuations pointed the way for them in the distance. Not too long had passed when Noah's Ark deconstructed the wormhole for the 10th time. A huge body with a strong sense of presence broke into this silent space. The Worm Mother was not awakened, although the wormhole was repeatedly disintegrated. Noah's Ark did not pose a threat to her. The Worm Mother, who was accumulating strength to heal old injuries in sleep, still did not realize the approach of danger. The appearance of the Dragon Clan accelerated the frequency of the cocoon contraction, as if it finally realized a little sense of crisis. But the protagonist of this attack was not the Dragon Clan. Although the dragons can cause trouble to the Zerg Queen, the Zerg that evolves against the weaknesses of the creatures on the mainland can bring them a stronger threat. No one wants to face the dragons parasitized by the Zerg. So the best way is to give the stage to the players after the dragons have completed their role as a means of transportation. It's like a wonderful perception. When the dragons pass a certain place, the players who are continuously losing blood feel the change in the environment. They pass through the world gap and arrived at the Zerg world. The existence of the world gap is because the Zerg ate up their own world, so that when it borders the mainland, a large area is vacant, and these areas have become world gaps. But since the Zerg borders the mainland, it proves another thing. Even if they eat up their own world, there is still a small place to settle down, which is defined as the Zerg world debris bordering the mainland. This theoretically existing Zerg world debris is actually just a void to accommodate their only master. No matter what the specific form of this debris is, its existence means one thing. This is not an area that belongs to the world gap, but a new civilization that has been assimilated by this world. So the rules of the world came into effect here, and the ether was again under the control of intelligent creatures. That was enough. It was enough for the players to rush down from the dragons and rush towards the huge cocoon. Dense black figures poured out from the golden dragon, covering this small space. Some players fell in the void, and some players grabbed NPCs to barely avoid falling into the void. All kinds of players used various methods to ensure that they could gain a foothold in the void. The dragons slowly retreated, disappearing unnoticed in this dangerous area. The NPC who served as the temporary resurrection point drove the machinery and built a suspended foothold in the void. People occasionally forget that NPCs are almost born with talents for ether and other professions. When the internal test players have begun to impact the highest level professions, the NPCs still insist on not changing to other professions. They have completed the skill summary of several professions such as forgers, mages, druids, and great scientists, and on this basis, established a new professional system, a system that only NPCs can perfectly adapt to. Because the prerequisite for further study is to complete the basic courses of the professions of forgers, mages, druids, and great scientists, and learn all the relevant skills before changing to these professions. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world, especially the existence of Li Wang, who has raised the definition of genius to an unimaginable level. But it is still unheard of to mix so many different professions to form a new professional system. Considering the special identity of NPCs, this is not surprising enough. After all, they are so talented that even if they are confined to the framework of mortals, they are still able to reach the peak of humanity. This new career system, limited by the peak human status of NPCs, is not powerful to a certain extent, but it is more than enough to serve as logistics. Or, in other words, this is one of the reasons why NPCs did not switch to other professions, but chose to combine the advantages of various professions. NPCs are scattered in different areas, surrounded by a group of constantly resurrected players. The machines unfolded under their feet and quickly connected to the huge cocoon, providing players with a foothold so that they would not fall in space. The player stabilized his body, and the NPC issued a task to kill the next ring of the Worm Mother. The Worm Mother is in front of us. People of the kingdom, for the glory of the king, take up your weapons, attack the enemies of the kingdom, and win victory for the king. The players took weapons from the space bag and whispered to each other. The chaotic scene did not have the atmosphere of a war about to begin. Where did the planner copy this line from? Is that the Zerg Mother? Why is it a cocoon? Isn't this the first level form of the Zerg Mother? Will it transform when it is hit low on health? I heard from Azagen that the Zerg Mother will summon other Zergs when its health is too low. Did you bring the Black Blood Stone? We can just put the Black Blood Stone? It's buried here anyway, and there's nothing to burn except the cocoon. The mission requires that the Black Blood Stone cannot be used to destroy the ecological environment. No. Can this be considered as destroying the ecological environment? Is there any ecology in this environment? Anyway, that's what the mission requires. Remember? Yi is watching you. I can't figure out what the planner is thinking. Does he also think that the Black Blood Stone is too buggy and needs to be restricted? Then why not just cut the data of the Black Blood Stone? Oh! AI Shijin said that it seems that the energy of the Black Blood Stone will not only destroy visible things, but also invisible things. So it is very dangerous to this world. Invisible things. This description is a bit scary when you think about it. Are you starting to mess with Cthulhu again? No. Why does Azagen say everything? So they also play the role of narration? Didn't you read Lunlun's strategy? As long as you play the dialogue a few more times, you will have the opportunity to trigger Azagen's various intelligence. And as we all know, Azagen knows everything. A player looked at the floating land in the gap in the distant world, and then looked at the normal void here, and said, "So? The invisible things? Are they referring to this space? In that case, it is really important." Another player looked at the gap in the distant world and felt sympathetic. If this place also becomes a broken space, then won't we have to die immediately? And won't we have to jump to death after jumping grids? Huh? If so? Another player turned his head and tried to find the world where the Ring Clan was from this void. Aren't the Ring Clan behind the wormhole? A group of players turned their heads and looked around the void. Except for the void and the broken space farther away, they found nothing. As always, vast and ethereal. I'm thinking too much. How could the planner leave such a shortcut? Another player said regretfully, "Obviously, this space is surrounded by world gaps." While the players were discussing, they did not forget the mission. They rushed to the huge cocoon in the center of the space with all kinds of weapons. The cocoon was quite large, floating in the void. And as the players approached, it became even bigger, making the players holding weapons like ants trying to shake a tree. But those who have such thoughts must have never seen how the Zerg on the South China Sea defense line was cut layer by layer. If the ants were as numerous as the players, and they would not die, it would be hard to say whether the tree would be shaken. Players have become accustomed to this long-term process of turning the impossible into the possible, especially since this cocoon could not resist at all. One layer of players occupied the lowest attack location, leaving no space for them to squeeze in. So more players could only change their attack locations, participate in the boss battle, gain contribution points, and increase their task progress. The huge white cocoon was gradually covered by a layer of black. But on the contrary, after the dragons withdrew from this space, the cocoon, which had begun to shrink, returned to calm, even though countless players struggled to climb and densely cover the entire cocoon. It did not feel threatening, because the players were really too weak. If they could not be resurrected, then no matter how many players there were, they would only be regarded as a group of ants trying to shake the tree. As long as the tree shook slightly, it could easily crush them and bring them to death. The cocoon became quiet. The players, on the contrary, began to attack lively. The white shell of the cocoon is extremely hard, and the player's weapon fell without leaving any trace. The huge gap in strength between the player and the mother worm is like a cocoon without broken defense. A mockery of the weak who overestimate their own strength. Players have encountered many such mockeries, but in the end, they are still the only winners. As expected of the final boss of this dungeon, this defense ability is too awesome, isn't it? Strongly request the planner to give the boss a blood bar. I am a little panicked when I can't see the blood bar. Does the cocoon have durability? How about a durability? By the way, if the mother worm dies, will there be no mutant creatures? Is the food city going to close down? Can't the planner change the settings? It's so hard to get such delicious raw materials. If they become extinct, the fun of the game will be reduced by half. When has the planner ever cared about the players' game fun? I think the planner is just torturing the players for fun. Damn. I really want to breed Zerg. What do you think of the idea of breeding mother worms? Not very good. Let me remind you that the mother worm is an intelligent creature with logical ability and can speak. Your idea is very dangerous. I am doing this to protect endangered species. Don't slander me. There are no endangered species of intelligent creatures. Only extinction of the race. Naive. The players talked to each other, passing the time with dialogue in boring and repetitive work. Although the topics of the dialogue were a little dangerous. Although the planners did not give the worm mother an amazing health bar. The completion of the task is another indicator that faithfully reflects the benefits of their behavior. The completion rate of the task of killing the worm mother is increasing extremely slowly with 2 decimal places. Although the cocoon remains unchanged in the repeated attacks of the players. But from the current point of view, as long as the players are given enough time, this unchanged cocoon will eventually end in their hands. And what players lack the least is time. Therefore, the task of killing the worm mother entered a long and repetitive labor stage. Players who are too familiar with this situation have formed different monster killing teams, joined groups, allocated online and offline time, and rotated monster killing to maximize monster killing efficiency. This set of processes started from the Arcane Academy, and after continuous improvement in the Everfree Forest, South China Sea defense line, and urban infrastructure, it has become extremely skilled. Any player who has played the game for a little longer has at least 5 large groups, including such groups as Holographic Game Group 1, Holographic Game Province X Group 1. Holographic Game City S Group 1. Arcane Academy Main Group 1. South China Sea Defense Line Group 1. South China Sea Defense Line North District Group 1. Beishan City No. 23 Infrastructure Group, etc. These groups are not only used for communication and flooding, but also have more important functions such as communicating online time and effectively contacting other players. Of course, most players will not know what role the Special Investigation Bureau plays in it, but they will definitely be able to perceive the existence of these groups, making the cooperation of such large-scale tasks very smooth. It's as if the players are a group of moral role models who are willing to contribute and have a spirit of sacrifice. And there is no trace of the nitpicking and infighting between the PC game players in the past. Objectively speaking, this is related to the official identity of the ether simulator of the holographic game. After all, although it is a game, the official has never simply defined it as a game. Especially after the global public beta and the opening of infrastructure, players are almost forced into a constraint that is completely different from the game, thus presenting the scene of orderly cooperation today. This is something that would never happen in a game. A national mobilization. While players patiently advance the progress of the Kill the Insect Mother task, the South China Sea defense line that has been maintained for several months is playing out unexpected plots for players. Although the task of Kill the Zerg Mother has attracted the attention of a large number of players, the South China Sea defense line is still as solid as before, firmly blocking the Zerg that tries to cross the players to reach the mainland. This kind of backbone that is unmoved by the new large-scale event tasks comes from the mutant creatures, not the noble morality of the players. Although it is not very incredible to expect players to have noble morals. To be honest, there are indeed very few players who can maintain noble morals in the game. Therefore, the South China Sea defense line did not collapse. Just because there are greater benefits here, compared with the love of new players for novice tasks. Old players have focused their attention on the mutant creatures, a rare raw material that is dying out. Even as the progress of the Kill the Zerg Mother task progresses, the players of the South China Sea defense line have become more active and devoted most of their time to the mutant creatures. But the plot twist came faster than they thought. The progress of the Kill the Zerg Mother task has just exceeded 10%, and there is still a long way to go from the player's target value. But the South China Sea defense line has suddenly ushered in silence those Zergs who continue to fight, as if they were unaware that their kind was constantly dying, disappeared. The long South China Sea defense line did not wait for the next wave of Zerg attacks. The pressure brought by those players to the cocoon was so weak that it did not wake up the Zerg Queen. But it was enough to make the Zerg Queen's most loyal guards realize that something was wrong. So, they abandoned the attack on the continent without hesitation and arrived at the end of the South China Sea through space teleportation. The existence of the world gap made it impossible for space teleportation to locate the locations of the civilizations on the outermost edge of the continent. So the Zerg had to cross the world gap on their own and move forward in the direction of the wormhole. The players who formed the South China Sea defense line soon learned the bad news. The Zerg retreated from the continent, leaving no mutant creatures on the continent. This race, dominated by the Zerg Queen, is undoubtedly loyal to the Zerg Queen. What's more, in this race that can barely be called an intelligent creature, the only one with wisdom is the Zerg Queen. And the Zerg can only be regarded as creatures that obey the Zerg Queen's orders at best. Their brains do not have the ability to think, and they will not choose a roundabout plan to relieve the pressure faced by the Zerg Queen in the current situation. The South China Sea defense line quickly collapsed after the Zerg retreated. A large number of players evacuated from the South China Sea and poured into the kingdom, while another part of the players followed the Zerg's retreat path and arrived at the end of the South China Sea, ready to start the journey to the Sea of Stars. After all, the new achievement system has appeared. How can players stand still? Even if it is not for the task of Kill the Worm Mother, players will spontaneously gather at the end of the South China Sea, eager to try the world gap. However, this group of players really can't catch up with the task of Kill the Worm Mother. Without the dragons as a means of transportation, players alone cannot reach the area where the wormhole is located. This group of players, who can't wait to come, even met the Zerg, who were rushing back to the wormhole. The Zerg team that was surging forward did not stop because of them. The Zerg host army composed of sea creatures, corpses, and flying creatures poured into the world gap in a mighty way, forming a tight battle line in the broken space. The invisible existence connected them to ensure that they would not fall into endless falling in the world gap. It is precisely because of this that the mighty Zerg army was able to cross this unruly space. Players who rushed from the South China Sea defense line to the end of the South China Sea made envious voices and watched the Zerg army disappear at the end of their sight. Another group of players could not empathize with them. The first abnormality that the players who were steadily and slowly advancing the task progress noticed was that the cocoon began to shrink again, and the frequency of contraction became urgent as the players worked hard from slow to fast. The players continued to repeat the attack behavior in confusion. Why is this cocoon moving so fast? Is the thing inside going to break out? The mission is only 11.56% complete. Isn't that possible? Even if it is losing blood. How much blood has it lost? It should at least wait until the mission progresses to 80% before going berserk. Right? What if the Berserk Queen's berserk is divided into stages? First, it's the first stage of the carnival. And as the mission progresses, it becomes the second stage of the berserk, the third stage of the berserk, and the final stage of the berserk. Then this big boss is too difficult to deal with. Right? This is the Queen of the Zerg. It's normal to be difficult to deal with. Otherwise, wouldn't you think the Zerg is too weak? Fuck. Stop talking nonsense. It will really go berserk soon. Hurry up and lose some more blood. The ignorant players are still working hard. The black layer covering the white cocoon is airtight. They repeat the attack behavior, slowly disintegrating the defense of the cocoon at a speed that is difficult to observe with the naked eye. Occasionally, a small black vortex will appear, bringing a white light of death to the player. But these black vortices will disappear automatically soon. The players didn't understand the reason for the black vortex, but they summarized the rules and concluded that this might be the automatic defense of the Zerg Queen when she was dormant. When the mission progress slowly reached 13.1% due to the unremitting efforts of the players, this silent space finally became lively. The mighty Zerg army rushed back to the wormhole. The players lying on the cocoon waving various weapons caught off guard and met the dense Zerg host. The players were a little confused because of this unexpected development, and they quickly reacted. Damn! The first wave of frenzy turned out to be the Zerg army. The Zerg didn't stop at all. They almost instantly locked the culprit, who threatened the Zerg Queen, the players, who were still attacking the cocoon. Then they launched a charge without hesitation, as if they didn't remember how they were blocked outside the continent by the South China Sea defense line formed by the players. However, they are not intelligent creatures after all. They exist in the form of commands and instincts, and they don't need to know fear. The effect of the Zerg charge was immediate. The temporary resurrection points put on layers of protective tools, activated exoskeleton armor, and stagnated in the air, reducing the activity of the ether. Under the cover of countless players, they reduced their presence in the Zerg's perception. As soon as the players came into contact, a white light lit up, and the familiar death swarmed in. The players were resurrected next to the temporary resurrection point. The Zerg moved forward in a slaughter-like manner, and almost cleared all the players as soon as they came into contact. But unfortunately, the next second, the players reappeared. The Zerg didn't care about such trivial matters. After killing the players, they crossed the gap without hesitation, and densely guarded the cocoons, guarding their most precious treasures. Because of the location of the temporary resurrection point, the players were scattered all over the space after resurrection, and formed a crowd around the temporary resurrection point at a distance from the cocoon. For a moment, the Zerg army next to the cocoon and the scattered players formed a confrontation. Of course, it was a very short confrontation, because the next second, the players took the initiative to break the confrontation and rushed towards the Zerg army. The black crowd pressed forward densely, while the Zerg of different colors did not retreat a step, and the two color blocks collided brazenly, and white light suddenly flashed. The task of killing the Zerg Queen was not really kicked off until this moment. Chapter 199 Global Public Beta 23 Zerg Mother Dungeon Part 2. White light is the eternal background of this battlefield. Weak players are constantly heading for death in the collision with the Zerg. They are so weak that the host controlled by the Zerg can harvest death with just a slight movement. But they are so powerful that they can still accurately obtain spoils from the opponent in the endless cycle of death. Death is no deterrent to them. Even if it is close at hand, it does not affect them to seize the opportunity and cut meat from the mutant creatures. They are dying. They are resurrecting. They are approaching. And they are compressing the Zerg's defense line in the countless flashing white lights. It is not the one-sided death of the players, but the fact that the Zerg is suppressed. Most players are familiar with this process. Queuing, swinging weapons, cutting meat from the opponent, putting it in the space bag, and then dying. The South China Sea defense line has helped them train their subconscious reactions with countless repetitions. Of course, some players are not very familiar with this process. But it doesn't matter. They will quickly master this process after staying on the battlefield for a while. The appearance of the Zerg has greatly mobilized the enthusiasm of players to complete tasks. Whether they are new players or old players, they all know one thing. The meat of mutant creatures is super delicious. Profits are the best stimulant. Players are striving forward for this and never stop. The Zerg are restless. They have no wisdom. But they have instincts. When it comes to everything involving the Zerg Queen, their instincts are often magnified countless times. And they perceive all behaviors that may cause harm to the Zerg Queen. The players compress their defenses. And the situation of approaching layer by layer obviously aroused their vigilance and anxiety. Although the Zerg brain could not analyze the reason why the Zerg was forced to retreat even though the enemies were dying, the long-lost threat was unprecedentedly strong. So that the cocoons behind the layers of Zerg guards began to shrink violently again. The players were not in a hurry. If possible, they hoped that this process could last longer so that they could harvest more mutant meat from it. But this was not something they could decide. After a large number of mutants were divided up by the players, the brain stems of the mutants deliberately abandoned by the players gushed out black liquid composed of tiny Zerg. They surged over the ground made by mechanical creations, but did not go towards the players, but chose the direction of the cocoon. The Zerg, which had lost its host, quickly covered the white cocoon and merged into it. The players used hard work to advance the task progress to 13.1%. But now it began to fall at a slow speed. What? The Zerg Queen is eating those bugs to replenish nutrition? I thought the next development was that the Zerg Queen would breed more bugs to stop us. I didn't expect the plot to be so unexpected. If the progress of this mission drops back to 0, will our previous work be in vain? Without the Black Blood Stone, we can't deal with these Zergs completely. Thinking about it this way, it's not bad for the Zerg Queen to eat them. I think the enemy's actions only mean a worse situation, not a better one. What should we do? Should we stop those Zergs? How to stop them? Messy conversations rang out in different player camps, but did not affect their orderly harvesting of mutant flesh. Accompanied by white light, the players steadily advanced, shortening the distance between them and the Worm Mother. But at the same time, with the death of the host, the black liquid was swallowed by the Worm Mother one after another, and the task progress was approaching 0 bit by bit. I have a bad feeling. The task progress is falling too fast. But there are still so many mutant creatures. Can the task progress become negative? I seem to know why the Worm Mother eats these Zergs. With these words, the players who had wasted several days and nights on this battlefield returned to the starting point, and the task progress completely dropped back to 0. Their previous hard work was in vain. This is not the worst news. The mutant creatures are still being cut by them. One player or two players may need countless days and nights and countless resurrections to completely cut a mutant creature. But there are so many players on the scene that each person swings a knife, which is enough to form an extremely dense momentum of thousands of cuts. After the resistance of the mutant creatures became less strong, the speed at which the mutant creatures were completely cut became faster, and the speed at which the Zerg were devoured by the Zerg Queen also became faster. After the mission progress was reset to 0, it did not become negative. But the cocoon, which had been shrinking very frequently since the player collided with the Zerg, began to shrink violently and quickly. And the posture was like something was finally born from the placenta, which was very close to the appearance of childbirth. My sanity is about to collapse. Is the planner a devil? How did such a creepy scene come out of his mind? Fuck. The birth of natural creatures is an extremely sacred thing. But the birth of this cocoon can only be described as disgusting. The scene of dense black insects crawling out from under the white cocoon is enough to make people suffer from intensive phobia instantly. They joined the Zerg army and launched a counterattack, seeing the black liquid rushing over like a living thing. The players complained one after another. I knew that those Zergs were not eaten in vain. She laid a bunch of them again in a blink of an eye? So the Zerg Queen woke up? But the Zerg Queen is still in the cocoon. Is this Schrodinger's awakening? Or is it that the HP is not enough and the opponent has not entered the next stage of frenzy? Only 13% of the task progress has stimulated her to recall the Zerg and lay a wave of eggs. How abnormal will the next stage of frenzy be? The black liquid struggled on the player's face. This batch of newly born Zergs seemed to have not learned the lesson of the previous batch of Zergs, and was still trying to parasitize the player. But soon, they knew that this was a useless effort. The black liquid struggling on the player's face. After being pulled down by the player because it blocked the line of sight, the black liquid retreated. This Zerg evolved to target the weaknesses of mainland creatures. Without a host, it is almost not aggressive to the player. They are so small that almost all their aggressiveness is focused on parasitism and spread. But they can't work on the player. After realizing this, the Zerg that tried to parasitize the player immediately retreated and was swallowed by the cocoon again. No individual hesitated in this process. Zergs do not have wisdom. They only obey instincts and the orders of the Zerg Queen. There is no so-called individual concept in their minds. The scene where the Zerg was swallowed without hesitation did not mean that the Zerg gave up. On the contrary, it only meant that the Zerg modified the ineffective attack method. The cocoon continued to shrink and produced new Zerg. Round secretions slowly protruded from the cocoon, making the appearance of the cocoon extremely strange. Players who occasionally glanced at this scene hurriedly retracted their sight, fearing that the sand value would be emptied again. One secretion after another climbed on the cocoon until the cocoon shrank rapidly. The white secretion was broken from the inside, and the strange and familiar creatures fell off the cocoon and filled the camp of the mutant creatures. That was the initial form of the Zerg in this world, with a body covered with a hard shell, sharp limbs, and hairs covering the limbs, forming an enlarged arthropod, which is the most common spider, mosquito, fly, centipede, and other creatures on the earth. Fuck. The common size of countless players facing this scene converged into a loud sound, echoing in this space. In this game where most animals and plants are different from those on Earth, the initial form of the Zerg is exactly the same as those arthropods on Earth. This is definitely a planned malice. Naked malice. Fuck. I'm afraid of creatures like centipedes with many legs. I'm still afraid of spiders. Fuck. 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 Don't come over. Don't come over. Don't come over. It's actually an enlarged version. Planner. What good is it for you to scare the players to death? These arthropods have a deterrent buff for most Earth players. And what makes players even more frustrated is that they are extremely huge. Almost the same size as humans. Mom, today I'm going to sail away to a world without spiders and centipedes. Accompanied by the noisy sound of most players' psychological collapse on the spot. The newly produced Zergs charged towards the defense line formed by the players. And behind them, the huge cocoons are still producing a steady stream of Zergs. The Zerg is called a natural disaster. And it is not in vain. The white light illuminated the entire space again, and the player's defense line was penetrated several layers in a row, retreating a long distance, and distanced itself from the Zerg Queen again. It is really difficult for players with a broken mentality to organize an effective attack when facing these arthropods. Rather than saying that these primitive Zergs are too aggressive, it is better to say that the psychological shadow they bring to the players makes them win without fighting and advance step by step. The players are defeated in front of them, and cannot organize effective defense and attack. The Zerg quickly advances the battlefield, ushering in a victorious march in the constantly flashing white light until the players have no way to retreat. The advantage that the players have gained when the cocoons cannot attack is now gone, and they are slaughtered by the Zerg in a retreating posture, so that the situation turns into a disadvantage for the players in a blink of an eye. It is not an exaggeration to call this scene a massacre. The players tried their best to avoid contact with the original Zerg, and even took the initiative to retreat on the battlefield, so that the Zerg, as a killing machine, repeatedly killed through the players' defense without resistance. But that was all. The retreating players were forced to the outermost edge of this space by the Zerg. If they retreated further, they would have to rush into the broken space. So, the players stopped retreating. They uttered cordial greetings to the planners, holding their weapons tightly with a sad and helpless feeling. Kill them quickly. Kill them quickly. Don't just stand there. Just close your eyes and rush. Anyway, kill them quickly. Fuck. This touch. Ugh. Help me. Someone told me that I was here to play games. But no one told me that this game also requires fighting spiders. Why can't I die and go back to the novice village? I don't want to be resurrected here. If we don't kill these Zergs, we will have to stalemate with them for a long time. The players' emotions are not very stable, but it is understandable. After all, this thing really breaks through the psychological defense line. Although the emotions are unstable, it does not affect their comeback. After all, Zergs will die, but players will not. This premise is destined to make players have an extremely abundant tolerance rate. They can retreat, be penetrated, and retreat to the point where they can't retreat. But these have little impact on their combat effectiveness. After all, the players themselves are not combat effective at all. The damage they cause to the enemy comes from numbers and unlimited resurrection. In other words, unless the player loses the advantage of numbers and unlimited resurrection, the opponent has a chance of winning. The scene fell into a long battle again. The original form of the Zerg is strong enough, and the Zerg Queen keeps laying eggs behind them, which makes the Zerg's combat power soar. And the players are beaten to the point of no return several times. But no matter how many times they are beaten back, the players can come back. They die repeatedly, and then revive repeatedly, using death to exchange for minor injuries to the Zerg, and using the death of countless players to exchange for the death of a Zerg. If there is no Zerg Queen to replenish the Zerg in the rear, what happened on the South China Sea defense line can be repeated. But this place is too close to the Zerg Queen. So close that it is completely fighting the Zerg in the Zerg's nest. And the players will inevitably bear disadvantages. The scene fell into a strange stalemate. The players who will not die and the Zerg Queen who keeps laying eggs have reached a stalemate where they can't do anything to each other. Many related posts have emerged on forums, social media, and video websites. The task of killing the Zerg Queen is urgent. We can't go on like this. The Zerg Queen is laying eggs endlessly. The task progress is stuck at 0, and we need support. Zerg Queen, a true heroic mother, supports an entire race by giving birth to children. Awesome. As expected of the Zerg, she can actually fight against so many players and still have the upper hand. Respect? Original poster? Let's talk about business. Can you stop making sarcastic remarks? There's nothing we can do. There's a world gap between the Zerg Queen and the mainland. We can't get through. Even if we want to help, we are powerless. Did you bring the Black Blood Stone? I suggest solving the problem fundamentally. I brought it, but I'm not allowed to use it in the task. Actually, it's fun to break through the mission limits occasionally. Really? Ayeeee. You may have a lot in common. I enjoy abiding by the law. I've never heard of Black Blood Stone. Don't mention it in front of me. Then there's nothing I can do. I suggest you ask the NPC. Maybe you haven't found the right way to start a group. Live Zerg HD picture. Fuck. Talk is talk. Why post pictures? My eyes? I'm sick. What about you? If I'm guilty, the law will punish me. Why post pictures? Once this picture comes out, don't expect any players to come. Scream. Why is there such a big spider? Just be thankful. At least there are no cockroaches. I reported it. Original poster? Post deleted. Because of the original Zerg's form. Most of these discussions went astray, and it was extremely effective in dissuading a large number of players who were ready to move. It was obvious that the option of more players to reinforce had been completely blocked, so the players on the scene turned their attention to the temporary resurrection point. This was a desperate attempt to find a cure. The temporary resurrection point only served as a resurrection point. As for everything else, they did not interfere, seeing that the players were at their wits' end, and even began to think about whether violating the mission restrictions and using the Black Blood Stone would become the next yay. The stalemate took a breakthrough turn. A huge solid smashed into the confrontation scene. How huge was it? Half of it smashed into the space, and the other half remained in the world gap. At this distance, the players and the Zerg could not see its complete body at all. This Zerg world, which was eaten up by the Zerg and only a small piece of world debris remained, could not fully accommodate the other party. Then, the result of such a huge unidentified creature falling from the sky and smashing into the Zerg space can be imagined. The NPCs at the outermost edge of the space, who served as temporary resurrection points, all died unexpectedly, not to mention the two opposing parties, the players and the Zerg. The flashing white light connected the effect of daylight, and all the players died on the spot. The Zerg was no exception. Under the violent impact, the dense Zerg were directly crushed into pieces. The cocoon behind the Zerg did not escape the coverage of this huge object. At the scene of white light and blood bursting, the huge object that suddenly smashed into this place did not stop at all. He said that while smashing through the entire space, it miraculously presented a state of non-existence. This state means that he does exist and has brought a devastating blow to this battlefield. But he does not exist. The quickly resurrected player stretched out his hand and easily passed through the huge object. The players who were resurrected one after another beside the outermost NPC made surprised sounds. subconsciously stepped on the broken floating metal, passed through the phantom, and returned to the battlefield. Can it be like this? What is this? Fuck? Was it my illusion that I was crushed to death just now? The bodies of the Zerg were crushed into pieces. This illusion is too real. Isn't it? The player passed the phantom with surprise, and then faced the next death. Still the same way of death. Being crushed to death by a huge object. The phantom was unreasonable, and showed two states of virtuality and reality at the same time. In fact, this huge existence did not stop. After sending the player to death twice, it swooped through the space like a meteor and smashed into the gap in the world. The resurrected player watched the huge existence disappear in the field of vision with confused eyes, and still did not see the complete appearance of the other party. His body was too big compared to the player, and even too big compared to the Zerg world. What is this? I don't know, but this game is really interesting. How many species did the planner design? I think it looks familiar. Did you see what it is? It looks familiar? Such a big stone? I know. Manxing. What is it? It's introduced on the official website. It's a race of intelligent creatures that exist in the form of stars and are always in operation. They distort space and present two states of existence and non-existence when in operation. Isn't this the thing just now? What? So, we encountered a meteor? The stars in this game are actually alive. Which is very unreasonable. Don't be unreasonable. Did we win? A word awakened the dreamer, and the players turned their attention to the messy battlefield in front of them. This accident broke the stalemate on the battlefield. To be precise, it seemed to directly establish the victory of the players. The Zerg was completely wiped out by this meteor. In fact, the players were also like this. But they were resurrected again. But the Zerg obviously did not meet the standards for resurrection. So the scene before our eyes was only the smashed mechanical metal, and the slime covered with an unknown mixture. The players who were stuck at the outermost edge of the space looked at each other in disbelief, not believing that the planner would be so kind, and glanced at the task progress, 61.3%. Fuck. The planner finally behaved. Halfway through in one wave. Awesome. No. Why is it only 60%? Wasn't the worm mother crushed to death? Huh? As the player was puzzled, something shook in the bloody distance. The worm mother is not dead? It's not dead yet? It belongs to the cockroach? Shut up. Don't let a giant cockroach crawl out. Fuck. It's not dead. Accompanied by the rustling sound in the distance, the players retreated instead of advancing, and stuck to the outermost edge of the space again, without any awareness of beating the drowned dog. Of course, they were mainly afraid of really facing a giant cockroach. The cocoon crushed by Manxing shook and struggled out of the bloody mess. The white shell was covered with a layer of reddish-brown, and blood and corpse-mixed mucus slid down. A big hole was broken at the bottom of the cocoon, and a sticky liquid flowed out. The player watched helplessly as the sticky liquid formed a human figure, with long legs, thin waist and big breasts. The player's sight moved up and fell on the other person's face, and he took a breath of cold air. The mermaid is still a human body with a fish tail, but the worm mother is actually a worm head and a human body? Who can stand this? The compound eyes with no blind spots, the long mouth parts, and the constantly retracting tentacles, combined with the blue head. The inhuman feeling is secondary, and the main thing is the terrifying appearance. The worm mother woke up from her slumber and learned all the information from the pheromones of the dead Zerg at the scene. She cast her eyes at the player across the entire space. If it weren't for this accident, the gentle female voice vibrated in the air and reached the ears of the players. You could not have seen my complete body. What a pity. Accompanied by the other party's voice, the blood and flesh debris on the battlefield gathered beside her. The player's reaction was also very real. No way. Still coming? The new Zerg was outlined in blood, pouring out continuously, just like a replica of the cocoon laying eggs just now, and was reborn under the command of the Zerg Queen. The Zerg Queen is the absolute controller of the Zerg. She exists. So the Zerg exists. There is almost no information about the Zerg Queen on the official website. But now, players can add new information for her. The Zerg Queen's attack methods. 1. Breeding Zerg army. 2. Mental control. The former is more common, and the latter is a fatal blow. The Zerg Queen communicates with the Zerg through mental links. She has a powerful mental power that can simultaneously control hundreds of millions of Zerg for micromanipulation. The Worm Mother's spiritual power brushed over the players, and then found that the spiritual world of this group of food that made her children feel difficult was actually defenseless, as if everything was open in front of her, inviting her to do whatever she wanted. Then the Worm Mother did whatever she wanted. She invaded the brains of all the players present in an instant, trying to directly control this race with immortality. The next second, the task progress suddenly jumped to 100%. The Worm Mother, who had just awakened, had not had time to announce the return of the Zerg to the world before she ushered in the final ending. A cluster of blue flames appeared out of thin air, burning rapidly upwards along the Worm Mother. And in a moment, nothing was left. The player was stunned for a moment, came back to his senses, stared at the empty space, and many question marks appeared. Where did the Zerg Queen go? How did the mission suddenly complete? This game finally has a bug? In the distant kingdom, He Xingwen, who was bowing his head in countless files, suddenly looked up and cast his eyes towards the monument outside the window. They were the only ones in this world who saw the scene. The overwhelming golden light emerged from the monument and extended to the distant continent. He Tong followed him to cast his eyes towards the monument, following the golden light to its destination. On the Zerg battlefield, the clear information was collected into his database. He Tong explained to He Xingwen, the Zerg Queen tried to control the players and touched the bottom line of the main console. The main console eliminated the threat that caused unexpected events in the game. He Xingwen suddenly realized, the main console is maintaining the normal operation of the game? After all, it is the main console of the game. He Tong, if it cannot maintain the normal operation of the game can only be declared over. And then this world will return to the established path. It can't accept this result more than we can. Chapter 200 Global Public Beta 24 A City for Players. The large-scale event mission Kill the Worm Mother ended so unexpectedly that the players didn't even know the specific cause of the Worm Mother's death. They only remembered that the Worm Mother disappeared from their eyes as soon as they opened and closed their eyes. However, this small flaw did not affect the reality that the Zerg was exterminated and the mutant creatures disappeared completely. Those small doubts only attracted the attention of the Special Investigation Bureau and their inquiry into the truth behind this unexpected victory. They got good news. Game system. Ensure the safety of players and ensure that the game can continue to run, which is enough to dispel the countless hidden concerns of the Special Investigation Bureau. And of course, it will also bring new concerns about the game system. For this huge existence, there are too many things that are worth their vigilance. In addition, the impact of the end of this mission was immediate. First, a bunch of players who were curious about Manxing appeared in the forum, and they were eager to come into contact with Manxing and unlock achievements. Secondly, the disappearance of the mutant creatures completely opened the stage of huge profits for players from the mutant creature meat. The prices of various snacks made from mutant creatures have been rising. In just a few days of game time, the price has leaped, and only players with money credit points can afford to eat them. There is even barter, when the value of equivalent currency cannot match the goods. The most primitive exchange of items has become a better way of trading. After all, players may not have enough credit, but there are always players with special equipment. That blue ocean that had not yet been fully explored, after the extinction of the Zerg, radiated the light of wealth. The circulation of mutant meat in the market was no longer limited to players. After the Zerg was completely exterminated, and it was confirmed that mutant meat had no other hidden dangers, Azagen also intervened. This further pushed the value of mutant meat to a peak, so that after a few days in the game world, the circulation of mutant meat among players dropped sharply, and most of it flowed to NPCs. After all, Azagen was really rich. The food city was becoming increasingly deserted, and vendors began to sell snacks whose raw materials were not mutants. But these snacks were far from the taste of mutants, and it was difficult to create the former grand occasion of the food city again. The third chain reaction brought about by the end of the Kill the Zerg Mother mission was even more important to the players. The end of the South China Sea mission series means that the South China Sea Crisis mission issued to players who are eligible to run for the Novice Village Chief has also come to an end. The player with the highest contribution value in South China Sea Crisis will receive 1,000 points for the Novice Village Chief election. When the distant Zerg space fell into silence, the great players who were eligible to run for Village Chief at various infrastructure sites in the kingdom received notifications of the success of the South China Sea Crisis mission, and calculated the contribution values of the participants to obtain rewards. At the same time, All players received the first full server notification of the game broadcast. Dear players, after a year of selection and competition, the player lead proved himself with courage, wisdom and emotional intelligence. And the selection of the novice village chief has ended. The management of the novice village will be handed over from the NPC player to the player Greenleaf at the novice village monument in 1 hour. With this server-wide notification, the players were completely detonated. What the hell? The head of the novice village has finally been selected? So the novice village is really under the control of the players? Greenleaf is awesome. Let's go. Let's go and watch the fun. Players poured into the novice village from all over, causing the traffic in the novice village to be paralyzed again. Greenleaf almost didn't squeeze in, and finally flew over from a high altitude with the help of an exoskeleton mecha. It's not that he didn't want to fly over from a low altitude, but mainly because the traffic was also congested at low altitude. Before Greenleaf arrived, the other masters gathered under the monument to communicate about the mission that suddenly ended. So, in the mission South China Sea Crisis, Greenleaf has the highest contribution? Wu Xing was not sure about this guess. His eyes wandered around and fell on Xiongde. I remember that Greenleaf was busy with infrastructure in the later period. But Xiongde, and you guys have been on the front line of the Zerd battlefield. Xiongde scratched his head and said frankly, our contribution is not even in the top 3. Wang Xian was thinking, only 3 players are in the top 3 in contribution value. He glanced at the acquaintances around him and bumped into Du Kong next to him. Brother Kong, what do you think? The players on the side silently pricked up their ears. Du Kong cast his eyes on Wang Luan. Wang Luan coughed and said modestly, it was a fluke. Wu Xing was more and more puzzled. After all, he knew the attitude of the Special Investigation Bureau on the election of the village chief of the novice village: non-interference, non-initiative, and let the players play subjective initiative. As a non-staff member of the Special Investigation Bureau, Wang Luan was also subject to relevant constraints, so that Wang Luan did not participate much in the South China Sea mission at all. Instead, he was busy with live broadcasts. With such a passive attitude, he could still be in the top 3 in contribution? The game system won't have a bug, right? Wu Xing thought so. So he asked, I remember that you didn't participate in the Zerd front battlefield in the later period. Among the top 3 contribution values, which one are you? Wang Luan gestured with his thumb and said modestly, I don't know how the system calculates it, but my contribution is the highest. Wang Xian sighed, you added 1,000 campaign points. But Greenleaf won? Wang Luan spread his hands. The campaign points I accumulated before were not high, and I didn't think I would become the player with the highest contribution value. I didn't even go to brush daily tasks. Yi Quan, Schadenfreude, then Greenleaf's contribution value should be ranked 2nd, plus 500 election points. And won directly. Wang Luan thought, I have paid attention to the election points before. Greenleaf ranks 1st with more than 3,400 points. 30 points behind the 2nd place. Who ranked 2nd in the election points before? Wang Xian thought for 2 seconds, and his eyes suddenly fell on Du Kong in horror. Brother Kong? My contribution value ranks 3rd, plus 100 election points. Du Kong, Greenleaf's contribution value for this task should be 2nd, plus 500 election points, becoming the player with the highest points among all players running for village chief. This is not your style. Yi Quan fully affirmed Du Kang's IQ. You want to be the village chief and still lose? I don't want to be the village chief. Du Kong clarified, the daily tasks give too many points, and I accidentally brushed too high. The scene was silent for 2 seconds. There was an insurmountable huge difference between the top 5 players in the election points ranking and the players behind the top 5. Many internal test players who are eligible for election only have a few hundred election points even now. It's not that they don't work hard, but the points given by daily tasks are too stingy. So, Du Kong really deserves a beating for saying this. Wu Xing asked this question for other players. If you don't want to be the village chief, why are you so active in brushing daily tasks? Du Kong said confidently, get intelligence, analyze the plot, and speculate on the direction of the game. The onlookers were convinced by this impeccable reason. Du Kang's IQ is indeed enough to support him to get more information from these special daily tasks for the village chief election. Yi Quan raised a new question. No. Then I can't understand. Luan. How can you, a player who fishes in troubled waters, have the highest contribution? Wang Luan was also surprised. Brother Kong, a player who didn't go to the South China Sea defense line at all, Why can his contribution surpass Xiongde and others to rank third? Du Kong simply gave the analysis result. The contribution of this task may be a combination of other factors, such as Luan's special identity as a strategy master. And for example, I made suggestions during the formation of the South China Sea defense line. It's too modest to say that he made suggestions. Du Kong, as a special ability user with the most profound brain mutation known so far, has made important contributions to China's organization of the South China Sea defense line and even infrastructure arrangements. Then the only thing we have to wonder is why Greenleaf can become the second most contributing player? A player continued, Greenleaf has a good relationship with the blacksmith and most of the players, and has organized many communications and cooperation between players of different professions. There were more voices at the scene. Greenleaf also distributed weapons and equipment to new players. Greenleaf also organized several waves of South China Sea defense line team building activities. Amid the lively noise, the NPCU, who was very familiar to the players, passed through the passage made by the players and arrived under the monument. A moment later, Greenleaf also arrived at the destination from high altitude. The innermost players cheered. The cheers spread from the inside, and even the players who were blocked on the outside didn't know what was going on. And they cheered, so that the sound waves resounded throughout the city. In this sound wave, it was completely impossible to recognize the conversation between Greenleaf and you. Even Wu Xing and others who were standing in the front could only vaguely hear that you seemed to say some clichés, such as offering loyalty to the king. But the more complete conversation was not clear at all. In fact, Wu Xing was very skeptical that you and Greenleaf could hear each other's voices in this situation. Whether you and Li can hear each other's words or not, it does not prevent them from completing the symbolic handover. After all, the truly important content is notified to the players through the server-wide notification, and there is no possibility of not hearing it. Just like now. A few minutes later, the two ended the conversation in the noise. And then the player received a system notification. Le, the head of the novice village, has taken office. All functions of the novice village have been opened to players. Players are welcome to build the novice village together and create a better future under the premise of abiding by the laws of the kingdom. Accompanied by the system notification, you and other NPCs stationed in the city evacuated the novice village, leaving Lui and the players who had not yet reacted a tightly blocked novice village. Wu Xing was the first to break the silence. It's over. Yi Quan touched his chin. That's it? Wang Luan took 2 steps forward, and the other players followed and narrowed the encirclement surrounding Greenleaf. What does it mean that all functions are fully open? Greenleaf, who was still checking the extra page, took a deep breath. Have you played a simulation business game? Wang Luan said confidently. I write guides. What games haven't I played? Are you looking down on me by asking this? Hearing this, Greenleaf smiled relaxedly, stretched out his hand, and held Wang Luan's hand. With a sincere expression, that's great. Come and see how to do this. Greenleaf shared the village chief operation page with Wang Luan. Wang Luan stared at the dense numbers and fell into silence, retracted his hand, and tried to pull his hand back from the other party. When he spoke again, his tone weakened. You call this a simulation business game? If any simulation business game has so much data, it will be only a stone's throw away from bankruptcy. Greenleaf sighed again, holding Wang Luan's hand tightly, not giving him a chance to escape. Look down. Wang Luan swiped across the dense numbers and scrolled to the bottom of the page, finally seeing the content related to the simulated business. A row of NPC positions waiting to be arranged, including but not limited to secretaries, blacksmiths, farmers, sanitation workers, merchants, pharmacists, security guards, doormen, etc. And there is a small tip below. Tip: attribute matching will effectively improve work efficiency and shorten working hours. This is in line with the routine of the simulation business game. Wang Luan was shocked. If you ask me how to arrange NPCs, then you have found the right person. I have played this routine many times, and I can see at a glance which job requires which attributes. He asked Li eagerly, where is the NPC information? Wu Xing didn't see the village chief's operation panel, but this didn't stop him from reminding him, all NPCs have evacuated. Wang Luan thought for a second and pulled his hand out of Li's hand. Good man. The planner is playing too big. What do you mean? Other players came up with interest. Lui, what power does the village chief have? Lui took a quick look at the village chief's operation interface and concluded, issuing emergency tasks, appointing blacksmiths and other daily NPC positions, house sales, commercial trade, diplomatic exchanges, city agreements, guild organizations. Except for not being able to declare war. I can basically do everything that NPCs should do. The players present all agreed with what Wan Luan had just said. The planner has quietly done something big. Can we finally enter the process familiar to players? Guild? Build a guild. No. I think the key point is that the previous store election chain task finally meets the prerequisites. House buying and selling. Is this the planner finally coming up with a home system? What does it mean to appoint NPC professions? Didn't the NPCs evacuate? Fuck. I'm so excited. Greenleaf. Let's do something big. Let's set a small goal first. To replace Ezigen as the trade monopoly organization in this world. Is it okay to start dreaming in broad daylight? Ezigen. Speaking of Ezigen. Greenleaf. Can you now talk to the other party about purchasing other goods? What do you think about ordering a few hundred artifacts from Ezigen first? The lively atmosphere on the scene quickly turned from daydreaming to fantasy, leaving Greenleaf alone with nothing to say. Wu Xing gestured to Dukong. Dukong put his hand on Lu Yi's shoulder. Lu Yi, who was lost in thought, shared the village chief's operation page with Dukong without saying anything. Dukong glanced at the complicated operation page and said, "There is no way to discuss the current situation. I think it is better to solve the current traffic jam first." Dukong gestured to the tightly blocked surroundings. As for what to do next, you can think about it with the majority of netizens. Wu Xing nodded and agreed with Dukong's words. Such a hasty decision will easily lead to doubts. Yi Quan thought what they said made sense and echoed, "Don't let the players fight among themselves before the novice village starts to develop." Li looked around. Besides, players like Dudu are building infrastructure in various parts of the kingdom, and we have to ask for their opinions. I think it is reliable to post real-name discussion posts on the forum. After a few words, the situation somehow changed from Greenleaf became the head of the novice village to inviting heroes from all over the world to discuss the future of the novice village. The discussion post of the first 5-year plan of the novice village highlights, hot pinned. Greenleaf. The situation is just as I said. I discussed with Kongu and others. There are 3 problems with the novice village at present. 1. There are no NPCs. But the village chief can appoint players to positions such as blacksmiths, farmers, security guards, and gatekeepers, all of which are paid. 2. The development strategy of the novice village in the future. I roughly discussed with Kongu the various data of the novice village on the village chief's operation panel. Because the kingdom implements the allocation system, the kingdom used to directly allocate resources to the novice village to maintain the operation of the novice village. But the NPCs have evacuated from the novice village. So if they want to obtain various resources from the kingdom in the future, they must work harder and get more, and exchange them at equal value. In other words, the novice village needs to find an economic pillar. Of course, considering that there are no mines in the novice village, we don't need to consider mineral cities. 3. Player positioning. We analyzed it, and compared it with other races in the kingdom in combination with the rights of the novice village chief. We think that the planning of this design should treat players and dwarves as the same situation in the game. In other words, players as a race have gained a certain degree of freedom. For example, they can trade with Ezigen in the name of the player race. Regarding these 3 points, our tentative preliminary solution is as follows. Without NPCs, players can take up these positions. Our preliminary plan is to set up a novice village self-defense force and recruit some players as security guards to conduct daily patrols. Set up a forger committee and recruit some forgers as blacksmiths to take turns to provide blacksmith services for the novice village. There are also farmer committees, merchant committees, etc., which can all be based on the principle of voluntariness and recruit players to do the daily work of NPCs. But wasn't there a serial task of auctioning shops before? We also plan to take out a batch of shops for elections to support commercial trade activities. As for the development strategy of the novice village, the first thing is to determine a stable source of income. We prefer commercial trade, mainly because players don't have other skills. Finally, regarding the positioning of players, everyone can discuss it on their own. Too many words. Front row. Call for Greenleaf. I didn't understand what was said. I don't care. I can do anything. I think those blacksmiths and merchants should have restrictions. Not just being a player. For example, The minimum requirement for merchants is to have a shop. Blacksmiths should at least have a forger level limit. For example, farmers. This can be solved by contracting land. So many life-related players are definitely happy to farm and produce, and then make money. I think the problem is that you still haven't figured it out. The committee is not important. The focus of these positions is to make the economy in the novice village flow. Not just to provide services to players. We can't just spend money to find the kingdom to provide various resources. First of all, we have to rely on the city to be self-sufficient. Is this a great god upstairs? This is the first time I found that I am dizzy with words. Can you just give me a few options to choose from? I'm not good at discussing things. Most of the players in the discussion thread are here to join in the fun. Of course, there are also players who are serious about the discussion. But these boring contents are not worth spending too much time on. Players manage and explore the novice village. And move forward with bumps and bruises. The Special Investigation Bureau does not intervene too much, compared with this city that belongs entirely to the players. The Special Investigation Bureau's eyes are on countless cities that are undergoing infrastructure construction. The infrastructure construction progress of these cities is slowly advancing. And it is a long way to go before the end of infrastructure construction. It is not an easy task to build modern urban buildings in a desert with nothing. The novice village has gradually become lively. Players have made suggestions on the forum, voted and analyzed, and determined the first 5-year plan. They have participated in almost the entire process, determined the initial appearance of the novice village, and made the novice village completely a city belonging to players. The excitement of the players has nothing to do with the other team in the distance. This is a very simple task. Teleport to the end of the floating abyss. Make contact with Manxing, who is stationed in the original place, and find the reason for the other party's abnormality. It's just a little accident. So in the end, the demon and Manxing plunged into Noah's Ark. The Noah's Ark made of ether. The Noah's Ark where Li Wang really is. After all, the size of Manxing is there, and the entire area of the South of Federation is not enough for him to smash it to pieces. The reason why things have developed into this situation now has to start from the beginning. Nilida took the Kingdom Knight and teleported to the end of the floating abyss, facing the end of the continent. That is, the world gap encountered by the players at the end of the South China Sea. In the broken scattered land, the extremely huge star stood in the void, covering the sky and the sun. The demon exclaimed TSK TSK TSK, turned his head and teased the Kingdom Knight. It's really Manxing. Do you know Manxing? The Kingdom Knight shook his head. Nilida had no interest in popular science. So he said casually, this is a star that is always in high-speed operation. He pointed to the station man star, but this guy stopped. The Kingdom Knight beside him nodded and didn't respond, even if no one appreciated it. Nilida continued to perform with great interest. Do you know what this means? It means that there is something wrong with him. Man star will not have any problems casually. Nilida sighed, feeling a bit lonely. Stars are part of this world. Do you understand? The Kingdom Knight remained silent. Nilida said to himself, the Zerg will soon be solved by the players. What is wrong with this world? No one answered his question in the silent world. Nilida sighed artificially. Father God really left us a mess. He stretched out his hand to the broken space, and the station man star in the distance lit up a layer of dim light that could not be detected by the naked eye. The spiritual link was successfully established.